Just like Jason Derulo, I'm riding solo today. Welcome everybody, Grandmaster Robert Hess here for the call on the Speed Chess Championship. It is the play-in. One qualifier, the final qualifier, will be determined for this year's main event, the Speed Chess Championship. It's an attraction that everybody enjoys seeing each and every year. Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, the rest of the world's best, they test their might in the quickest of time controls. And today, we will start with 8 players. The 8 people who entered today, they qualified based on yesterday's performance in a Swiss tournament. 11 rounds of action took place, and these 8 names, they were the ones at the top. And it was Pranesh who stole the show. He ended up in clear first place, 9.5 out of 11. He takes on Alexander Zubov on the top left. You see Denis Lazavik takes on Yuri Kuzubov, and another Ubov in the field. Daniil Dubov starts in the loser's bracket against Matthias Bluebaum. Andrew Hong, he is a speed demon. He takes on the seasoned veteran Dmitry Andreikin. And you may be wondering, why is there already a winner's semifinals in the loser's bracket? It's because there was more value to being in the top 4 places. If you finished amongst the top 4, you get 2 lives. This is a double elimination for some. For others, you're on your last life at the start. So for Daniil Dubov, Matthias Bluebaum, Andrew Hong, and Dmitry Andreikin, your best better start the day. You don't have time to catch up. So we will have these 8 participants. One of them will join the other names in the Speed Chess Championship field. And I mentioned Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen. They are the only 2 players who have won the SEC in years past. But maybe one of these other names will take the mantle from them. We see Fabiano Caruana, Alireza Firouzja, world champion Ding Liren, Wesley So, who seems to always be a semifinalist, as is the case for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. 2 more players to be announced, to be invited. 6 players qualified their way through Title Tuesday performances. And last, but certainly not least, the play-in winner. That name will be crowned today. And that winner, well, it might be the case that they play Hikaru or Magnus in the first round. We'll see who it is, how they get seeded. But Pranesh, he was the winner of the Swiss portion a day ago. Can he bring that same magic today? Because he's just a teenager. We know that he's a rising star, but can he show the consistency required to win in match format? Because unlike yesterday, where you only can play an opponent once, here they're going to go after each other in multiple game stretches. But we do want to let you in on a secret. We don't know who will make their way to the Speed Chess Championship finals, but you can make your way there. So Pranesh, he would love to not just qualify, but run the table, make a Cinderella run to Paris. But that's right, the event will be live. The final 4 players in the Speed Chess Championship 2024 will be playing in Paris, France, live September 6th through 8th. Tickets start at €35. You can go find yourself a ticket to the big event. Use the command TIX, that is TIX, in the chat now, and perhaps you will get to meet some of the luminaries of the world of chess. Will it be Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the French with 3 names, join them? We don't know yet, and we don't know if Denis Lazavik can also continue his good form, not just from yesterday where he did finish in 2nd place, but Denis Lazavik, he's been Denis the Menace to each and every player he faces in the online circuit and the World Rapid and Blitz Championships over the board. It doesn't matter. Denis, he will make his mark. He starts in the winner's bracket. That's good news for his many fans, but he has a tough opponent ahead of him today. Denis, he's a very solid player. He likes to take his time, but his opponent, Yuri Kuzubov, he knows a thing or two about being solid. He's reached the heights of Super Grandmaster rating. 2,700 FIDE has Yuri Kuzubov, the Ukrainian Grandmaster. Very strong player in his own right. He is not somebody you take lightly. But let's let you in on the format for today, because if you were here yesterday, you saw 11 rounds of action in the 3-minute plus 1 second increment time control. Today's double elimination, as I said, for some, the higher seed starts with the white pieces. We get 2 games of 5-minute plus 1 second increment, then 2 games of 3+1 bonus time, and then last but certainly not least, 2 games of 1 minute and 1 second increment. Bullet scrambles galore. That is bullet chess, but that's part of the Speed Chess Championship format. So with 6 games, the first to 3.5 points wins, and if it's tied 3-3, we get everyone's favorite brand of chess, Armageddon. Yes, I'm serious. Armageddon. If it is tied, we will have the player's bid for their time. The losing player, quote unquote, of their bid gets 5 minutes as a base time. The winning bid gets the lower time, but they will get draws with the black pieces. And Daniil Dubov, as we look to the players, he would love to make his way through to the Speed Chess Championship. He's played in that in the past. It looks like he's frozen. I think, like Elsa, we should let him go because his camera seems to be borked. So we will let Daniil Dubov get things sorted out because he will need to have his internet on point. Otherwise, the likes of Matthias Bluebaum are looking to knock him out. Bluebaum is an exceptionally well-prepared player. He loves playing the French defense. For those of you watching who have heard me commentate before, you know how I feel about the French defense, but when Matthias Bluebaum plays it, it kind of converts me into somebody who might want to essay it myself. So Bluebaum, you see him determined. He is taking on Daniil Dubov. That's, of course, going to be a tough matchup because Dubov, he is a super grandmaster in his own right. Also one of the most creative and best prepared players on the planet. But Bluebaum, he is no slouch either. And, well, we have different scenes depending on which camera feed you look at because Andrew Hung, I don't know where he is right now. I see what looks like cleaning towels up there in a little bin above his head, but he's in the darkness. I don't know where he is playing from, but Andrew Hung is somebody that you need to watch out for. He is a speed demon. His username, I think, is Speed of Light, and sometimes it feels like he plays that quickly because if you're in a time scramble against him, good luck to you. Sometimes you might as well click that resign button because you're not going to get the job done against a player like Andrew Hung. So Andrew will have his hands full in his opening matchup. Reminder that Andrew, he starts in the loser's bracket. He has one life to live, and he's playing Dmitry Andreikin. Look at Andreikin there. I mean, this guy is as cool as it gets. He is determined. He is relentless in his approach to the game, and he's won many Title Tuesdays. He's played in the Chess.com Global Championship. He made it all the way through to the Final 8. I mean, the guy, he has been in the candidates tournament before. This is somebody you just know and appreciate his chess history, but for Andrew Hung, he hopes that Dmitry Andreikin's time in this qualifier will be history after their match because Hung, he is somebody that just wants to get the job done. Doesn't matter who he's facing. It could be Andreikin or Carlsen or Nakamura. He knows that he does have a fighting chance, and he may not even be the underdog in that matchup as Andreikin. He lets out a little bit of a yawn. It's getting late in the eve where he is, but his day is only just beginning because his path to Speed Chess Championship qualification, it starts, and hopefully for him, does not end right now in his losers round 1 matchup. So the games, they will begin shortly. Remind everybody of the bracket, and while we bring it up, we're going to ask the chat, get involved. Who do you have making it through, slugging it out? Because at the top of your bracket there, those players, they get 2 lives. So I think you probably are best served betting on one of those people. However, Daniil Dubov resides down in the losers bracket, as does Dmitry Andreikin. I mentioned those two in particular because their classical FIDE rating is above 2,700. But who do you have? Will it be one of the teenagers? Will it be one of the veterans? Will it be somebody up there in the winner's bracket who can sit back, relax, and enjoy those 2 lives? Or will it be one of those people who are on their last life from the start? Maybe Matthias Bluebaum or Andrew Hung. They have what it takes to get through the gauntlet of the loser's bracket. And I want to note that if you're coming from the loser's bracket, you need to win 6 matches to take this thing. So that is no small task. So do get involved. Come on, let us know. Who do you think will win this qualifier? Because the youngsters, they were thriving on the Swiss portion yesterday. But hey, it's not the Swiss portion anymore today. We got knockouts, we've got matches, and soon we will have moves. There is some prize money at stake, but the real prize is that we love chess. No, the real prize is that the winner qualifies for the Speed Chess Championship, where 15 other competitors will test their skills in 5-minute, 3-minute, and 1-minute time controls, all with a bonus time of 1 second added to your clock with each and every move. So we're just about ready for liftoff. The players, they're making sure that everything is set technologically speaking, but they're also being checked for fair play measures. It's taken very seriously here at Chess.com, behind the scenes, working hard to make sure that everyone is abiding by the same regulations. That's important. It's a must, and I think everyone can appreciate that. So we do, of course, trust these players, but we don't want to take anything for granted. And I know that I don't take this opportunity to thank you all for watching for granted. It's going to be hours of speed chess. So come on, buckle in. It's the Speed Chess Championship, as Daniel Naroditsky likes to say. Buckle your speed belts because we're in for the ride, and it is going to be a fun one. That is for sure. That's the one question I do not have, because judging by the players that we have listed already, your Denis Lazaviks, your Praneshes, these teenagers who at any moment can take an entire tournament against some of the most established chess players on the planet. We know that Denis Lazavic, a household name at this point, but Pranesh, that's somebody you want to keep your eye on as well, because Pranesh, the guy is so fast. He's so young, so talented. There's such a bright future ahead of him, but he wants that bright future to start today, because the lights, they may shine brightest in the Paris nights, and he would love to make his way through the Speed Chess Championship. And ultimately, he doesn't want to stop there. No player does. It will be a tough road ahead, and he starts off against Grandmaster Zubov. You do not want to take Zubov lightly. He is somebody who's been around for quite a while. He is a strong Ukrainian grandmaster. He's had some of the highest ratings in blitz chess. In fact, his over-the-board blitz rating nearly 2,700, as is his rapid rating. His classical rating a little bit lower, just under 2,600. But you know what you get from Zubov. You're going to get speed. You're going to get determination. You're going to get an absolute killer on the chessboard. Somebody who plays often this technical style where he wants to outlast you and show that he's got that classy technique, but he's also willing to take risks. If the moment calls for it, a player like Zubov saying, I'll sacrifice a piece to get at your king. And for Zubov, well, he's looking quite peaceful at the moment, and he gets to start off against Pranesh. And here we see the players from the winners semifinals, the players who finished in the top 4 of yesterday's action. They get 2 lives, and that first life is up right now. These 2 matches, they determine who will move on, go to the winner's final, and we are off. We see D4 by Denis Lazavic on the right-hand side. We see E4 by Pranesh on the left-hand side. We have a Sicilian on the left, and on the right, we're getting a slower approach. It looks like Kuzubov, he took his sweet time to bring that knight out to D7 or swap of pawns on the right-hand side on D5. But why don't we start with the Sicilian game that we have on the left side of our screens. All 4 matches are taking place at the same time. It's going to be a whirlwind. So again, fasten those speed belts, because it is going to be an enjoyable time watching speed chess, starting with these 5-minute games. Then we'll get 3 minutes. And last but certainly not least, 1-minute bullet chess games in these 6-game mini matches. So on the left-hand side of our screen, we see white has more space thanks to pawns in the 4th rank. Black decided to push a pawn to try to claim space of his own. On the right-hand side of our screen, we have a menacing-looking bishop on the dark squares for Denis Lazavic. But Kuzubov, he coolly moved his rook out of that bishop's path already. He's saying, you can't checkmate me with just 1 bishop. That isn't scary. So we are going to lock in on the game between Pranesh and Zubov. We see full, complete, utter control of this D5 square. And if you're playing the Sicilian, you know that Black would love in many moments to strike open the center, play D5. That is not happening. We have what's known as a Marozzi bind. This bind is created by these 2 pawns here. No longer can Black push a pawn because you don't have a pawn that can defend the square. And look at white go. Pranesh hops his pony into D5, captures E, takes D5, not taking with the C pawn, because he wants just this. Let's push the pawn. Please take me. I'm going to throw another pawn forward. I have an unopposed passer in the center. And when we look at games of chess, we often say, it's even material. I can count the pawns 7 per side. Don't think about chess like that. Think about the location of the pawns. White is up a pawn on the queen side, thanks to this pawn on the C file. Black is up a pawn on the king side, thanks to the E pawn. So we're playing, as we split the board in half, that we are playing on different sides of the board if we're looking at it from each player's perspective. Black has not completed development. The rook and knight are stuck on their starting squares. White, on the other hand, can seize what will be an open file in the near future, but look out, because the D5 pawn, that might be a bit tender. That's the point of the move rook to D8. It's to reinforce the D6 pawn, sure, but it's also to go after the D5 pawn in the case that Black takes on C5. So bishop F3, a prudent move, defending this pawn, saying, I know what you're thinking, Grandmaster Zubov. You really want to take on C5 and win my D-pawn, but not so fast. And E4, that does come to mind to cut the bishop off from the pawn, but I just want to note that this bishop is not actually hanging, because the queen on E7 is unguarded. That is a hanging piece. That means there's a pin on the board. So look what happens when the pin piece moves. And that's why rook C1 played by Pranesh. He understands this game oh so well. Please take my bishop, he says, because oh no, or oh yes, your queen is hanging on e7. So this game, I like White's position. Pranesh, he's clearly picking up where he left things off yesterday. A great start in this match for him because he has a much nicer looking position to my eyes. Black not fully coordinated. And if you try to coordinate with a move like knight d7, you're only inviting this pawn to rumble forward one step closer to the finish line to promotion on the other side. So black is struggling to get these pieces out. Queen to e5, I actually do like that move, centralization. And that's not my arrow, folks. That's the blue arrow suggesting that White's only move to keep the advantage was knight to a5, bishop e2, getting a question mark that does feel harsh because if we look at knight a5 a moment ago, the bishop could have been captured on f3. So knight a5 really, come on, you silicon beast, stop that. We don't want you involved in our human play. That's just mean, giving this a question mark. In fact, I'm going to take this question mark out. I can do that. There's not going to be a question mark here today. How do I get it? There we go. I removed that question mark. No question mark for bishop e2. Such a natural move, retreating from an attack. And just to quickly put on the board, knight a5. You kidding me? Giving up this bishop on f3. And I guess the point is that in these types of continuations, you see these two pawns. I'll put those in red because they are menacing looking pawns. They're about to go forward. d6, knight takes b7, c6, all sorts of ideas in the air. But who gives up a bishop like that? Come on, we respect our pieces here in the Speed Chess Championship qualifier, but this pawn on d5 did just drop off. So Pranesh, he saved his bishop, lost the pawn, and now black's only move is a queen trade. The rook will capture back. The knight is under attack. And this pawn behind it, if you took on c5, the rook would have captured here. So after the dust settles, we have even material. White, to my eye, still looks slightly better just because there's a rook on a8 compared to a rook on c1. But because there are back rank problems, White had to spend a turn clearing some space, creating luft, and that means that this game, well, it looks like it's petering out. So while this game is in the end game stage, I'm going to take us on over to the other game here between Denis Lazavik and Yuri Kuzubov because we do have 4 matches happening at once. So I'm going to click on over and bring us to this other game. We see that there is chaos on the board, and Denis Lazavik is the only one happy. He is the Joker. He is an agent of chaos. And for Yuri Kuzubov, he's grabbing his head because that's the only thing he can do. It looks like soon White is about to win some material. Look at this. A rook slicing down the e-file. Rooks usually win stare downs with queens. You don't want to lead with your queen. As James Candy says, that's like blocking with your face. And unfortunately, it looks like Yuri Kuzubov is facing too much pressure against his pin pieces in open file. And the bishop e6, a sad one just to cover the e-file. I think g4 can be played. I know we typically don't like exposing our own king, but when it kicks away a knight from a defense of another knight that's also pinned to the queen behind it, g4 looks awfully appealing to my eyes. So Kuzubov, he is in a world of trouble right now. Maybe there are other ways to win, perhaps calmer approaches. I don't see them off the top of my head. g4 really is the move that comes to mind, but I would not be surprised if there's some slow approach that Denis Lazavik uncorked saying, I'm this world-class speed demon because I know when to take my risks. I know when to play simple, improving moves. He plays knight e5, and the evaluation bar, it barely budges. That means that White is just in complete control, but not a move that was on my radar, being completely honest. If we just go back a turn, g4, kicking this knight away. If the knight were to move, thank you very much. This knight has 2 pieces attacking it and only the queen defending it. That's not going to do the trick. Knight takes f6 check, wins the game for White. So g4, I think the reason he didn't play that was he was just worried about exposing his king. Black would sacrifice a piece. Maybe there was some outlines of an attack in the future. But either way, Denis Lazavik, he is the one in charge. The analysis isn't even that deep. It's just that black can't move. You're in this pin. It kind of looks like an eternal pin because if your queen moves, you lose your knight. If your queen stays, you're in the pin. It looks awful for him. So when we return to our 2-board scene, we have 4 matches going on at once. We're going to try to get through as much chess as we can. But chat, let me know. Who are you rooting for? We want to hear your thoughts. Who you think might get through. Those could be 2 different answers, who you're rooting for and who you think will qualify. But let us know who you think has what it takes to make it through this play-in. On the right-hand side of the screen, we have Matthias Bluebaum with the white pieces in solid approach, as is always the case for Matthias, against Daniil Dubov with the black pieces, who does like to play creative chess, and he steals a pawn in the center. So on the right-hand side of our screen, we actually saw a fancy pawn trade, I'll call it. Black took a central pawn, white took a pawn with the rook, and white's pawn structure is simply better. So I do like this position for Bluebaum. It's very much in his style. It's in really any world-class player style to play like that. So we can take a closer look at that game. In fact, this position between, I just changed my boards. Now we have double Bluebaum Dubov action. That's on me. But what's on Dubov right now is finding a way to save his king. I think queen e4 check. That's like the most natural way to save your king, because I see a rook about to slam down on the 7th rank, and there's checkmate on g7 coming. But the problem with queen e4, at least conceptually, is you do trade queens, you get rid of white's most menacing piece, but the rook sliding to c7 is going to hurt you even without queens on the board. a7 is loose. White has an outside pawn majority. What does that mean? That there's 2 pawns right on the files that I've highlighted compared to 1 for black. Endgames will be tricky for black to deal with because black's pieces will be distracted. They'll have to go on a saunter to the queen side just to stop the rumbling pawn. You see queen e4 check played? That is the most human move. The engine creeping up in white's favor. In fact, I don't think the engine tells the full story. White has even greater winning chances than what the engine says. The engine says black is about equal, should be able to hold this. I think that black could be in huge danger in the near future, and I'm looking at Dubov's clock. 5-0, 50 seconds for him. His opponent nearly double his time. Easier to play for white. The one thing that Dubov has is this d-pawn, but this is why we like outside. The outermost pass pawns are the most dangerous because the white king is already so close. It's in the square. What is the square, everybody? It's when there's a pawn trying to promote. Where is that king? Can it chase it down? The answer is absolutely yes. The white king is in great shape in the center over here, stopping the pawn before it can even get pushing. This a pawn, it's a target. Watch out. Rook a7 will win this pawn when white wants it, but I like this move, king to f2. This is showing endgame technique. Yesterday, James Canty was talking about Dvoretsky's endgame manual, and what is one of the main things in the endgame? You want to use your king as a weapon rather than sitting tucked away, having to be defended by other pieces. So rook c6, pinning the knight in a way, hitting it directly, but if the rook slides to d8, then the knight is pinned because the loose pawn on e6 is behind it. I just think that Dubov down now to 16 seconds. If he survives this game, it'll be because of tremendous work on his part. Pawn takes a4, played, knight d4 response. Rook b6 to b4 is tempting to my eyes, but that knight will then get back to c6. So the rook has to move, maybe rook a6, but you know the black rook wants to slide to b8 and to b2. So Dubov might be turning the tables. And if he can get active, suddenly black will have his own fair share of chances because the rook will get behind the remaining passed a pawn. So for Dubov, excellent play under the duress of time trouble. Let's go back to our multi-board view because I'm seeing at the corner of my eye, it looks like Andrew Hong. He may have a username Speed of Light, but I don't think any amount of speed is going to save his king on f8 over there. Woo! I mean, look at that pawn on f7. You want to throw that pawn off the board, and Dmitry Andreikin wins the game. Andrew Hong has no time. He has no shelter. He has no material, and he has no points. Dmitry Andreikin up 1-0 in their match. Andreikin, the veteran Super Grandmaster, takes game 1, and now in game 2, he goes back to his trusted Sicilian. We'll see what Andrew Hong has in store. He's not, so you can see by his reaction, he was not expecting e5 like Andreikin just played it. So we have the start of game 2 on the right-hand side of our screen. This is a loser's bracket, everybody. In the other loser's bracket game, Daniil Dubov, he's playing super well with the black pieces. He is just going after the white king, and g4 played by Bluebaum. So let's maybe get a closer look at the Bluebaum game just because it's in time trouble. We may see a repetition right now. If we look, we see, whoa, no, Dubov plays for the win, and why not? There is checkmate coming your way. You don't even need to go to the theaters. It's coming to your home theater. d4 is going to kick this knight out of here. And if the knight moves, rook g2 was checkmate. So look at what Dubov has done. He not just survived by dynamic play, he's actually stolen a piece, and he's doing the smart thing of repeating moves a little bit. And the reason you repeat moves is because you gain 1 second per turn. And if you can make the moves in under a second, you're building up a little bit of time. So not only Dubov has winning chances, and not just chances, he's completely winning, especially because white's pawns are shattered. If you could put white's pawn on g4, you have a chance. Here you absolutely not. Look at this mating configuration. I mean, chef's kiss from Daniil Dubov. He earned every bit of this point. Do not stalemate. And no, there is no stalemate because you can just take all the pawns and now it's easy work. Remember, there's 1 second bonus time per move. Bluebaum just playing this out. Why not? Probably getting his frustrations out. But he went from having the advantage, and I was saying white wins most of the time, to losing the game. That's blitz for you, and that's Daniil Dubov. He wins with black in game one. So why don't we head back to our winner's bracket, because we stopped looking in there after the first bit. It looks like Pranesh drew game one against Zubov, and Denis Lazavik, he did win game one against Kuzubov. So I'll bring up the second game between Kuzubov and Lazavik. We see a knight entrenched on e5 and the black knight on e4. So this is a double stonewall. You see the pawns like this and like this. What you often want to do is put your pawn back a square to kick out that pony that's sitting in your camp. You can't kick it out from there. It's really annoying. It's a squatter in your territory. And if you ever take it, you're helping the opponent gain even more ground with pawns. Why do we like pawns in enemy territory? Because they restrict the movement, the free flow of pieces. So a pawn on e4 would permanently blunt the queen, take away some key squares that white will no longer have access to. So I do like this position from the white side. The reason why, everybody, is that it's a closed position. What piece do we like in closed position? Knights. White has two knights. Black has the bishop pair. Oftentimes we hear, oh, the bishop pair, what an advantage, two bishops edge, blah, blah, blah. Not here, because these bishops, they don't have the real estate to do any damage. So I'm going to switch us on over to our other matchup, just because we want to go around the horn as much as we can. Maybe we'll bring up our two-board view right now and see what's happening between Pranesh and Zubov in game two, because this one looks very positional. The other one on the right-hand side of our screen, oh boy, we have the makings of an attack. Or do we? Because if white does not get that attack off the ground, then it's black who is going to be better. If I can do a quick count, on the right-hand board, black has 7 pawns, white just 6. And black now has a healthy-looking pawn chain, trying to use that to his advantage. So I'm going to bring up the game 2 here between Pranesh and Zubov. You see the blue arrow? That was not me doing that. That was the blue arrow saying rook takes b5, only move to keep white in the game the way that he currently is. And now the material equality is restored, but the computer still likes black. You can kick this rook out of here. Rook's in the last rank, often scary, but no, not for long. A rook coming to g8, maybe going after this g2 pawn, going for the attack. And later in the game, I was just talking about outside pawns, how they can be used as distractions. We see these pawns here. There could be a b4 push and then a c3 follow-up. And especially if the bishop is on b7 and gets to e4, you can see that black pawn get all the way down to the second rank and start causing some serious issues for the white side. To be very, very careful. I don't spy a rabbit, but I do see a passed pawn in the future. And if the queens and rooks come off, if those heavy pieces come off, then that pawn sacrifice can be even more beneficial for black, because how do you chase down a passed pawn? Rooks do a really good job of it because they can go long distance. A knight, not always a very quick piece. So we see that bishop b7 has in fact been played. You can also park this bishop on one of these good light squares in the center. I like the look of this position from the black side. Everything going right thus far in game 2 for Pranesh. But let's head back. While this one is locked up, let's head back to our two-board view. I just want to get as much action as we can in front of your eyes. We see on the right-hand side of our screen, Denis Lazavik. He is pouncing on the white king. He's going after that vulnerable-looking king, but Kuzubov, whose bishop was under attack on the right-hand side, he moves his bishop, attacks the black queen, and you know that Denis Lazavik is thinking about unleashing an exchange sacrifice. Rook takes bishop was possible. Instead, Lazavik says, I'll play it calmly. I'm just moving my queen back to safety. But rook takes f4 undoubtedly was a tempting option for Lazavik. Instead, he's trying to undermine the defense of the white knight in the center. So on the left-hand side, Pranesh, the teenager, he is improving his position each and every move. White looking quite passive. Black getting activity on the queen side. On the right-hand side of our screen, there's a whole mess of pieces in the center of the board, and there's a lot of tension there. Either side could go wrong. So I'm going to actually bring us into the Lazavik game against Kuzubov. So if we can just dive in to this one on the right-hand side, we see that there is this tension on the d4 and c5 pawns. White couldn't take because the knight e5 was loose. And now queen takes or pawn takes. These are difficult questions. Queen takes walks into a pin, but also keeps pressure alive on the d5 pawn. Potentially that could be a target. Pawn takes opens up the bishop to h6, hitting the queen and the rook at the skewer. but it also makes your position looser. The bishop on f4 loses its protector, this pawn on e3. The bishop on f4 will need defenders in the future, so not an easy decision. In fact, pawn takes d4, rook f5, with rook f8 to follow in some positions looks awfully tempting to my eyes. That bishop on f4, again, no longer with the safety net of having the pawn on e3. So he does take with the pawn. It was the computer correct move. And okay, h5, if Denis Lazavik plays h5, just give that kid, man, I don't even know what to call him, he's so young, a round of applause. h5, not happening. Rook f6, yeah, it's not a blunder. I'm taking that away. Get out of here with that. Miss me with these double question marks. Come on. We're clearing that. No, how did it come back? I just cleared it. Either way, rook f6 is a very human move. h5 is ridiculous, out of the question. People aren't playing h5, moving pawns in front of your own king, walking into skewers. Just no. So rook e3, the response, you can tell what the plan is, going for a pin along this line. I'm curious, rook takes f4 has to be considered. It may seem like I'm blundering my queen along this line, but I was actually thinking of rook g4, an amazing resource. Bishop g4, that doesn't work because queen takes rook. I don't even take your bishop. You're still in this deadly pin, so I steal your material. But rook g4, sacrifice the rook, because if you take it, I at the very least get these healthy pawns in the center. My queen is active, your rook is pinned, g4 is loose in some positions. The white king does not look very safe, and I've shut down the g file. So rook takes f4, I think, is a good move, with the follow-up being rook g4. You block with your rook, sacrifice the material, and then you get these pass pawns in the center. But this is not an easy thing to see. The players don't have access to the evaluation bar like I do. They also have the responsibility that if their sacrifice goes wrong, they don't get the pieces back. If my sacrifice goes wrong, I just click the back button and you see the position return. So the queen returns to f8. It gets out of attack. It is attacking this bishop here on f4. Bishop g... Oop, that's not g5, but that is. Rook f2 comes to mind. So the bishop slides back. And you see the evaluation bar slide down as well. h6? What? No way. I love it and hate it when the magical blue arrow comes up because, like, this is the only move. No, it's not. They're humans. They're going to be mistakes. They're in time trouble. But h6 is not a move that you play because you're putting on a vulnerable square. You're also giving white access to the g6 square if you ever push that h1. Not happening. Not today. Instead, we saw a rook trade on the c file. And white apparently is a side for choice. I could imagine bishop h6 being a nasty move to meet. He goes rook g5 instead, protecting the knight that didn't need defense. I don't quite understand the move, if I'm honest. And rook f5, I thought that there was a blunder with knight f7, but the knight is pinned. So I blundered. I overlooked that. And maybe now's the time to chop this knight, because what you really don't want to have is this knight against this bishop. The knight cannot be kicked out by a Let's bishop. That is the nature of how bishops move. They stay on their color complex. So the bishop moves to e7, out of any sort of discoveries. I don't know where it's going next, but it is safe and sound for now. And the black king is feeling safer because there are no longer rooks on the board to help launch an attack. So the clock situation, both sides under 12 seconds. And remember, they get a second added to the time with each and every move. Don't blunder any back rank checkmates, not there. But on f8, that's where the king slid over. Bishop f6 did nothing. Queen f5 is a fantastic response. Get the queens off the board. Kuzubov says no, but there may be a second queen appearing. It's not just the first queen round. Bishop g5, only move found. Bishop takes e5 check. Will be an extra pawn for black, so I would just chop that off right now. Take it a second time, and white is barely holding on. I think queen g3 was available because there would be some checks against the black king. Queen takes b2 is available, but he doesn't want to allow all these checks. So queen f5, going for it, checkmating ideas. Here comes the d-pawn. Well, bye-bye d-pawn. And with the d-pawn going... He won a time? Yuri Kuzubov just flagged. There is no way Kuzubov flags, and that must be so devastating for him because he had the upper hand throughout that game. And even in this position, queen takes d4, there might be a single check against the king, but you block with the pawn, and no matter where the queen goes, seriously, the queen has to stay in line with the bishop, and no matter where it goes, you can play this move queen f2, and you will draw the bishops of opposite color ending. So that is heartbreaking at this stage for Kuzubov. You can't afford to drop a game on time, especially one with this kind of position. But let's move on from this one because it's over. The second game is done. That's all the games that they will have in the longest time patrol. And I hate to say it for the Kuzubov fans out there, the shorter time controls probably won't favor him against Lazavik. Lazavik is so good at blitz and bullet chess. But we see that as I click, the third game is underway. Sorry about that. The third game has started. This is game 3, 3 minute plus 1 second time control. But why don't we check in on some other matches as well? So how did Andreikin do in his second game? Oh, he won. But it looks like Dubov and Bluebaum, they're still going out in game 2. Let me switch to that one because they're in some endgame, which is looking very unclear to my eyes. Black is up a pawn, but Black's king can't really move. The rook is passive. The knight can get active, but I don't know what it can attack. So I have to say that, at first glance, it does look like Bluebaum is doing quite well, but is there enough material remaining for him to actually win a game of this nature? F5 does look appealing to my eyes, just starting to trade off as many pieces as possible, but the more trades that happen, the freer the black rook gets. So if, say, we start trading everything on the f5 square, the black rook slides to e8 at the end, and the e5 pawn could become a target. But perhaps e6 is available. I was wondering about this. Can e6 be played? And he doesn't. He allows rook e8. Here it comes. How do you actually save this pawn? King e4. Using the king as a weapon in the endgame, I should have taken my own advice that the king can help out. And the bishop keeps that rook stuck. Rook d8 or b8. Those would be the two moves. Those are sad moves to play. The rook just can't find its way out. And if you're not careful, the white king not only will approach the h4 pawn, but this f6 square, yikes. This black king, it's kind of in a net. And if you ever go king to g7, you might walk into some 7th rank issues eventually. So instead, we see a bit of shuffling. Bishop probably back to d7. h3 can be played. You jettison the pawn, free up the rook. But no, Bluebaum has no interest in that position. And I can't blame him. At some point, rook b7 might be annoying. Take this pawn. Don't play rook d5. Rook d5, I think, takes away a pawn square from knight. How is this happening? Two players have lost on time. Here, Daniil Dubov loses on time in a position he can just go after the b pawn. He'll give up the e pawn, get the b pawn. It's a draw. So first we saw Kuzubov lose on time. Now we see Dubov lose on time. The Ubovs need either better internet connection or have to have a better recognition of when they're in time trouble because, yeah, that's not good. Unfortunately for Dubov, that's going to cost him as we now enter the quicker time controls in this match. So Bluebaum now gets the white pieces. We have 3 minute plus 1 second increment, Title Tuesday time control. So I'm going to take us away from this scene and back to our 2-board scene because we want to take in all the matches that we can. 2 of the matches have a leader 2-0. The other 2 are tied 1-1. And it looks like Andreikin, with the white pieces here on the right-hand side of our screens against Andrew Hong, he just swapped queens in a way that is making Andrew's life difficult. There's a check with a knight jumping in. There might be a d6 pawn push on the right-hand side of our board, whereas on the left-hand side of our board, of the screen, we just have a maneuvering game to start with. And wow, Dubov getting active. You want to avoid tilt if you're Daniil Dubov. And he only lost 1 game, so you wouldn't think that someone would be tilted off of that. But you lose a game on time, especially one where you've been holding your opponent at bay for so long. It tends to get you quite angry. So for Dubov, he needs to keep things under control. So he has brought his knight back on the left-hand side of our screen, but his pieces are on a bit awkward squares, although Bluebaum's bishop on b1, not exactly going to help deliver a checkmate. I think Dubov will see that coming. So the right-hand side of our screen, it looks like Dmitry Andreikin. He has the upper hand, and there's a tactic. So for Andreikin, perhaps Andrew Hong will have to find his way through it. But for Hong, he's in big trouble. I'm going to bring us to that game because I last saw the position. It was looking complicated, but dynamically balanced. Now Andreikin is up in exchange. I'll just do an instant replay ever so quickly. It's the 20% rule. My coach, Miran Sher, would always say, when you have a pawn on the 5th rank, 20% of the time, you're going to push that forward. D6 check. That deserves a brilliancy. At Chess.com, I know you like to give brilliancies for even easier moves than that. Boom. Brilliancy, stamped of approval by me. D6 check, giving up that pawn. It is not defended, but the point, everybody, is after it's captured. Bishop takes b7, attacking a rook, so you don't have time to take the knight without losing the rook. After king b7, knight takes f7, rook and bishop. Black is cooked. That's a fork. White wins material. So instead, he gives it the rook in the corner, does Andrew Hong, and the reason he does in this move order is because now he has a pawn and a knight for the rook. In the other variation, he would have had just a minor piece for the rook. So he gets an extra pawn for his troubles. White, I would say, is practically better. However, the activity of the black king in an endgame, use that king wisely. And whoa, there was a tactic. I was talking and missed it, but white is trying to go after the kingside pawns. Black stole one of those queenside pawns. I'm scared of these pawns. I played enough games of chess to realize that it's not just about the imbalance of rook versus knight. It's about whose passed pawns are scarier, and white's passed pawn is very far away. I think you can start pushing it, especially because the black rook will be awkwardly placed. A rook on g6 can be met by f5, for example, and then the rook will have to go to g5. It's getting almost trapped over there. So f4 is a good move from Andreikin. And now I'm not sure. King f2 comes to mind, and like h4, h5. He plays f5 immediately. Rook g5, king f2, and h4. This rook is in serious danger. I know it may seem like a joke. Oh, rook e2, rook e6 available. Things are getting very spicy on this board. Here, king c5, rook e5, going for the pin. I don't think that works out. So instead goes rook to the 8th rank, trying to stop the pawn from behind. Here comes the black king, but you may be walking into some pins. You need to be very careful in endgames of this nature not to walk into pins that you can't get out of. So king f2 played, that opens up the door for h4 next, and I get the sense that this rook, it's really going to be in trouble over here. h4 actually traps the rook next. Rook 8, he gives himself a square, just one square over here. h4, h3. He really wants to trap the rook. He's trapping the rook. If he can sacrifice his rook for this knight, the rook is trapped over here. Check makes sense. He goes in the wrong direction, but check here made sense as well. I still think white's going to win this game. I just think the trapped rook for black is too much to deal with, unless there's a way to win this g4 pawn with a timely knight f6. But rook takes g4 would be a blunder, because of rook c8 check, you would g6. Oh my gosh, g6 even walks into rook g8. There's no way people are playing that move. We have the pin I was talking about. But how do you get at these pawns? Maybe rook d7. He goes rook b8, rook b4. Now he's winning. The c4 pawn drops. So Andreikin did everything he needed to win this game. I mean, incredible technique from Andreikin. Rook d4, that's game over. You take with check, you bring your rook around, you win this pawn, and that's that. Andreikin doing the smart thing of gaining a little bit of time because he's a completely winning position, and after rook takes g6, the last black piece is removed from the board. Dmitry Andreikin up 3-0 with this conversion, and for Andrew Hong, he needs to win the next 3 games. He has no choice. It's a 6-game match, 2 games of 5 minute, 2 games of 3 minute, 2 games of 1 minute. 6 games total means 3.5 points wins you the match. So Andreikin is on the verge of eliminating Andrew Hong. So let's go back to our 2-board scene as Andreikin and Hong, they enter their 4th game. But I want to draw our attention up in the winner's bracket where Pranesh, he now has the black pieces. He's tied 1.5 with Alexander Zubov. So Zubov, he has kept the score level in the match. He now has played queen to b4 on the right-hand side of our screen, trying to trade queens on favorable terms. He's in the endgame, should favor me. My pawn structure will be healthy. I have a bishop, a dark square bishop, that is. You don't. My rook on c1 will be well positioned to attack the loose black pawns. So we're seeing a game where white is trying to liquidate and then go after some of the remaining pawns in the position. So I'm also going to bring our attention to the Denis Lazavik game, if I can, because Lazavik, he is playing against Kuzubov, and for Lazavik, he's up 3-0. If he just draws this game from the black side, he sends Kuzubov down to the loser's bracket. The good news for Yuri is he's not out of the competition. The bad news is that he will be on his last remaining life. And with the field that we have in this competition, it's not getting any easier. So Kuzubov, he's trying his best, playing London systems. I mean, what's this? Queen on c1, knight on d2. It looks very awkward. Also, there's knight on g3. We typically don't like knights on g3, g6, these squares. I'm going to highlight them quickly. I can't even highlight them quickly enough because the players are moving so fast. Knights on these squares, they often stay there too long, and they can get completely bottled up by a lone little pawn. So the knight has no forward progress, and black is striking in the center. Why not take advantage of the fact that black's queen is awkwardly placed? You would like to improve the location of your knight. That's why you're trying to take on e5 with the knight. Just try to open up the board for your pieces, and it's a good idea. Just trying to free those pieces. And for Kuzubov, it does look like the end is near for him. So I believe that Denis Lazavik has everything under control on the board, on the clock, and in the match. So I'm going to take us away from Lazavik against Kuzubov. I'm going to go to Pranesh against Zubov, because in that one, Zubov has a pawn that's zooming up the board. And look at this passed C pawn. It is stopped for the moment because there's a knight on d5, but it's also a pawn that is extra. I'm counting 7 pawns for white, 6 for black. Did I say 6? I might mean 5 in a second, because the a5 pawn, it's in that knight's line of sight. It likely will be captured. So how does actually black deal with any of this? c3 can be captured. I'm not really sure I'd want to take that pawn because it opens up the c file. And I have to say, even though the engine is not enjoying the move rook to b5, I am. I think active defense is a really smart way to go in endgames, because the engine may say it's plus 1.5, white has winning chances, blah, blah, blah. What I'm saying is that this is a very tricky position. It's far from over, and with both sides approaching 40 seconds, an active piece can scare your opponent. For example, rook on c5 freezes the knight because the c3 pawn would be hanging with check. It also tries to win this pawn on c6, and it defends this pawn on a5, which, if that rook had slid to the passive c8 square, could have been captured. Ooh! Love moves like bishop d8. That deserves a round of applause, because I didn't even see that touchdown was possible in the last rank. But bishop d8 just goes after this a5 pawn. If you take with a knight, you do lose c3. How important is that c3 pawn? I'm not entirely sure, but he says, I don't want to find out. I'll take with the bishop. I keep a healthy extra pawn, and now the bishop on a5 defends the loose c3 pawn. Now everything defends each other over here. We have a little army. It's a big pawn, but it's still a bishop, and make sure the king can't get any closer. And then e4 will come. Maybe not right away, because you will blunder the g2 pawn with this knight fork, but I think at some point you can kick the knight back and start making progress. And the king, smart play by Zubov. He wants to trade pieces. King b3 now. If knight c5, you can even take that thing. Play a4, I imagine, to keep this check away from the black rook. White is just in the driver's seat. A healthy pawn up now, deep in the endgame. So Pranesh will have to do everything he can to survive this one. He wants to deliver a check. It is only one check after all. And f5 is nice, striking the knight. The c pawn is pinned. Knight b4, rook b1. There was knight c2 check ideas. So he goes rook c3. I like it. And knight b3. I mean, Zubov is handling this expertly. I was thinking about pinning that knight. He says, let me just improve the location of my knight. Keep the enemy king out of this square. The f file is open. I would be careful about that if I were Zubov now. But knight a5, he gets active. Knight c6 comes to mind. And actually, that's not. It was my arrow in yellow. Now the arrow is blue. It's the only move for black, and this pawn is in trouble. So the problem for white is the king is cut off. g5 playing over there on the king side was smart. The king can come up to c4 if the rook leaves, and there will be rook b3 check ideas. The black rook is right where it needs to be, and hey, go from the b to the d file to win this pawn. There's a check on the second. Oh, okay, this check. He wants h4 at the end. It is a clever try. I'll give him that. But king b4, that gets out of the pin. a4 is loose. h4 is under attack. But Zubov, I mean, look at this. He's every trick in the book. Seriously. He's now going to kick this rook out of here. He's going to check over here and bring his rook to a5. There he goes. There he goes. And now he's going to play h5 if you play king g4. Be very, very careful of your Pranesh. Look at the clock situation. Both sides down to 3 seconds. You have to hurry up. And the white king might explore the queenside territory. So the black king says, I'm going to actually get over here. And he's keeping the opposition. Incredible play by both of these two. I'm very impressed. King g2, the rook couldn't go to h4 because there would have been a check on the 4th rank. So the rook now, he has to make a decision. He's got 3 seconds. He goes back. Rook a5, it returns. King h3 would have been the response to rook h7. If you go this way, I go that way. So both kings, they are remaining in each other's sights. And he takes on h5, a brave decision, but the black king will be in time. This is just unreal technique from these two. This is superb play. The black king is getting over here. Don't take that rook because the pawn was too fast. Now the king comes, rook comes, king b4, rook takes a5. Seriously, that's not even a golf clap. That's a real clap for these two. That was exquisite endgame technique from Pranesh. It was Zubov was putting on the squeeze, but he couldn't get past the mighty Pranesh. They entered the bullet tied 2-2. And we do have some results in the books. I'm going to look at some of the other matches because Denis Lazavik, it looks like in his match here against Yuri Kuzubov. Oh, sorry. The new game is up here between Pranesh and Zubov, but I'm trying to get to Lazavik and Kuzubov because Kuzubov, he needs this win. He needs to win every game with the white pieces and then black and then white, and he needs to win all three just to send us to an Armageddon. But now we have a sacrifice. The black queen remains. White has two rooks. I don't see the checkmating net. You need to get this rook down here, but rooks don't move like that, and the rook can't go to b1 because of the bishop, and the rook can't move this way because of this rook on a1 hanging. So white's rooks are a bit stuck, and that is the problem because otherwise there would be a checkmate. It is the configuration you want. I'm going to put that in blue because it is quite a nuisance. Here, rook c7, take this. Is there c2? Of course, just get that to safety. And this reminds me of Carlsen Nepomniachtchi from the World Chess Championship. Unfortunately for Kuzubov, he couldn't win this d5 pawn. If he could have won that pawn cleanly, he would have had chances to win. Now there's not enough material remaining. It looks like Lazavik has done everything he's needed to do to hold the balance, to make a draw, and to win the match, sending Kuzubov down to the loser's bracket. So this game, I really can't see white winning it because the black queen will always pester the white king. For example, here queen f1 would have forced white into passive defense. At some point, g5 will be available, and we have a draw by repetition. Congrats to Denis Lazavik. He moves through to the winner's final, whereas Yuri Kuzubov, he goes down, he floats down to the loser's bracket where his opponent remains to be seen. So Dmitry Andreikin, he also has eliminated Andrew Hong. That is bad news for the many Speed of Light fans out there. I'm not talking about physics. I'm talking about Andrew Hong. He is gone from the competition. So we say goodbye to him. It was a good effort, but it just wasn't his best day. That's clear. I'm going to take us into the loser's bracket where Daniil Dubov has the white pieces against Matthias Bluebaum. 1.5 is your score in the bullet time controls. After this match, so excuse me, this is the last game of 3 minute plus 1 second increments, the fourth game of the match. Then we get 2 games of bullet. And if you're Dubov, you do not want to lose this game. You can't afford to. Not against Bluebaum, who's also a very strong bullet player. Takes, check here, knight f7. You have a checkmate configuration if you can land the rook on h8, but it's not going to happen because knight f7 is met by a pawn push. And here he wants e6, e7, e8. I see what's happening. Unfortunately for him, after takes, rook here, d2, this rook does get there, but the white king is very close. So Dubov, he's doing the right thing to try and survive this, but there's a second passer, and that can't be stopped. It is too fast. Rook d3, a2, and now it's winning for black. a1 equals queen, e7, and rook e2. That gets the job done. Queen e1 was actually just delivering a checkmate, but this suffices. Matthias Bluebaum wins. He is up 2.5, 1.5. Daniil Dubov better find his form, his internet connection, whatever it is that he needs to do. He needs to do it now because it's on. He needs to go 1.5 out of 2 in the next 2 bullet games. Otherwise, he's gone from the competition. So we are going to bring up bullet. I'm going to bring us to our 2-board scene very quickly because it looks like Pranesh and Zubov have drawn their game. And well, of course, I want to focus on the winner's bracket. We also have to note that in the loser's bracket, it's elimination time. So both Pranesh and Zubov will still be around no matter the result, though it does have huge implications for how this qualification tournament might end because you want the inside track, you want those 2 lives remaining. And for Pranesh from the white side, he's got his king on f2. This is now well-established theory. Why don't we go first to the game between Pranesh and Zubov? I think that one makes sense just because they are in their final game of the bullet time control. If this game is a draw, we get Armageddon with bidding. The players will have a base time of 5 minutes. If you bid, say, 4 minutes, and your opponent bids 4 minutes and 1 second, the person who bid 4:01 gets 5 minutes. The person who bid 4 minutes gets their time and draw odds. So it gets complicated in terms of game theory, bidding strategy, and how much risk you're willing to take. But we might not get there because look at Pranesh's speed. He has more time than he started with. You know what they mean by bonus time? It means that with every move you make, you gain 1 second. So he has 1 minute, 2 seconds And this, what move number was that? This was move number 22. So he is playing incredibly quickly. He is playing so well. He is going right after this white king. Rook f8. Give me this pawn. Give me that pawn. I'm going to get you with a g4 later as well. Your king is in the line of fire. What's the problem? Rook takes f5? He's probably slowing down just to make sure he's not blundering anything. But g4 next. Rook takes b5 at any moment. This looks terrible. I would even be tempted to play king b8 to threaten some kind of knight a5. Because if I move my knight, bishop takes d7 is check. So I want to just move my king out the way and then thread all these tactics thanks to this loose bishop. Queen takes a3 at some moment should be considered, but not when you blunder a knight on c6. So what now is the question. G4 to take this will come to mind. The rook here is under attack. Seems to be a pretty smart move. Excuse me. That's a rook that can be captured. Perhaps Zubov is trying to bank on counterplay against the black king. If this queen could somehow get in here, infiltrate, go in the light squares, we'd be talking. But that bishop would need to be on e4. The bishop's actually on the wrong diagonal. It looks good attacking a knight, but here it would defend and attack. That's a bug house principle for you all, that you want to do both at the same time. Queen takes e4 now is a massive threat. I think it's just winning. Rook takes f3, just crashing through. That's game over. The black pieces are free-flowing. That's checkmate. Queen g3. That is checkmate. That is game. That is the match in Pranesh's favor. He wins in game 6. A critical victory with the black pieces, and he moves through in the winner's bracket. Zubov goes down to the loser's bracket. Who he will face, that is up in the air because we have Bluebaum against Dubov. They drew their first bullet game. Here we are in game 2. And for Daniil Dubov, I mean, this is not what you want. The white pieces, even material, black more active, black ahead on the clock. C4 is one of those moves you play because you need to win. Clearly not a good move. Connect 4, you win that game, but you're also probably going to win this chess game because those pawns are hard to get to. You can't play b4. There's a knight here. Now you definitely can't play b4 because that's locked down. And with that in mind, white will have to somehow play g4, open the position up. If this bishop could get to c7, we're having a different conversation. All these pawns are in dark squares, but knight d3, great find here from Bluebaum. The ending is actually just simply winning. This pawn is in trouble, and the big problem is white's king cannot get back in time. Take it. He's going for a draw. He doesn't need to win. This is very smart. You win the match with a draw. So take the pawn, king e1, knight c1, knight a2, knight b4. The knight escapes. Black is winning objectively in this game. So he is going to be able to take the pawn if he calculates a little bit deeply here. And he's in time trouble. He does take it. So he has figured out that this is a safe path. But he's probably quadruple checking, as you do not want to see your knight get trapped. And instead of drawing this position, which you could probably do with your eyes closed, he didn't want to blunder his knight and lose the game. So bishop d8, d3 is coming. Oh, okay, just take another pawn. And the king can't even approach because king d3, knight b2 check, knight takes a4. Give me all your pawns. Bishop b6, but he doesn't care, right? A draw is the same as a win for black because you win the match. So just bring your king up here, take this pawn, and that's the match. Bluebaum is sending Dubov home. So Daniil Dubov, the super grandmaster, one of the best prepared players, one of the most creative players on the planet, his time in the Speed Chess Championship qualifier is done. His tournament is over. And Bluebaum, I told you, watch out for him. So well prepared, quick when he needs to be, can scramble even with the best of them. Matthias Bluebaum, he advances to the loser's bracket quarterfinals. So we now know who is left. Only 6 players remain. 2 teenagers at the top. And Matthias Bluebaum and 3 other veteran players are in the loser's bracket. So if we zoom in to the winner's bracket, we saw Pranesh win. Ooh, that was a close one against Zubov. The final bullet game going his way. That was a knockout blow. Well, I guess it's a knockout blow. It's just a knockdown to the loser's bracket blow. But either way, Pranesh gets the job done. Denis Lazavik, he wins 3.5 halves. Some of those games were closer than the score would indicate, but it doesn't matter. Lazavik moves on to face Pranesh. Now we see the losers quarterfinals. Kuzubov, Bluebaum, Zubov, Andreikin. We have excellent matchups ahead. We will see all 3 matchups go at the same time. But the players, I do believe they get much needed rest, a little bit of a break before they play their next match. And, well, what are they playing for in general? They're playing to make their way into the Speed Chess Championship. The Speed Chess Championship is the premier online blitz event for the best players in the world. And for the first time ever, you heard that right, it's a historic event. The live finals, keyword being live, will be in Paris, France, September 6th through 8th. So tickets for this year's SC Live Finals in Paris are officially on sale. You are invited. Get your tickets. Early bird pricing will last until the end of the month only. So head to go.chess.com/SEC tickets or use the command TIX, that is TIX, in chat to book your seat at the historic finals. I'll be there. The only question remains is who from this tournament will be there, and will you? And with that, we'll take a quick break. When we return, it's the next stage here with the Speed Chess Championship qualifiers playing. We'll be back soon.
This right here is how I use Chessable and why. I've been using it for a long time. I mean, if you look up here, I actually have my streak. It says 1,231 days, right? You're gonna forget a lot of the things that are in the book. Chessable came around. When I got on Chessable, it's literally, I was already doing that. So this is now a game changer because I can do it faster. It's online, it's in front of me. All of my books are here. There's gonna be folders now, so I can categorize by white, black, and tactics in game. But I literally have everything in one area. As you see, I'm scrolling here. This is why I like this. So they're like, how many Chessable books you got? I'm like, all of them. How I use Chessable is actually, I do a lot for the opening training. I do tactics on here. I do calculation. I do in-game. I do everything but the database. All my training on here all the time. Chessable is the wave. This is why I like to use Chessable. It's actually helped me. I remember even online, I was only like capping out at 2350, almost 2400 and Blitz and Bullet. My chess comm is 26 with a high of 2774 in Bullet. And I blame all of this, like success, really, it's just working on Chessable. Just being honest with you.
We started with 8 players. We are now down to 6. That's the nature of an elimination bracket. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess, here to cover all of the action ahead. This is the Speed Chess Championship getting underway. This is the qualifier. One player and one player only will punch their ticket to the main dance, the SEC, and we will see one of these 6 names. Unfortunately for Daniil Dubov and Andrew Hong, their time in this qualifier has come to a close, but we see Pranesh and Lazavik, the 2 youngsters who put on the show yesterday. They continue their winning ways. They take part in the winners final on the inside track to this last ticket. Meanwhile, in the losers quarterfinals, we have Kuzubov against Bluebaum, Zubov against Andreikin. We have some really hungry competitors down there trying to claw their way back into this competition, because if you start in the losers bracket, you need to win 6 matches today to get that last spot in the SEC. Pranesh, he's in the winners final. He was the final winner yesterday in the play-in tournament in the Swiss. He went 9.5 out of 11. He was an absolute beast. He couldn't be stopped. He just was on a tear, and he continues that tear into today. But his opponent, none other than Denis the Menace. Denis Lazavik, he has put fear into the hearts of men much older than Pranesh, but perhaps Pranesh is young and fearless, so he has what it takes to take down Lazavik. But either way, this is our matchup in the winners bracket final. It's going to be great stuff at the top because Lazavik and Pranesh, these are 2 fantastic players, well prepared, good in all facets of the game, including the time scramble phase, and that is not something to take lightly. You need to be as quick as can be when you have just 2 seconds left and find great moves against great opponents. So the left-hand side of our screens, we have an opening that is near and dear to my heart, where you have both bishops on the c-file, and black is sacrificing, jettisoning multiple pawns to go for the initiative. White took 1, then moved back with a knight. It's known theoretical waters on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, Zubov Andreikin, that promises to be a classical affair, a showdown between 2 methodical players. They like to grind down their opponents to squeeze tiny advantages into nagging ones and turn that into a full point. And while I have you all for a second, while we're looking through the games, I'm going to ask you, chat, to get involved. Which of these 6 players do you think will stamp that final ticket to the Speed Chess Championship? Will be one of these 4 on screen? Will be one of the 2 on the left-hand side of your screen because they're in the winners bracket? Let us know who you think will move through and qualify for the Speed Chess Championship. And without further ado, I'm going to dive deeper into the game on the left-hand side of our screen. We'll start at the top in the winners bracket. Pranesh against Denis Lazavik. And what is happening here? We see a knight that's loose on d5. We see a knight that is loose on d4. So we just saw a capture of a piece. Right now, black has dropped 2 pawns, but has taken a piece. So this is a very weird position where, excuse me, not a taking piece. I can't even count. There's such a weird position. Black is just down 2 pawns. I count correctly now. 8 pawns, these 2 extras for white. 3 minor pieces here, 3 minor pieces here. Black on the clock. So what to do? That is the question. You can take on c3, but after we trade pieces, well, you get one of your pawns back, but not the second. And so that is what perhaps Pranesh is relying on here. And maybe that means a bad opening choice from Lazavik. Apologies that I couldn't even wrap my head around the material count. But for Lazavik, he has no choice but to do a quick little math here, because you don't want to be down a pawn, and you certainly don't want to be down a point in a 6-game match. As you see below me, the knockout format, you're playing 2 games at each of those 3 time controls. And here, the queens are off. White is up a pawn. Black has the bishop pair. I don't think it's full compensation. I'm going to be honest with everybody. Bishop takes d4, pawn takes d4. We get opposite colored bishops. Sure, black may hold the draw, but you need to be very accurate there. Rook hd1 now. And I think a bad outcome for black would be if we see the trade of this bishop for that bishop, because then white does have a true extra pawn. It may be doubled for now, but you can still push them forward and use them to your advantage. The reason why people hate on double pawns is in pure king and pawn endgames. If we took off all of these pieces, all of them, it gets hard to create a pass pawn with double pawns, because normally you want to use them together and protect a square to push them through. Here, that's much more difficult. So that's a long way off. Just wanted to explain why the hate on double pawns, and here why I appreciate them, because they could start moving forward. And for example, c4 opens up the move knight to b5 in the future, and you can then move your knight and play c5, just gaining space, very important space over here on the queen side. So while this game has taken a turn into the end game, let us go back to our two-board view, because the game between Andreikin and Zubov, it doesn't look the same as the one on the left-hand side of our screen, but we have an end game. We have 2 rooks and a knight per side. We also have 7 pawns each. Maybe we'll see some pawn trades, but which player will have the upper hand deep into the end game? As I mentioned, they both are very solid players, very professional in their approach. They don't really take subjective, speculative sacrifices hoping to go for a win in the opponent's king. They really play the game in a fundamentally sound way. So this is an endgame on the right-hand side. Zubov put his rook back where it started, and the reason why, he's anticipating the opening of a file, so he's putting his rook behind a pawn. But why don't we also give a little bit of love to our game that we have not seen, our match that we haven't seen in the losers bracket. We have, of course, the games between Kuzubov and Andreikin, and it looks like in that match, if I'm not mistaken, what happened there? I'm not sure what's going on. It looks like Kuzubov and Andreikin, their first game. Oh, wait. Andreikin's playing right here. Sorry, I'm reading the wrong thing. Kuzubov is playing against Bluebaum. My apologies. No wonder I was so confused trying to find this game. Like, where in the world is it? It doesn't exist, the one that I'm looking for. So we will stay right where we are. Sorry about that, everybody. I'm confusing myself. But we see the blue arrow appear from Denis Lazavik. That was not my arrow. It's the only move for him to stay in the game. Pranesh is now up a pawn. He is up a pawn here in the endgame. Double pawns on the king side. That's the right, left-hand side of our screen, excuse me. Double pawns on the queen side, but he can now start trying to trade pawns and create a passer. So Lazavik is in trouble. Pranesh has done everything you could ask of him. On the right-hand side of our screen, it looks like Zubov is getting active, but Black has a very active rook in the center of the board. The pawn on g5 is tender, but perhaps Andreikin can slide his knight back and try to get rid of the pesky white knight in the center. That might be the way to go at this stage of the game, but you can tell Andreikin not very sure of himself on the right-hand side of our screen. So he's doing his best to stay afloat with tactics now in this endgame. He does bring the knight back. That makes his king feel a lot safer, protects a pawn. And on the left-hand side of our screen, Pranesh, he's moving forward with his pieces. The e-file, it's open, but no available squares. And I think now is the time for Pranesh to start trying to push his pawns. A3, B4. Pranesh, you can do it. Let's bring back that game in full screen if we can, because I think that it's time for Pranesh to start pushing these pawns. I was saying how double pawns, for example, these ones, these are bad pawns. You can't create passers with those kind of pawns, but these pawns are great in this particular position because they keep the black rook out. They keep the black king out. So where does this king hope to go? Down to h3. That's a slow journey. a3, b4. Let's go. Spring forward. a4, a5, by the way, now that I'm looking at the position in a little more depth, that comes to mind. Just trying to break down this pawn structure and get a passed pawn. One thematic idea, and we see the pawn push forward. I'll put this in blue, is you push the pawn to a6. That's not a question mark move. I don't even know what this engine is talking about. I was about to remove it. Thankfully, a move had been played. But a5, if you take, I'm going to either win the c pawn or win the a pawn. But I think the c pawn is more valuable because then the c pawn gets passed. But there is an opportunity for the black rook to get active. Maybe this is what the engines have not loved from the white side over here. But black isn't as passive a position as you can get. So rook d6 back. The threat is rook c6, hitting the rook and the pawn all at once, trying to offer a trade. It's at king g3, and I'm going to start agreeing with the question marks. I know I've been fighting back, pushing back against these assessments, but it does feel like white's play has been a bit aimless. I mean, you gave up the pawn, then you move your king to g3. I understand you want to keep the black king out from over here, but the black king wasn't really getting so far. And a6, what play from Lazavik here, who is going to remain down a pawn, and he is, I guess, properly assessed this position, and he can go a4, a3 at the right moment, try to trade another pawn, and now the black king is keeping the white king frozen. If this white king does start marching around towards the queen side, the black king can run down the board and steal this h pawn, or run in this way and steal these pawns. After h4, it's very clear. Now no longer can the white king move. A4 is a very strong decision. And I'm wondering, after these moves here, what's white's plan? You can go win the c pawn, but you're giving up your better pass pawn to create a second one. There's not going to be any progress, that's for sure. I think this is just a draw. And king takes h4, rook takes h6 check. That would be a big mistake. So don't go taking the h4 pawn. So the king is trying to come around here, but it can't approach. This is important to note, everybody. This pawn keeps the king out of these squares, and this pawn keeps the king out of e4. So the white king actually cannot make progress. So the game was drawn by agreement. I'm going to say it's a bad result for Pranesh. He was outplaying his opponent, Lazavik, here, and he just didn't get the job done. So I see that the chat is rooting for Denis. They'll be happy to see that Denis was able to save that game. And I'm going to take us back on over to the game between Zubov and Andreikin here, because we are in a rook and pawn endgame, or 2 rooks and 5 pawns per side endgame, with a rook trade being offered by Zubov. So if takes check, what happens there? Because the king will have to stay on f2 to keep this pawn protected, but this rook is about to get active. So this is not an even endgame in the sense that, oh, it's an easy draw. And this is what I like to remind people of. Let's do count. 4 pawns per side, but the pawns are on different flanks. And now a4 is dropping, but the f pawn is running quite quickly. The d4 pawn is dropping, but it's not about the quantity of pawns. It's about the quality. And here comes that f pawn. Drop both of your pawns, why don't you? He says, I don't care. Here come these passers, and then this rook can slide to a8. The white king can slither up to g5, and then the pawns, they're going, and they're not that easy to stop. So for Andreikin, he's be very, very careful at this stage. He brings his king up. I actually like that move because he's forcing rook g8. That was the blue arrow, not for me, and we might just see a draw by repetition because the black king doesn't actually want to slide backwards. That's how you get yourself in trouble. And rook g6 says, you're going to be in trouble because I'm going to bring my king up now. I gave a check, but the problem is his a pawn suddenly is fast. So he wants g5. 2 is better than 1. That's actually 1 lone pawn. It only takes 3 moves for that pawn to get fully to the other side. But look at these g and f pawns. Rook h7 to b7. That is something that I would be tempted by. But the black rook will slide behind the passer, and that would force the white rook to reside on a1. And that's not where you want to be. It's quite passive, but I am scared. These 2 pawns are scary because they actually put the black king in nearly a checkmating net. So it's black who still needs to be careful. I'm pretty sure that white will have resources to get out of this. And as soon as I say that, he makes a game-ending blunder. Rook d1 now, the winning move. That makes so much sense. About 3 seconds, and he finds it. Dmitry Andreikin, the endgame maestro, finds the only move here. Rook d1, exclam, and you know that Zubov was looking to move like rook to a4. Wait, he just let it go to the other side. Oh! Andreikin, rook f1, and he sacrifices the rook because he gets a queen, and the queen steals this pawn on f6, and that's the game because if the rook is not captured, the rook takes the pawn, and no longer is there a back rank checkmate. I just want to share that one more time. The f6 threatened rook h8 mate. Zubov was playing for the win, but never count Andreikin out. If the king went to g8, you stop checkmate and 1, but you allow your opponent to queen. Check, your queen would check, white queens first, and then we'll win the game. So at this stage, you're looking at this like, what do I do? Rook d2 check? Instead of king to g8? That's not going to work because then the white king slides up and you can queen. But even when you get that queen, that's still mate in the corner. So rook f1, wow, that is just nicely done from Andreikin. He wins the game. He deserved that one. And that puts Zubov in a tough spot because defeating Andreikin is clearly one of the world's toughest challenges. Like, I actually think that beating certain players because of their positional style, their lack of risk taking, can be harder than beating even the world's top few players because they take more risks. They play with a style where they're super hungry to win, but they may find themselves in trouble. Andreikin's so difficult to beat, and Zubov resorting to like a modern King's Indian type of position. But look at what Andreikin has done. All of his pieces on healthy squares, and I don't think this pawn is even going to be captured, because at the very least f7 will fall. But more importantly, let's say I take and you take this e4 pawn, I just move my bishop out the way and you have a problem down the e-file. Your queen's under attack and your rook cannot be defended behind it. So I like white. I'm going to be honest. White's position looks very nice to me. And okay, the game continuation is here, where white has the healthy pawn structure in the center. Black is a little bit cramped because there is the pawn on a5, but other than that, all of black's pieces sit on his first 3 ranks. White, on the other hand, has more active pieces. A bishop on b5. This pawn up here is annoying. The d4 square carved out for some pieces now. The knight on b4 that does sit and look annoying, but knight takes a5 at any moment can be considered removing the guard of this knight, and it's played. So Dmitry didn't want to wait a second longer. His pawn structure may not be the prettiest, but it's not about looks. It's about what's happening on the board. Rook a4, give me that e4 pawn. So Zubov, credit to him, he saw through the variation that though he be down a pawn temporarily, e4 will in fact drop, it would appear. Are there tactics? Rook e4, bishop g5 comes to mind. But I think actually, yeah, that does work, but the queen can move to d7. So is bishop g5, queen d7, so bishop b6. Same tactic, but this is just obvious. Bishop b6, found by Andreikin. I missed it, so I don't fault Zubov for missing it. Rook takes rook, queen takes rook, rook e1. It's a pin. And the rook on the end of the line cannot be defended. It's a similar concept as the other variation. So Andreikin, look at him. He's leaning back. He's doing the rockaway, and he's just cooking Zubov right now. This is game over. This is actually as easy as it gets. He's going to go a full rook up. So Andreikin, he looks like someone who's on a mission to make it back to the Speed Chess Championship. He's been there before. He's lost nail-biter finishes. I mean, he's such a strong player, and he wins game 2. So he's up 2-0 in his match. Why don't we give a little bit of love to some of the other matches? We haven't even looked at Bluebaum against Kuzubov. So I want to get us there because that feels like a match that deserves some love first and foremost, but also a match between players who also have a style where they're very tough to beat. So f6, challenging this knight on e5, you just know that tactics are in the air somewhere, that the players want to make a move like queen h5, going for glory. No guts, no glory, they say. I don't really always believe in that because sometimes you spill your guts, and if you take a pawn on h7 and you don't have a checkmate lined up, you may be down material, but let's just see it. Like, I have to go for it. Queen h5 here, knight g6, and the engine likes it. You can't play queen f7 because you're walking to checkmate. Queen e8, for example, keeps the f7 square free for the king. So queen h8, king f7, you see that was actually a mistake because you don't want this rook. That's not what you're going for. A position like this, black has 2 minor pieces, a bishop and a knight for a rook. And you have a pawn as well, but it's about the minor pieces. They dominate. So I think as we look at this game, bishop takes h7 check. Not only was it a move that I was just seeing and trying to make work, it was the only move to leave white with the advantage. Instead, Bluebaum retreats. Knight to f3, bishop f7 played, and there is a problem on e3. There's bishop on g3. What is that bishop doing there? Maybe at some point he might bring his knight back to e5 to sacrifice a piece to try to open up lines, but I don't like this bishop. He can move it and play g4. That could be another idea. And e3 looks tender, but perhaps it's not so vulnerable after all. And a trade of bishops will allow a knight to c4. Also makes e4 harder to push. So I like the way both sides are playing, but bishop takes h7 would have been the move. Let's go back to our 2-board view because it looks like Denis Lazavik and Pranesh are in an endgame, and Denis Lazavik is doing Denis Lazavik things. He is pursuing an endgame win, and he just wants to get his knight, outclass the bishop, and say the bishop is resorting to passivity. It has to defend pawns, and there's a passed e-pawn as well. So here comes a check on the 7th rank. It feels like Lazavik is oh so close to finding a way through here. Maybe rook e7. Actually, that bishop is almost trapped, and he plays the move. On the right-hand side of our screen, if the bishop moves to f7, pawn goes to e6, bishop's trapped. King f8 here, rook h7, he's going pawn hunting. And very importantly, the d4 pawn cannot be touched. Even if that black rook could go and take the pawn right now, there would be knight e6 check, a fork. So here comes the white king out of check. Knight e6 check is coming. The bishop on e8, still a very sad passive piece. And knight e6, followed by rook takes h6, looks like it should be good enough because the white king will also go up to g5 and to f6 on the right-hand side of our screen. So Denis Lazavik, he's trapped that bishop. He didn't even go for the plan I was suggesting because he wants to trap the bishop, but the bishop still alive. It's safe on g6 for the time being. Knight f8, rook takes d4 check, then pawn to g4. And finally, the bishop would have been trapped, but instead he goes for the c6 pawn first. I think that Lazavik, he's just trying to make sure that black is as tied down as possible. On the left-hand side of our screen, we see that Matthias Bluebaum making some faces here, not thrilled with the position that he's faced with because the e4 square, there's a knight on d6 ready to hop in. The c4 square also is tender, and a black knight wants to get there. So I feel like black's foundation is more solid. White has things that he needs to figure out. And we see that Bluebaum takes that knight on d6, and will he push e4? Yes, he does, but the engine's starting to like black on the left-hand side of our screen. On the right-hand side of our screen, that's the worst bishop you could ask for if you are Pranesh. Knight f8 traps the bishop there because bishop g8. Let's actually pull that game up real quick because I want to show you a fun little checkmate that can happen, and now it might happen because bishop g8, knight g6 is kind of a smothered checkmate over here, and otherwise you lose the bishop and the game. And very importantly, the knight has to take this bishop here because if you take with the rook, the king slides to g8, your knight's under attack, which can't be defended. And if the knight moves, the rook is hanging over on h7. So rook f2, king slides back, that's game. Knight takes h7, and knight f6 will threaten checkmate on h7. So knight f6, king f8, e6, rook g7. This is all going to happen. Rook g7, knight h7 check, king g8, and e7, and that's game over. So this looks like a winning position, but knight h7, the king needs to stay tied to this rook. He goes this way. Wait, could he go to e7 there as well? But he's keeping all his pieces. This is like a much cleaner, easier way of doing things, but I was thinking about the check and push. He just says, okay, let me trade off, liquidate, went ahead, and get the win. So Pranesh now gets the white pieces. We're moving to quicker time controls. This is game 3. Lazavik leads 1.5. We saw Kuzubov and Bluebaum drew their first game, and Dmitry Andreikin, he hasn't even drawn a single game today. He can't be stopped. I'm going to go down to his match because something about Andreikin at the moment is like next level and scary for everybody who might face him because he's now won 6 games in a row. His blitz rating is probably, he's like farming people. That's what they call it. But the person he's playing against is rated 3,062. So you don't farm people at that rating. So Andreikin is just in killer mode right now, playing his best chess. Here comes a bishop to the long diagonal. It might be joined by a queen, and we may see just a checkmate along the diagonal. I think that black will be forced to play move like f6 at some point. But playing blitz, saving your king, who cares about the c6 pawn? That's black's extra pawn. Let me ask you, chat. How many of you would actually want to have black's position here? You have the extra pawn, so it says +1. And I know a lot of you rely on +1 underneath your name to tell you, who's winning because you have more points. But if we're talking about the actual elements of the position, white's king is safe behind his moated pawns. f2 over to h2, safe and sound. Queen c5 play, what a clever little move there, going after the e7 pawn, stopping e5 because the bishop can take, giving up the e4 pawn just to play rook e1, or to play f3. Wow, he set up a trap. Queen takes e4, f3 runs into a little baby fork in these positions, and that would win white a piece. So now he goes rook e1. I'm a little bit worried for the black queen in some variations, but it can slide back to h6. Queen c3, as mentioned, can be met by e5. So Zubov is holding on for now, but I do prefer white's position still. Maybe in a few moves I'll change my mind and say that black is fully equalized and is without any major risk. I'm going to just look at some of our other matchups. Bluebaum against Kuzubov, going to slide us on over there because I saw the evaluation bar saying white is winning. Matthias Bluebaum has a queen and rook on the 7th rank. The black forces tied to g7. The knight on c8 in big trouble. Rook to d8, knight e7. The knight can jump out here. Still looks not great, but perhaps it's worth investing some time improving your knight or pushing your pawn first. But pushing the pawn does allow the knight to escape, so I would be a little bit careful before doing that. Although c6, knight b6, rook d8, they're back rank problems, the pass pawn problems. He starts with rook to d8, knight e7, saves the knight, also gives the king an escape route, and now the evaluation is back towards the middle. So Matthias Bluebaum, he's the one in time trouble. Kuzubov using the clock as a 17th piece, as a weapon here. King f7, if you take this pawn a7, isn't that? No, it's not an immediate draw, because check here. Knight can slide back to g1, and it stops the checks. There's no unlimited checks here. Queen takes c3 does give black a pawn. Apparently stealing a free pawn was not the way to go, while also stopping the passer from running. That's a blunder? Knight f5 to g3 probably. Okay, same idea. He wants knight f5, but don't go knight f5 now because g4 wins a piece. So he goes king h6. Trying to get after this pawn over here. Knight f5 before walked into queen b3 check. So just that's something to note. Queen c1. If I'm white, I would consider queen c1 to get myself into this risk-free ending where I have an outside pass pawn. But g5 played from Kuzubov. Don't drop this f6 pawn. Queen comes into f2. And this is why, as the player with the white pieces, I would think about trying to force the draw because knight f5 is looking scary. He gives up a knight to win this pawn, but knight g6 at the end. He starts with knight g. Oh my goodness. He wants mate. He wants mate. You can't stop the checkmate. And Yuri Kuzubov has turned this around completely. You saw Matthias Bluebaum's face where he's just like, what did I do? How did this happen? How could this happen? And how could it happen? Because Yuri Kuzubov is a monster at blitz. He may not be a name that everyone has heard of, but he just turned that game around. And if you weren't paying attention, you missed it. Life happens fast, everyone, and so does checkmate. That's mate on g2. It was unavoidable at that stage. Matthias Bluebaum now trails in the match just when it looked like he was going to have a winning game and a lead in the match. So we're going back to the game of Andreikin and Zubov. What's happening here? The Black King still not looking entirely safe. I like that move. Rook d4 almost threatens to win it. Threatens to win a bishop, but the queen can go to f1 with check. Oh. I mean, you're just... Look at Andreikin go. He makes chess look easy. These black pieces could never find good ground. They were not stable. And here we go, breaking open the position. What even is the best way to do this? Is rook e1 comes to mind. There's going to be a queen c7 check at the right moment. What is it here? Where is the crusher? Rook f3. I could see an argument for as well, going right after this f6 pawn. You really want black to commit to this move f5, because as soon as black makes that move, all the dark squares are vulnerable. Rook f3 played, and I was thinking he might try to sack here, but I'm realizing, well, I think he might be able to, but he goes rook d6. Look at him go. Firing on all cylinders. There is no rook e1 check. The bishop covers that. Now queen c7 check. Okay, where's this king think it's going? Is it h6? Is it bishop takes f6? I think bishop f6 does work because there's no rook e1 and queen h4 mate as the bishop on f6 covers the square. I just drew a bunch of arrows, but the point is the bishop covers this h4 square, and Andreikin has time to calculate. Bishop on f6 helps deliver some checkmates. He plays h6 instead. You see the evaluation. Oh, mate in one. Andreikin is just brutal right now. He just crushed in this match. That was the fourth game. I thought it was the third game even. Dmitry Andreikin is 8-0 today. He beat Andrew Hong 4-0. He beat Alexander Zubov 4-0. So Zubov started on the mountaintop in the winner's bracket, but unfortunately he's gone. He lost 2 matches in a row, and that is that. We say goodbye, but for Alexander Zubov, of course, we wish him the best and hope to see him soon in more of these competitions. So let's go back to our winner's bracket. We have H2 check given an exclamation point. Denis Lazavik at 1.5 out of 2. And B6, watch out if you are Pranesh. A quick material count tells us that white has 6 pawns to black's 5. But it almost doesn't look like white's up a pawn. There is a passed D pawn and a potential passed pawn on the king side. These pawns, not exactly great. But A4, bishop A2, and what black needs to do is get the bishop to C2. That is hard to manufacture, But what I'm trying to suggest is that if this bishop got to c2, you could get it to b3 as well. Keeps the white king stuck in place. f4, then bishop to c2. So Lazavik, world-class player, exceptional understanding of the game. White is frozen. That's his point. The f4, it looks to make progress. You push your pawn, but anytime you played f4, bishop can come to c2, and now your king can't move except to shuffle between these squares, and you're asking for trouble by playing on. So Denis Lazavik, he draws this game. Let's go to the next one between these two. We are off into game 4, 3-minute time control with 1 second bonus time. Let's go back to our two-board view, because while this match is in game 4, the other match is in game 3 between Matthias Bluebaum and Yuri Kuzubov. Kuzubov leads the match 1.5 to half against Bluebaum. This is in the losers bracket, the last life for these players. And I have to say that despite having the lead, it is Kuzubov who's actually been on the back foot for longer. Matthias Bluebaum was outplaying him, was up a pawn when we checked in. He was up, I think, 2 pawns for a brief moment, but he could not find his way through the complications in time trouble. And now on the right-hand side of our screen here, we see that white has sacrificed a piece and is going to win it back in the center. And what's going on here? Queen b1 on the right-hand side of our screen. It threatens the b5 pawn and the e4 pawn all at once. White has 5 pawns, black currently 6, but one of those pawns is dropping. You can't keep the e4 pawn. In fact, rook e8 on the right-hand side of our screen. Rook takes e4 may still be possible in some positions because there are pins and hanging pieces everywhere. But I think for Kuzubov, queen to b1 is coming. He's just trying to get that e4 pawn with all of his might, take it, and then restore material equality. But Bluebaum is thinking he might play b4. Yes, he does. There is Bluebaum on the right-hand side, pushing a pawn, creating a passer, and saying, good, have my pawn. Enjoy it. I hope it was tasty. Now I'm going to try to create a pass pawn and a queen on the left-hand side of our board on the right-hand side of our screen. So we see on the left-hand side board, I'm going to pull our attention there because I don't know what this opening is, was, and will be, but all I know is that black has given up material and gets a question mark for his last move, which I am not sure I agree with. So let's go into our game between Denis Lazaruk with the white pieces and Pranesh with black, because as we look at this board specifically, black is very active here. The last move, a3, keeps this black bishop out of b4. That's critical. d5, nope, that's not the right arrow. That's not the right arrow either. Third time's the charm. There we go. Knight takes d5 will be a move in the future. That's why knight to b6 was played. Black has the activity. White has the material. Chat, which side would you rather have right now? The extra pawn or an active rook? A bishop staring at a weak pawn on a3. A bishop on f5. Make sure that the white rook can't try to trade itself for the very impressive rook on b2. I'm not even sure which side I would have. So I asked that question. It's not rhetorical. I don't have the answer. I see the evaluation bar saying white is slightly better, but it's blitz chess. Mistakes happen, and well, mistakes happen as soon as I say mistakes happen. Rook b3 apparently not the correct continuation. I wonder why though, because rook c1 walks right into bishop takes pawn on a3. So that's not it. Knight takes f7, king e8. Why are my arrow game so off? Knight takes h8, rook takes c3. That knight looks trapped over there in the corner, but is it, is the question. Lazavik says, let me find out. I'm going to go for that rook. He takes it, rook takes c3. I'm guessing some kind of g4 at the right moment. Okay, e4. That's a joke. g4 came to mind because I was trying to just kick this bishop out of the diagonal and get my knight to g6. I'm realizing now, though, that the bishop can slide back to h7, so all was for nothing. But e4? Really? Perhaps it's a similar idea, and it gets the bishop out with check and allows you to castle. e3 was the response. I don't want to call it materialistic. It does allow white to keep this pawn, but it was not approved of by the engine, which says that now black is inching closer to the middle of the evaluation bar towards equality, but it's not equal. It might be dynamic chances, but bishop takes a3, I think, is where I would have gone. Knight c4. He wants that pawn with his knight, but bishop e2 and castle kingside. Denis Lazavik spots it. There's also bishop h5 check, which frees the knight, allows it to escape, and now Denis really is winning. I think that before it was unclear. I thought that +2 was generous. Now I'm looking at this like, no, white's in charge for sure. g6 played to get bishop g7 next, trapping the knight. g4, bishop e4, f3, bishop c2, e3 becomes loose, but bishop takes c4 and king d2 is available there, and that solves white's problems. I actually think that's the exact continuation needed. I'm going to show it because I can. Take this knight, and no matter what you take with rook or pawn, here, this is a problem because your rook is under attack, and once it moves, you lose the bishop. So if you take with the rook, there's ideas with rook c1, but king d2 first, bishop g7, and now rook c1. And the bishop can't stay attached to the g6 pawn, so the knight will survive. It will not lay down and die. So we have seen, in fact, this exact continuation. My analysis was somewhat unnecessary because they're showing us what's what. Instead of parking on e4 first, it went straight on over to c2, but bishop e4, rook c1 would have still been the winning plan. And here we go. The bishop has to go back to h7. I think it is time to take and play rook to c1. He's going for it. And if bishop g7, rook takes c4, there's rook c8 at the end. And unfortunately for Pranesh, he won't even get to steal the knight because he loses bishop. Bishop d3, rook c3 is the move, and then rook takes bishop, and the knight escapes anyway. So this is, of course, not going to help. This is completely one-sided traffic. It is going to be, I think rook a4 takes a7, and is played, is the best way forward. Denis Lazavik, you don't want to mess with this guy. You don't want to give him too many chances. You don't want to let him stay alive too long in these blitz games, because once he survives, he then goes on to win games just like this, and he's up 3 pawns and an exchange. He wins. He now only needs a draw to move on to the winner's final. So let's zoom out of this one back to our 2-board view, because we have action on... Oh, I clicked on the game that I wanted to get to, and, well, that made sense at the time, but now we have it double trouble. Let me bring up the... Producer, we're doing the same thing. My bad. Sorry. We're both trying to get us to the other game. So look at me. I'm at fault here. My apologies, everybody. But here we go. 2-board view. And we see on the right-hand side, the match is even. Bluebaum, he ties it up. He's played the better chess of the two. He just had a late-game fumble in the second game. And then we see on the left-hand side of our screen, Denis Lazavik. He is in charge. He is up 3-1, only needs a draw. So we see that he is playing solid chess, solid as it gets on the left-hand side of our screens. And on the right-hand side, it looks very complicated between Bluebaum and Kuzubov. It's an open board. White has an isolated pawn, but it's also a thorn in black's side. That's the game on the right-hand side of our screen. That pawn in the center there is restricting black's mobility, but it can be a long-term weakness. Isolated pawns are bad because they don't have pawns to protect them, and a pawn's best friend is another pawn. You don't really want to have your more valuable pieces tied down to the defense of the least valuable piece. So the left-hand side of our screen, we have what looks like a very closed position. Knights usually do quite well in closed positions. Black, Denis Lazavik, has 2 knights compared to the bishop pair that Pranesh has. So I do think that Lazavik has everything under control. On the right-hand side, on the left-hand side, of our screen. On the right-hand side, we see the game between Bluebaum and Kuzubov. Why don't we get into the weeds of the Pranesh-Lazavik game, because this might be the final game of this match, whereas in the other one, we know for sure we will have more chess between those two. And we checked in at the right time because h4 was played, which was considered a blunder. The queen took... Oh, goodness. All of black's pieces are entering. This is bullet chess, everybody. So it's not like they have much time to think about their decisions. And here we see f4 takes, g takes, knight f3, or should I say knife f3. I think that just wins a piece for black because there was mate on h2, and the knight on e3 has been loose. So here we see the queens come off the board. Material count is extra pawn for black. All he needs is the draw. So why even play for a win? If you can just simplify, make the draw within sight, just do that. f5 is bad, knight f6 is good, the e4 pawn is gone. So f takes e, rook takes e is always going to hurt. This bishop is barely a bishop. It's kind of like a pawn. And here we see the pawns have collapsed. Black is winning. Will Denis win the game? He doesn't need to. He might just settle for a draw if it becomes available to him. But he's opening up the queen side, the second flank. It's not good enough to just be up 2 pawns and doing nothing. You want to open up the second front so that you can get active pieces. A rook needs an open file. This rook staring into your own pawn. This rook staring into a white pawn. And c5. White is trying to get active here, maybe even playing c6. Shouldn't do much of anything, but rook b2, that's a good move. 1 pawn has been captured back, but rook trades are being offered, and watch out. If this bishop ever moves, it's checkmate. The king can't move, but is there a draw? I think there is. Yes, there is a draw. And it's mate. What am I talking about? It's not mate. I take it back. But a draw by agreement. And that is the match. The point, everybody, is that the king couldn't go to f1 because bishop d3 was checkmate. The knight, the bishop, and the rook take away all the squares from the white king. And Lazavik needed a draw to advance. A draw was obtained. So congratulations to Denis Lazavik. For all the Pranesh fans out there, he still stays in the competition. Let us go to the only game remaining now in this stage of the tournament. We are in the losers bracket. It is Bluebaum, it is Kuzubov, and the players are tied 1.5, 1.5. This is game 4, the last of the 3-minute plus 1 second time control, and there's so much at stake. If the player loses the match, they're gone. This is their last life. For Bluebaum, he entered the day with just a single life. Kuzubov, he had the luxury of being in the winner's bracket, but he suffered defeat earlier today. Now he is trying to avoid that fate. And we see black getting activity. Rook a3 comes to mind. Go after this b3 pawn. Watch out for tactics, though. This knight on c5, it is loose. So, yeah, there it is. Knight c6. I was about to say a knight move looks like it could hurt. Missed opportunity. Knight 6, pawn takes, pawn takes. Throw that in there. The knight on c5 was in trouble. And look at that. We don't have much time, but quick instant replay. We see a queen sack. Brilliant move. Giving up the queen to get a queen. And now the reason why black went for this is domination, control, key squares. Black has the dark squares in his control. White doesn't have a dark square. Bishop, only black does. And even this king can enjoy the ride. King f6, king e5 later in this game looks very appealing to my eyes. The knight on c5 can't be booted. No rook b... Well, I said no rook b5. And the bishop move. Now rook b5 becomes available. And bishop d6 played to protect the knight, which protects the pawn. Is this really a bishop? Can somebody tell me? I need your clarification. This bishop on f3 stares into its own pawn. If it goes here, great. You attack a pawn that can't be attacked another time. If you ever go back here, stares into its own pawn. Bishop d1, you can't go here. You cannot sit with us, says the black rook and knight. And so activity galore for black's pieces. White on the back foot. White in time trouble. Down to 3 seconds. Rook c2 played. There's going to be a back rank problem here, but don't lose track of your knight. The knight steps back. e3 can be captured. f4. Playing f4 would have exposed this e3 pawn. It was pinned to the king. Now the king steps out the way. White gives up a pawn, but it says that white is actually getting closer and closer to equality. Bishop a4, rook b6. Here comes the bishop. It has a new lease on life in this position. Rook e2 check is available. All right, the king will step back to f6. Black still dominating right now. He wants h4. He wants knight e4, knight g3, h4. That's what he wants. He wants checkmate. He has checkmate on the brain. Here it comes. h4, rook c1, and there's going to be a checkmate on not g1, but on h1. Black wins on time. The problems continue for Matthias Bluebaum in time trouble. King g1. He wants rook c1 check. King f2. It looks like you're escaping to e3, right? That's the point. But the black king can also march a bit closer here, taking away the e3 square, trying to get rook f1, check, and mate. So that game is over and done with. Kuzubov gets the win, and now we head to bullet chess. Okay, he's going to take a breath, he's going to have some water, and then he's going to talk like an auctioneer. That's the plan, everybody. I'm speaking third person. All right, bullet chess. We have, indeed, knight f3. The bishop on e5 is under attack. We have a pin on this knight. This knight is also capturable, and I say that because bishop b5 check will expose an attack on the d5 pawn. So bishop f6. He didn't play it. He reversed the move order. Should still be okay. But bishop f6 might force g takes f6. This is an ugly position for Bluebaum. This is a dream position for Kuzubov. If he wins, Bluebaum is out of the competition. So Bluebaum needs to draw at minimum in this game. And I don't even say win. because the position looks very ugly. The knight can sit on h4. This is a very solid configuration of pawns here, playing against your opponent's bishop. I'm going to try to draw these pawns here. Your opponent's darks for bishop. Shut the bishop down. Queen h5, going on the offensive. Knight gets the f5 square. d4, I like it, trying to open things up. If he could play d3, he would. Then bishop b6, go for an open diagonal. Bishop a5 comes to mind at the right moment to take away the e1 square and play bishop h3. Rook e1 here. There could be threats down the e line. Queen g5, watch out. Queen takes h4 is a threat. There is a pin on the g file. King h1, there may still be queen h4 ideas, not immediately, but in the air with bishop h3 coming. So I really like knight g2, a safe defensive move. The queen can slide out to f3, like right now. And black wants h4 and wants to sacrifice a piece on g3. You know that's what Bluebaum has in mind. He wants to go for the attack, but with the queen sitting on f3, it's going to be hard to orchestrate. h4, the best defense is a good offense, right? That's what they say. He plays offense, kicking the black queen out of g5. Queen f3 hits b7. It goes queen c1. Bishop takes g3 now. Watch out. And queen d2, he says, I will watch out. Preemptive defense on g2. We take, here it comes. We see the sacrifice, but it doesn't actually do the trick. Bishop e4 protects, not the correct move. Rook g4 incoming. There's h4 and e4 and c4 all under attack. And what's next here? Queen f6, okay. This rook needs to jump to g8. If that rook could play rook g8, you would start thinking about a more vicious attack, but rooks don't move like that. And we see 9.9 seconds left for white. So Kuzubov needs to keep the speed up. But where does this rook even go? King e8? Wow, what a move. I thought bishop takes b7 with bishop c6 to follow would be an idea. The bishop just needs to stay in line with his knight over here on g2. That is the one loose piece. Here we go. Watch out. That would be a mate. King d7. Love the defense. Here comes the rook. Suddenly, we have a turnaround. And he walked in a mate. He walked into a checkmate, but so did black. Oh, goodness. Black had to go king back to e8. He stepped in the wrong direction. Will white find the checkmate? That's the question. Or will we see a draw? Queen b4? Queen a... Oh, where is it? He's going to make the draw. Okay, quick instant replay, everybody. King e8, the blue arrow appears, and the reason why is that there are no checks. I take it back. There's one check, and there are no more after that because the queen defends e6. You can't defend g2 enough times. Just very quickly show why that this would still be checkmate. So black had the upper hand just for a moment. We get a draw, which means we get more chess. On to game two. Matthias Bluebaum stays in the competition. He needs to win with white right now. He has no other options. Knight to g5, gaining space. Black is playing this cagey style of chess. I know that word is thrown around a lot, but what else do you call a Fischer random style opening where your knights go to the king side and you start pushing pawns like this? The bathtub pawn formation is in full effect. We see it here. This is a good formation where it keeps enemy pieces out. No crossing this threshold here, but b4, we got to open up the front and take on c5 opens up the b file. But rook b1 usually met by a b6 move. And with the bishops staring at each other, that makes this kind of idea much more attractive from the black side. Bishop d2 played. King f7. If this rook could teleport to c8, I think we'd be having a different conversation. But the rook being stuck on h8 makes it a little bit unpleasant. But here come the knights. And this pawn is a target. It might not even be a target. It could just be captured at some moment. But there would be knight takes e5 ideas, and it's too much to calculate. So why get yourself into any potential danger? So knight h7, rook to f8 to follow. Knight d7. Is there any kind of queen g5? Probably not here. Knight b5, that looks very strong. Then followed by queen to g5. Oh, there are tactics here. Knight b5 looks very, very good. a6, knight a7 to c6. Bluebaum finds it. We may have Armageddon if this match ends in a tie, but Kuzubov trying to play defense, trying to get this knight, rook f6, hard move to play, and queen g5, inaccuracy at a critical juncture from Bluebaum. Knight f7, we might see an exchange sack, and knight takes d6, and we do see just that, but rook f8, there is no mate. We protect the bishop. That was needed here. And it looks to me like the worst is behind black, but there is a pass pawn on d5. This pawn on c4 is well guarded. Knight comes back to b5 at this stage. Bishop e8, trying to trade pieces. Liquidation favors black. And after a take on e7, there's rook a5. There's still rook a5. Yeah, black is not just drawing this game. Black's even winning this position. Great play from Kuzubov. There was one moment there, rook f6, leading with a rook from Bluebaum. He missed it. It was not an easy move to spot, putting your rooks in the line of sight of the black queen. But it would have been winning, apparently, for white. Now it's losing. And for Kuzubov, it's bullet with increment. He also has 23 seconds to opponent's 8. So unfortunately for Matthias Bluebaum, the player from Germany, is being knocked out of the competition. Kuzubov, he stumbled, but he got back up and he rose to the occasion. He will go on here in the losers bracket because I just don't see a universe. And now it's actually just impossible for black to lose this game unless you lose on time. He might even just take this bishop. That would be a funny move to play. Completely unnecessary because you can just win. And a draw is good enough, right? So a stalemate, that would do the trick if needed. But checkmate is better. That's game. That's match. That's Kuzubov. He wins. Bluebaum, his camera's gone, and he's gone from this competition. Yuri Kuzubov stays alive, and he will advance to the losers semifinal. So we start with 8 players. The field continues to shrink at this stage. Kuzubov has left the building, but he will return because Kuzubov faces Andreikin next. We see the results. Pranesh, he lost for pretty much the first time. He's taken down by Denis Lazavik. You see him, he has his place in the losers final, where Denis Lazavik awaits the winner of the losers bracket in the grand final. Lazavik still with 2 lives. The rest of the players, they are on their last remaining life. They will only have the matches in front of them. They cannot afford to drop them. Kuzubov Andreikin up next, followed by Pranesh facing on the winner against those two. And Lazavik, he can get some real rest and relaxation. And Denis, if you're watching the show, congratulations. You have some time to spare. Maybe he'll do some preparation. But Denis Lazavik awaits, and he may find his way through to the Speed Chess Championship. And if you want more speed chess, we got more coming your way, and with some of the greatest talents of the game of chess. Because I was going to say June 29th, and I realized I could say tomorrow. Tomorrow, the sun will come out, and so will the Chess Kid Youth Championships. They are happening tomorrow. Stars like Ashwath Kaushik, the youngest ever player to defeat a GM, and Yagiz Erdomas. You see him there smiling with those glasses there. Oh, he's maybe smiling, but you will not when you face him. He will be playing the highest rated 12-year-old in chess history, will headline the under 13 group and compete for the first ever title. That's tomorrow, June 29th. Catch the action on Chess.com streams and use the command CKYC right now in chat for everything you need to know. Abhimanyu Mishra, the youngest grandmaster in history. Yagiz Erdomas, the highest rated 12-year-old ever. And we got Miaoyi Liu there as well. She is making a name for herself. She is rising the ranks, the international master from China. She is a star in her own right. So we will take a break, but when we return with the losers semifinal, it's Kuzubov, it's Andreikin, it's next. We'll be back soon.
Introducing Chess Events by Chess.com, the brand new app that helps you stay up to date with the latest tournaments and results of the most important games. Get breaking news, tournament updates, live stream coverage, results of your favorite players, or a specific matchup you're excited for. Never again miss a tournament's final outcome, a critical moment, or news recaps by the world's top chess journalists. Chess Events makes it easier than ever to bring the chess world to you. Download the app today.
It's crazy.
Oh my God.
I don't feel it yet because there's so much spice already in my mouth.
Turn the thermostat up.
Please, no milk. No milk.
No f***ing milk, James.
I'm gonna go to the ambulance.
What's up, everyone? Chess is hard as it is, but we're about to make it even harder by playing chili chess. For every type of piece we capture, we are gonna eat a chip with some hot sauce on it, starting with the pawns, knights, bishops, and rooks, a queen, and then the loser of the game is gonna eat this drenched chip over here.
Ready to go?
Yeah.
And here we go.
Oh man, we battled a lot in the. It's like you letting me take it, bro. We get.
Instant, you must be hungry, bro.
I'm too scared to capture.
Take it, bro.
No, because then we have to eat the.
You know what? Now you gotta eat the freaking chip.
All so big. Oh.
Yes.
Oh man. Oh. It feels like I'm inhaling a barbecue. I hate that one.
That's pretty good.
God. That is the official.
Your turn, buddy. Beautiful.
That one's weird, man. It's like citrusy, but like
Correct.
kind of tastes like.
You know what? That's exactly what it would taste like.
I'm rolling up mine. We got the end game with the chips. This is
Hey,
torture.
which one do I want? Okay. None of these. I'm back.
I like how silent psychological battle. Nobody's drank milk yet.
Right.
We're like, okay. All right. Word looks different when you high on spice.
Oh man. I'm hitting different. Oh, shit's kind of hot to be chilling like that. It's definitely getting hot in this room, guys. You didn't turn the thermostat up?
Oh, I took a pawn, mister.
Oh, you took a pawn. You did. Damn, bro, you catching everything.
Ah! Oh!
Let's check.
Oh my God, I lost on time. No!
Oh, that's not bad.
Oh my God.
You know. Okay, so the problem is I don't feel it yet because there's so much spice already in my mouth. So it's probably gonna be like how Magnus said, creeps up on you. Yep, now it's starting to creep up. I feel it. I feel it.
Oh man.
I'm gonna go to the ambulance. I'm gonna call them people right now.
Hold my hand.
Please.
No milk.
No milk.
No milk. We're doing this with no milk. No fucking milk, James. So two brothers. We in a ditch somewhere.
Yep.
Explosions all around.
No milk. We asked them, I'm like, you need a Band-Aid? No, I need no milk. No milk.
Cool.
I'm gonna feel that for a few days, 2 hours.
Bro.
I did, bro. I did. But your brain don't work right with all the spices and
No,
stuff.
man. Bro, I can't feel my fingers.
Oh,
Same time next week?
sure. It's a date.
Welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship Qualifier. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me today are the 4 players left in the competition. I'll be riding solo, but these players, well, they're in a double elimination bracket, or at least so they were at the start. Denis Lazavik is the only player left with 2 lives. Can he come out unscathed, or will one of the players in the losers bracket be able to make their way through the gauntlet and then take him down in the grand final? That is the ultimate question. Who will stamp their ticket through to the Speed Chess Championship? I would say the player who's played best today was the player still in the losers bracket, Denis Andreikin. He won his quarterfinal matchup in the losers bracket 4-0 against Zubov. Earlier, he beat Andrew Hong 4-0 as well. So he has played 8 total games today, and he has won them all. Denis Andreikin is not a man you want to mess with. You do not want to see him find his form because he is one of the most accurate players in the world of chess. I am not overstating the case. He is fantastically solid, and he will make you pay the price if you take a step in the wrong direction. He'll beat you in the end game if he finds himself with even the slightest of chances. He'll sacrifice the rook like he did against Zubov in that game where it was pass pawns against his king, but his pass pawn did the last laughing, and he was able to win. And you see him with a little bit of a smile on his face. He's getting set to face off against Yuri Kuzubov. And what's at stake in this competition? Well, there is a bit of prize money attached. Of course, want to compensate the players for their time. But that plus next to first place, $375, that's nice. They'll cash that. You'll buy some nice things with it. But the SCC qualification, that is what all chess players want to participate in. The Speed Chess Championship, the online premier event for speed chess that the world has. Hikaru Nakamura, Magnus Carlsen, he is your reigning winner, is Carlsen, but Hikaru and Magnus, they sort of trade off wins in the SCC. Will a new face be crowned? That is the ultimate question, but who will be the 16th and final participant? That's the big question we are answering today. So the players, that's what they have on their minds. They get a little bit of a break, a breather, but they have to reset, and the action will continue very shortly here. You know, I can see Yuri Kuzubov just sat back down. He is set to face Dmitry Andreikin, and he better lock in. You cannot be distracted for even a moment against Andreikin because he really does make you pay. Ask Andrew Hong, ask Alexander Zubov. Chat, I would ask you to ask yourselves that, but I'm guessing most of you haven't had the luxury, or should I say the pain, of playing Dmitry Andreikin. But I know from experience, Andreikin is a punisher. He gets you into that endgame grind, and you'll be very fortunate to make it out alive. So we do have liftoff. We do have game one. And as we see on the board in front of us, we have a quiet start to the game. Knight b to d7, blocking in your own bishop, but also asking your opponent, okay, what's next coming from you? Where are you going to put your dark square bishop? f4, g5. Okay, queen c2. You're going to go in that direction. Some positions, black takes on c4 and plays knight to b6. If you are hungry, if you're greedy, you can take in that direction, but you also give up the center. So instead, we see a swap of pawns on d5. We get another solid approach. Yuri Kuzubov, he's somebody who also likes to play very solid chess. He here has pushed the e-pawn. His bishop can slide to d3 next. There's a queen on c2. You often want to line up in the direction of your opponent's king. And knight h5 quickly played from Andreikin. So we're getting some imbalances right off the bat. This bishop can be captured on f4, doubling the pawns, but you see that g6 was played first. That allows the bishop to survive to a square like h6, and the black bishop can slide back to f8, offering an exchange. So what was the point of playing knight h5 to threaten to take the bishop, but then not actually take it, is that you also open up f5 for your pawn push to give yourself the e4 square. But we have seen the bishop get captured, double pawns, and an isolated pawn for white. And black has the pair of bishops, but white will quickly develop, gain control of the e-file, and black, Dmitry Andreikin on the other hand, what's that rook doing? What's that bishop doing? These are important questions without easy answers. They are not developed, not participating in the game just yet. This h3 pawn is a little bit loose, so this last move, g3, it might indicate that white is ready to castle to the queen side, or no. He gets given a check, he slides over, rook e1 will be met with a block on the e-file, and then f5 can be played. So white can get rid of the doubled pawn, but that's not the biggest deal in the position. The bishop can go to e6, the king can castle queenside, and if the black king gets out of the center, do you really want to play f5 and open up a g-file? I'm asking you, chat. Yeah, you. Do you want to play f5? You undouble your pawns, you trade, but you open up a line directly in front of your king. So it's something that I always like to note, that trading pawns or even losing or sacrificing pawns opens up files for rooks. And right now there's one open file and white is in charge of it. There's a rook on e1, rook e2, followed by rook to e1 can be played. Give me the control. Give me that file. Queen f6. I would be very careful if I'm white here. The king is lacking in defenders, so bishop takes f4 at some moment could be an idea. And there's a classy idea that I want everyone to be aware of, that sacrificing an exchange like this is possible in many positions. He goes knight e5 because why give up a rook, a more valuable piece right now? It also didn't carry a follow-up threat, so the rook could have been left there for the moment. But a rook e5 type of idea could be in the future. And the point would be to take in the direction of the black king, d e5, and you have a pawn mass just rushing forward. So rook d8 played by Andreikin. He couldn't castle. Imagine this king were here, then knight takes d5 would be possible because there would be a king on c8, so there would be a pin along the line. So that's why rook d8 was played. Black can at some point castle kingside. He might start with bishop c8, that way keeping the bishop out of the line of this knight's sight, and then castle kingside. But I wouldn't be surprised if Kuzubov throws his h-pawn forward as well, anticipating that black wants the castle. So I'm going to try to freeze your king because otherwise I'm going to open up that flank against your king. Rook d1, how can you blame him? He is defending his pawn d4. Black safely castles. Knight d7, rook d7, that's just a trade. Knight e2, going back, defending this pawn on d4. Also defending f4 in case there were any ideas of sacrifices. But I think bishop c8 makes sense to me. I really want to keep this bishop. The h3 pawn is in its line, so I just want to make sure that white is paying attention over there, because if you're not, you could miss this idea and then hang a pawn or find your king in some danger. So no move yet from Andreikin. I do think that the game is quite solid thus far. Bishop c8 played. I think if you forced Andreikin to have made a move in like 6 seconds, he would have played bishop c8, but he took a little bit of time, just double checking, plays it back. b5 now is an idea after b4, but the a3 pawn is loose, something to keep an eye on. a6, a4 not possible, b4 is hanging. So I think I would start with a6 just to stop white's major plan over here of pushing the pawn, a pawn minority attack. That's what we call it when you use 2 pawns against this Carlsbad structure. That's what this structure is called here towards the center. That's a Carlsbad structure, and that's a pawn minority attack. Not to b6, but to b5. Chisel. A pawn chain is only as strong as its base pawn. Here is the pawn chain. b7 is hard to get to, but you imagine if b7 is gone, c6 is easier to approach, and that's why at some moment b5 is in the card. But bishop to c2, I don't think I fully grasped why this move was played. The bishop wasn't under attack, and g5, here Andreikin comes. He is undefeated today. 8 games played, 8 wins, and with moves like that, you could see why. f5, you want to get aggressive, you want to go forward. Knight takes d4 becomes available, and I'm starting to like Andreikin's position. This king on g2, not looking like the safest piece. f4 is directly targeted. You could slide your king over, but I'm already looking at ideas like queen h6. I told you, don't forget about the bishop on c8. I wasn't just saying nonsense to you just for the sake of saying it. Be very, very careful. There's an attack in the making, and it's the white king that looks like it's in more danger right now. Pawn takes g5. You can consider a bunch of things, including knight takes d4, everybody. I keep mentioning this idea, but the knight on e5 loses its primary defender. This pawn on f4 is very important. So g5 is just trying to collapse the white pawn structure to change it in a way that favors black. So you see the time situation. Andreikin up nearly a minute right now. He is playing amazing chess. And look at him. He's like leaned so far away from the computer. I don't know what he's doing. Like, it's like the longest piece drag you could ask for. Or he just like, sitting all the way back and saying, this distance feels about right. I just want to enjoy my kingdom. I wanted to see from a distance and then relish in the opportunities. So g5 played. Kuzubov in the think tank. 1 minute, 15 seconds. Tick, 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 tick. You can't handle these kind of sharp positions when you don't have time. But you also need to think to make a precise move here. I don't like the look of f takes g5, knight takes d4, or even knight takes g5. As mentioned, the h3 pawn is loose. He does, in fact, go for fg. And if I'm Andreikin, I'm just trying to play quickly now. You want to find the best moves. You want to beat him over the board. But this feels like a moment where you can punish Kuzubov for his time usage. And we see he's thinking. He takes on g5. I guess he can always go back to e6 and go for this pawn. h3 is loose right now. Knight f4 comes to mind, but now I'm realizing f6, booting this knight from e5. And white continues to be forced backwards, and black is the one who's gaining momentum and gaining attacking possibilities. So 42 seconds, knight f4 played, apparently not recommended, and that's not my arrow, that's the blue arrow. suggesting that f6 is the way forward, kicking the knight out of e5, opening up this bishop on the diagonal. But after f6, knight e to d3 will likely be played, just protecting the knight with the other knight. White's pieces are awkwardly situated. Knight e d3 is forced, I think. I don't really see another move because knight h5 is another idea. But I think after bishop takes h3 check, you regret it. Knight h5, queen h6, knight g4 would be a pretty sick idea to protect your knight tactically with a fork on f6. But bishop takes h3 check first. That seems to get rid of an important pawn, deliver a check, and also take away the g4 square. Oh, desperation. Knight takes c6. Pawn takes c6. His idea is to trade and play queen takes c6 back, but there is queen d7 at the end of that line. And at the very least, black will be up a minor piece for a few pawns. So Kuzubov, if he could switch his time with his opponent, I think he could win this game, honestly, given the nature of the position. But considering that it's Andreikin with all the time in the world, I'm very worried for Yuri. I'm also noticing now that bishop takes f4 should be good because g takes f4 at any moment walks into a discover check. So bishop f4, knight takes d8, rook takes d8. Black will get two minor pieces for a rook. So that's not out of the equation either. Andreikin, in fact, chooses this one. It's less messy from his side. G takes f4, not available. Knight e4 is check to the king and check to the king. King h2 slides out the way. Just move your bishop back. I don't know. Bishop b8. Stay out of the line of fire. Maybe bishop d6 just to keep the e7 square under control. But either way, save your bishop. Move it back. There's still attacking chances. h5, h4. h3 is under attack and can be captured right now. He slides out of check. And now knight e4. Queen g4. Queen h6. He's going right for this pawn. Bishop h3 check. King g1. Okay. White is surviving. Barely, but still surviving. So knight e4. I like this move a lot. Queen takes d5. What is the move? Knight f2. And there was a blue arrow there because bishop takes g3 check and the queen on d5 is hanging. A brilliant move from Andreikin, and that should help him win the game as Kuzubov blunders a rook on d2. Dmitry Andreikin, he leads this match 1-0. He has 9 wins, 0 losses, 0 draws on the day. He is farming people for their blitz rating. If he keeps this up, he might become the #1 rated player on the site. But let's go to game 2 because Andreikin gets the white pieces and Kuzubov playing this sort of hippo modern style. Don't love the look of it from black. And I say that as someone who plays this every single game from the black side. I know that if I'm playing Andreikin, it's going to be a hard day's work, especially in the 5-minute time control. So here, Kuzubov brings the knight to b6. His pawn to c5. He's getting quite adventurous on the queen side. I'm already wondering what happens if you trade everything down there and put the bishop on e3. But Kuzubov probably wanted something like that. Clarifies the situation. It said bishop f4. There was a threat of capturing on c5, so that's why black took on d4. White has a very healthy center with more space in the center, controlling key squares. And then rook c1, just offering a trade of rooks. There is one open file, so the players will fight for its control. Queen d2 at some moment with bishop h6 to follow. That's one of those typical ideas, trying to trade off dark square bishops. And I think we will see something just like that. By the way, queen takes c8 would immediately blunder a pawn. And that's why knight takes c8 was played. h4, love the way Andreikin is handling this. I've had the black side of positions just like this so many times. And as I said, I acknowledge not really the best positions from the black side. Andreikin seems to know how to handle it. He is pushing pawns forward. Why? He's trying to create an avenue of attack and some additional weaknesses in the position. For instance, after h5, hg, hg, no longer can black kick a knight out of g5. But if you play knight g5 now, there's pawn to h6. So here we see e5 played, and Kuzubov desperately trying to gain some space. He would like to see a swap of pawns, perhaps, open up the d file for his rook. But you know what he's done as well? He's opened up the diagonal for this bishop, so the knight will probably have to come to c4 at some moment to clog that diagonal. But first, I think that white can make a move like bishop to g5. I feel like I want to keep the tension, but perhaps taking first and then bishop g5 makes even more sense to not give black the option of taking on d4. White has better control, and one of the things we should consider, whose minor pieces are better. Is this knight or this knight better? Is this bishop or this bishop better? This one or this one? So I'll give the knight on b6 a pass because I think it actually is quite a good piece. But black's minor pieces are on worse squares. And look at this move, bishop c1. If pawn takes d4, knight takes d4, Andreikin is trying to saddle his opponent with a backwards pawn, a long-term weakness. I really like the way Andreikin's handling it. Kuzubov, great clock management, but the position isn't that lovely for him. Black is trying to find active ideas and plays knight into c4. In some positions, I'm wondering if white should play d5. That closes down the light square bishop for white, but makes black's light square bishop terrible. H takes. So knight g5, queen up to h4, queen h7, not g7. Nope. I will fix my arrow game eventually, but getting the queen to h7 is one of the ideas in the position. There is no longer an h6 pawn push to kick a piece out of g5. Of course, black will see it coming. It's not like you play knight g5 and your intentions aren't abundantly clear, but knight g5 is played. Told you, here it comes. One of the big problems for black, the rook cannot move. Typically, you make space for your king. You move your rook out the way, bring your king out, but the rook can't move very easily, although it can, I guess, now, because the f7 pawn is guarded. The knight blocks the bishop, and everything, at least for the moment, seems to be under control. But queen h7 is still going to hurt in many of these positions. Queen h7, knight back to f3, bishop to h6. These are the ways you play these positions. And d5 given a question mark. The only move, bishop f4, to keep white's advantage. That's according to the engine here. Queen h7 check played, so a step in the wrong direction. I still think white has decent chances here because the black king is so exposed. And you move your knight, you play bishop h6, and you go right after the king. Some of the ideas are quite straightforward from the white side. And so if you're Kuzubov, you have to not just trust your opponent. Oftentimes, players struggle when they just believe that what their opponent's doing is best. They're not just blundering pawns in the center, but you should take this pawn on e4. Bishop h6 isn't going to be fun to meet, but the black king will have to sprint on over to the queen side and go to safety. A Petrosian king march, bringing the king even up to c6 and b6, something like that. It might be a necessity here because bishop to h6 is coming. I'm forcing you out of your home. And I just want to show one very, very quick tactical line because sometimes people think, oh, my queen's here. That sounds good. Let me protect by making a move like pawn to f6 or pawn to f5. The problem in this position is queen h8 check is nasty. What's this bug? You know what? You can't take this queen on h8 because your bishop is pinned to your king. So when the king moves, then the queen takes this bishop and white ends up a piece with an attack, and that would be too much. So I just wanted to show that bishop h6, it's not just about the bishop on g7 that's hanging. There's queen to h8, which is a nasty little threat, and it's a winning threat in those positions. So what will happen is that after takes, the king has to run to e7, and good luck to you. I wish you well. I hope you can make it work because I wouldn't be able to. I would be very worried. Kuzubov now down to about 2 minutes. Time trouble is not his ally, not against Dmitry Andreikin. But this is what happens in blitz chess. You see that your king is open. You're worried about getting checkmated. You try to find some other moves, and there it is, knight e5. And you see the evaluation bar go up. This kind of was bound to happen. Here comes a knight to f5, and that's a knife on f5, as Benjamin Feingold likes to say. Well, I think knight f5 now is just crushing. The point is that there are checkmates against this king. Probably this knight is even better. Takes, knight takes f5. The g7 bishop is under attack, and there are just too many threats against the king. I think the idea is takes, knight takes back, and queen h2 check. I'm putting the blue arrow in advance because I think that will be the only move. You force the queens off the board. White will be probably a pawn ahead in many of the continuations, or at least have the bishop pair in an endgame with an open board. But that's the idea that Kuzubov is working with. So I think it's actually a really clever try by him, trying to get his queen on over to h2 with check and swap the heaviest pieces, protect the king, and then try to survive the endgame. So Andreikin, he's down to 1 minute 50. As I said, he is one of the most methodical players on the planet. He is so, so strong. But sometimes tactics they can go wrong for even the best players on the planet. So the knight on g4 stops the bishop from going to h6. Bishop takes knight on d4 is in the air. The knight e5 was blocking its path. So knight f5, that's the way forward here. And I think that Andreikin needs to make his move soon because otherwise he'll get in time trouble. And that does no favors for the players. So Kuzubov well ahead on the clock now, 30 plus seconds in the lead. And knight back to f3. We see that black has the advantage all of a sudden. So there were calculations there. I'm not sure exactly what was missed in that variation, but perhaps he didn't see the way to win the piece back or something of that nature. Now it looks like a problem, though. And why is that? Maybe just pawn takes e4? Because knight g5, while it looks like a scary idea, I don't actually think it has a huge threat. And e3, I believe, will be the shot. Remember, the whole point was to get the bishop to h6. This knight on g4 covers that square. So bishop g5, e3, and this knight on g3 is loose. So knight h4, watch out. Really watch out. Knight takes g6, pawn takes queen g8 check is the big threat. So that's why knight e7, that's not my arrow, that's the blue arrow suggesting the only move that leaves black with the advantage. Queen b6 played. Wrong decision. We get it. He protects the pawn on g6. I do agree that this move throws away the entire advantage. So the question marks, it feels maybe harsh to some, but with a minute 13 seconds on your clock, you're going to want to take those opportunities back. So bishop e3, simple develop move. Knight takes e3 will be possible, but then the rook can even take back. Or in some positions, you want to take with the pawn and open up the f-file for a vicious-looking attack against the black king. So bishop e3, I think f takes e3 the more I look at it. Bad for the pawn structure, good for the attack. The attack should take precedence over the pawn structure at this stage. So bishop e3 played. And I think that there's... Oh, he took with the rook. He pretty much pre-moved it, and it was a mistake. So f takes e was good for white. Rook takes e3, bad for white. Queen f6, the move, and played. b2 is hanging. Queen f4 to h6 in idea. Well, maybe not f4 because knight takes g6 check will come in. But queen g5 to h6 is definitely an idea at some point. And this knight can escape out to e7, protect all of black's bases. I think things are under control for the moment. But rook c7, the attack rages on. This is why I always say that the engine, it tells us the story of the objective measurement of the position, but players don't often think objectively. They make mistakes in time trouble. The knight came out to d6, defending the f7 pawn, rook e7, rook c3 back. He pre-moved that, did Andreikin, but he's in big trouble now. Queen g5, exposing a threat against this rook on c3. Queen h6 is an idea as well. I think trading the queens makes perfect sense. Instead, knight c4. The bishop takes it. Okay, what is this? He wants rook g3 next. But what about queen g6? Takes, knight takes e7, king e7. I think black should just win this endgame. He goes rook e5, so didn't want to give up any pieces. Queen takes f5, queen takes g7 check, the king escapes, and that's the end of the checks, and black should be winning. 5 seconds for white, needs to make a move. He is losing on the board, but can he find some activity here? Rook coming down to the 8th rank. Queen b8 is annoying. 17 seconds for black. Don't go queen b8, or maybe do go queen b8. Check, rook h5, rook h3. We see a swap. There is no queen f4 check because the white queen covers. Now queen c7. The black king will probably have to go up the board quite a bit. Where is this king going to hide ultimately? Maybe on d3. He goes back instead of forward. He sees that there's a way back to g6 after queen c5. Oh, okay. There's a resignation, and that means that we have a tied match. For the first time today, Dmitry Andreikin has lost a game of blitz chess, and so we see that the match tied 1-1, and now we get 3-minute chess from these players. Kuzubov plays d4, and, well, he needs to go back to the drawing board because he did lose that first game before winning the second with the black pieces. So we have a swap on d5 again. They're repeating this variation, but here the bishop's on g5. The other position the bishop was on f4. So a slight change, but it makes a big difference in these positions. Oh, yes, we're getting active play here. Dmitry Andreikin going right after the dark square bishop. This happens in many London systems and openings of this nature where in the QGD, the queen's game declined. You can play h6 and g5. You haven't castled yet. And many times black goes to castle queenside, just like in some other openings where you just get rid of the tension on the king side, open the position up and say, no, I don't think I want to castle this way anymore. Let's go to the left. So knight e2 played. At some point, g4, knight g3 would be nice, but the bishop stares down at the g4 square, making that pawn push unavailable for the time being. But bishop f5, pawn g4, knight g3, that is an option here for white to work with. It feels a little slow. It's all for one square for the knight, but that is a way that people sometimes go for. Although this knight can also wrap around. Knight c8, knight d6 is a thematic plan. Andreikin, he's thinking. He's down to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. His opponent, a few seconds lead on the clock. And now we won't see the black king go to the queen side. It goes to the king side, which looks scary, but a move like f4 doesn't actually carry a big threat, and e3 then becomes a target. So if I were Kuzubov, I would probably go back to this idea with bishop f5, g3, g4, knight g3. Instead he goes a4, plays on the queen side. f5, ambitious play from Andreikin. I think in blitz chess is nice to play in this style. Show no fear. There isn't a huge initiative on the queen side. a5, knight d7, a6, you push your b pawn. That's not very scary. So not much happening on the queen side. And on the king side, white just castled, and here comes that black knight. So if the queen gets to h5 and this knight gets to g4, we do have the makings of a mating net. Here it comes. But the white knight can't sit on f3. And then if knight goes to g4, there's even knight h2 to trade it off if you're afraid. So white controls many of the pawn breaks in the key squares. And knight h2 played. Very, very, very solid chess from Kuzubov, who is down about 30 seconds, but his position is nice at the moment. Queen c5 might be on the docket. Because if you don't trade queens, you lose a7. And if you do trade queens, I take with the b pawn and have a semi-open file for my rook staring at your bad pawn. Queen d2, avoiding any knight sacrifice on e3. There's easy tactics to avoid. It's like, okay, maybe there's something against my king. Let me just protect it. Smart play. And now I think it's time to play on the queen side. b5, that's not my arrow. That's the engine suggesting it's the only move that keeps white with a sizable advantage, and it was found by Kuzubov. So he actually has the benefit of having easy moves to play. Pawn minority attack against the Carlsbad structure. We talked about it in the previous game, but here we see the Carlsbad structure. We see pawn minority attack, 2 pawns trying to chisel their way through against 3. And the reason why you do this is a pawn chain, is only as strong as its base pawn. So that is the base of the pawn chain to d5. Let's shorten the chain, because when we shorten the chain, the pieces become more approachable to our side, to our pieces, and we want to attack it in short order. Queen f7, queen h5 at some point can be considered. Also have knight g4, fg4, and you're opening up the f file against this f2 pawn, and black suddenly gets counterplay. So bishop b5 played by white, offering an exchange of pieces. This is a bad bishop, I want to add. So it takes with the pawn, does Kuzubov. The clock is evening up. Both players at about a minute 10, a minute 15 seconds. Knight f6 played. Given a question mark, I think that's a bit harsh, because I'm not even sure why. Queen a2, a nice move from the white side. That's a pawn that is loose, and the way you protect it is a move like b6 that invites a rook c6, rook c1 maneuver, and white quickly jumps in the position. b6 played, 54 seconds left for black. Knight f3, a quick reply from Kuzubov. And now knight e5 is extremely appealing, because if the bishop takes, and we got this position, the knight could go to d4 and up to c6. So something like that was in the air, but actually, now that I look at it, I like what white's doing even more. Keep maximum pressure, keep more pieces on the board. Black has this weak backwards a7 pawn. If you're pushing to a5, that en passant move that you've heard about comes, and white steals the pawn and gets a passer of his own. So queen h5, knight g4, queen trying to deliver checkmate down the h file, knight f3 played as a response. g4 is a very bad move. You shut down all attacking possibilities. The knight can jump to f4 and e5. So we see a swap of rooks. I think I'd go queen e8 just to go after the b5 pawn. Queen f7 played to defend a7. And now f3. I'm tired of this knight back and forth. Knight c3 also looks very good. There's no attack, no knight g4. Queen b1, multi-purpose, protecting the rook and attacking f5. It's a really, really nice move from Kuzubov, who's well up on the clock, 15 seconds and below for Andreikin, who might lose his second game in a row. After not losing all day, he might suffer defeat for a second consecutive game. His position is terrible. His pawn structure is bad. It's fixed on the queen side. This passed pawn that you're supposed to have can't move because it's taken en passant. d5 on the light square, f5 on the light square. White's pieces are already staring at those pawns. Knight f4. Maybe white doesn't want to give the b5 pawn, though, because knight f4 walks into a rook trick, and the queen takes b5. 20 seconds for white. We're getting to a territory where white can really go wrong now because you do not have a whole lot of time. And we see black getting active. 15 seconds. Rook trade on c8. Okay, and d5 is hanging. But bishop takes e5 is a thought at the moment. But queen a1 at the end. Moves like now not queen a1 because the knight was under attack. Oh, a mistake. Queen e5. If you take with the queen, there's queen a1 check. So pawn takes e4. Apparently we have a level position, but some queen trades are bad for black. If the queens get traded on d4, for example, that could be bad because now white gets a passed pawn and black has these pawns here that are stuck. So there are no checks against the white king. The king can always slide up to h2. Down goes e4, down goes b5, and black is down a pawn, but there is a passer that can should be pushed. Don't blunder anything. Not at this stage when you have 6 seconds is black and 11 is white. Queen f4 playing for a win. Where does the queen go? Queen c5 taking away the checks. b4, b3, b2. I think we can see the obvious plan from black. 5 seconds. Player's going to move. Queen e4 check. Maybe if you're Kuzubov, you take the draw if it's offered to you. Queen b7. Just keep checking. The checking resulted in a draw, a split point, and we still have a tied match. A very important save there from Andreikin, and now he gets the white pieces, and he'll want to make the most of those because Kuzubov, he has been an absolute fighter thus far, and he was close, but close isn't good enough. 1.5, 1.5. We have a tied match, and we have a Queen's Gambit declined, but a different move order, a different position than when Andreikin has the black pieces. So c5 opens up the position. We see some trades, and we get a hanging pawn structure. If white takes on d5 with the pawn and black takes back with the pawn, we could have seen a hanging pawn structure, but now it's gone, so we might just see an isolated pawn instead. But black may consider d takes c4. That way, the pawns just evaporate. c4 is taken, c5 next, and we just get mass liquidation. And queen a5, pinning the knight. Bishop d2, pretty natural response. Unpinning the knight. Queen takes pawn, so we have even material. Black is better because black is fully developed on the king side, whereas white has yet to move the bishop and the rook. And the queen side, it's not very consequential just yet because the bishop will get out to b7, the knight can jump out to d7, and the development will be over with shortly. a3 is also in this bishop's line of fire, whereas a7 back here is hard to get to. I prefer black. Bishop d3, some hopes of an attack, and look at this. Bishop a6 by Kuzubov. He says, I will develop my bishop, offer a trade, and get my knight out all at once. So here, black is better. Queen c2 was an idea, so the knight came to d4 to stop that queen's progress, and now we're offering trades. in the center looks very level, and if anything, better for black. Healthier position. Whose bishop is better? Chat, I'm asking. Asking for a friend. Who is the better bishop? The one on d2 or on e7? And finding moves here for white, not easy. Dimitri goes knight c3, trying to get rid of a very impressive, imposing knight on d5. And right now, the players, they are spending their time wisely. This is a tricky position where white has found the castle, but black has more activity on the queen side. The knight on c5 is a good piece. Now it's going to be on e4. And black might just be winning a pawn. How do you defend this pawn on a3? Maybe do queen d3. Queen f3. Wow, I was like, did white just blunder? The answer is no. White did not blunder. White protected the bishop, tactically speaking. Knight takes c3. Rook takes c3. Rook takes c3. Free rook. So you think, until you recognize the rook in the corner is left loose, is undefended in that variation. And so white sacrifices a rook to get a rook right back. Kuzubov thinking, patiently trying to work through the complications. And f5. That is a brave, committal move and a good move. He protects his knight on e4. He also clears the back rank, so there's no back rank checkmates, if that were ever a problem that Kuzubov was worried about. If you move your bishop, say to a1, pawn on a3 is hanging, can be captured. There's also knight d2 ideas I'm just recognizing with a fork. Although I'm not sure if I want any part of that, because even if black could save a knight d2, there'd be a queen g3 idea with discovered ideas against the black king. So queen's under attack. Queen should move. It stations itself on a6. I like that because there's a lot of light squares to use your advantage. Bishop e1. Bishop takes a3. He goes bishop f6. He wants to keep his pieces steady and together. But now bishop b4. Andreikin playing this smartly. He is getting his pieces out at long last. And I think the worst is behind him, but black is still better. Black can kick the bishop out with a5. The a3 pawn, a touch tender. Players down under a minute. About to be 50 seconds. 5-0 for Kuzubov. And now he's really investing the time here. But a5 comes to my mind. I'm trying to think what else can be done. He goes queen a2. Getting adventurous. If this bishop were to ever leave, knight d2 becomes an idea. Also, a5 threatens to win the a3 pawn. So bishop e1 was played voluntarily. And now we see bishop take knight. That was part of the reason the queen's on a2, is the rook on b1 was loose. So rook takes d4. That's the move you'd rather have played, but you couldn't because the rook on b1 was hanging back there. Queen e3. So I like black's position, but I like white's time management. The little bit of extra time, I think, fully, if not even more than compensates for the position that we have. And here comes the bishop. It wants to get to e5. Knight c4 is what I was looking at. Here comes queen g5. Watch out, don't hang rooks. Rook b7 if you move your knight to c4. Here comes the queen. Rook d7. Oh, queen e8 is mate. But I was going to say rook b8, but queen e8 is mate back there. So queen d7 offering a queen trade. I think rook b7 now is frustrating. He instead trades, but that was a missed shot, I believe. Rook b7 to trade queens on white's terms. Bishop h4, rook d6. Everything being used to defend this knight over here. And the rook can sit on d5 while the black king escapes the back rank. 5 seconds. White needs to move. D5 played. I love moves like this. The point is that the rook couldn't take because once one pair of rooks were traded, the knight on D8 was loose. But the pawn took, and now we see a swap of material. This kind of reminds me of the match between Bluebaum and Dubov. And, wait a second. What was that? B takes A4 was there. Andreikin realized it. He realized after his move, but now Andreikin's getting away with one. Kuzubov moved too quickly. He has so much time. But rook c6, there was pawn b2. Rook takes. b2, rook b6. There's check down here. Oh my goodness, and we're getting mass liquidation somehow. So both sides missed their chances. And black can still play on. Why not? You have an extra d pawn. Not there. You can push that one off the board. The white king a little bit stuck for the time being. But put the rook behind the pawn. Rook d7. That's smart play. King f4 is always going to be there. And rook d5, even nicer. So you can take this. Rook g2. If you take on d3, rook g5. Black plays on. Kuzubov has 0 risk. So he's going to try to play this on and try to beat his opponent up a pawn. But the theoretical nature of this draw is actually quite straightforward. Although, if you get scared, that's how your opponent can take advantage. With the black king not able to get in, the white king to g4 keeps it out. Check on d6 or check on f8. Just keep checking. And now the black king could not go to h7 so easily. Now it can because f6 is met by rook f1 check. So we're going to go back and forth. 2.7 seconds for Andreikin. Ooh, he's barely getting these moves at 1.1 seconds when he makes the move. This is a tough endgame to play because objectively it should be a draw, but you have no time and you need a pre-move at moments. Hard to know when to do that. I think checking and then pre-moving makes a lot of sense. And we'll have to keep track of the move counter to know when the 50 move rule is coming up. But the big problem for black and his winning chances is the king can't get in. So the white king is cut off, but he's bringing the pieces just in time. Now rook check on d6. This is now basic draw territory. And they agreed to a draw. So a long, hard-fought battle there. And you see Andreikin laughing a little bit. There was one moment where Andreikin pushed his pawn. If I can, I'm going to very, very, very quickly show it. Because I think it's instructive for all of our viewers. And there was a blunder that both sides overlooked. And it was right around... Sorry, I'm trying to quickly get it. It was so long ago. There it is. I just passed it. Here we go. A4 was played. And usually it's because the pawn is pinned. But pawn takes A4 was available. And knight defends the rook. And you could see on Andreikin's face, he realized it after his move. He just blundered. And his opponent, thankfully for him, did not spot it. So let's go to the next game. The live game is in progress. This is another... this is a bullet game. So it's 2-2. We are in the bullet time control. We have a closed position once again, but I have to like this for Andreikin. I don't believe in these Torre attacks, these Kali systems, even the London. Like, it's good sometimes, but look at how much space black has. Black just didn't have to do anything and has all the space on this board. Like, you get the field goal post here. The upright pawn formation. I guess actually that would look more like if the pawns were like this. There was one game where it was like that. But it kind of looks like that still. It's like black has got everything going for him with all these pawns. It can poke e5 in, can play f4 to break down these dark square pawns. So as I keep saying, a pawn chain is only as good as the base pawn. So move like f4 to shorten this pawn chain here from f2 to d4 could be a viable option. Queen's on a2 over here. Take it. And if pawn takes, the queen was going to go to g3. Can you take this? Because the pawn can no longer take. The knight has to take. And I'm worrying about like e5 and d4 and just all your pieces are going. Look at this queen on a2. You're playing like down a queen at this stage. Not helpful in the defense. I mean, this is not a good piece. And look at how much time Andreikin has. Kuzubov, yeah, his bullet skills are not the level of Andreikin. I think that's pretty clear. I'm looking at the ratings. Andreikin above 3,000, Kuzubov down in the 2,800s. So, okay, how to convert this? Bishop had to take on f1, queen f4, knight g3. This bishop is needed to protect the knight. e5 and e4. Yikes. I think that's a free piece, and I think that's the game. Dmitry Andreikin played too quickly and too strong for Yuri Kuzubov. That is game 5. We are in our 6th and final game. If Kuzubov wins, we get bidding Armageddon. If anything else happens besides the Kuzubov win, Andreikin moves on to play Pranesh. So if you're not a Andreikin fan, you have a lot to be happy about right now, but don't take your foot off the pedal. One game remaining here. And we have a similar line like we've seen in many of their games, where white takes all the space, but black is trying to play this offbeat stuff because in a must-win game, you just want to have chances. You are looking for the right opportunity, the right moment to strike with an e5 or a g5. But Andreikin needs only a draw, so he needs to take zero risk and just play a healthy position. White is objectively better here. More space, more control. Now stopping g5. Also, white can play h5. And if g5, then d5 ideas. Now h5, g5, the f5 square is very tender. So I'd be extremely tempted to play h5. Instead, Andreikin says, I only need a draw. So let's open up the d file. If you trade queens with me, you're not happy because you need to win the game. If you don't trade queens with me, you're not happy because I have the control of the only open file. So bishop f6 played. There is bishop takes b6 and rook d6. Not anymore because the king protects the bishop on g7, but that was an option a moment ago. And why not just double these rooks? Take over the d file. It's fully open and fully controlled by white. Is a4 a threat? Not a huge one. So rook e8 defending the knight because the e5 pawn needs the bishop's defense. Ooh, that's a really nice move. Really, really nice move because b5 can be captured at the moment. And if you had captured on d7, you'd allow a rook into the game. And top players, they often would rather give material to get activity. And here, white has the material and the activity. Rook d7. Okay, a4, solid move. Not going to fault Andreikin for that. But I think you could take in rook d7 now. And c7 falls. With tempo against the knight. Knight takes e5 at some moment is also going to be available. Takes. He goes b4. Really, really nice move. Okay, that is a very strong move. The knight is needed to defend the other knight. And here comes b5, and I really don't see what black can do about it. It looks like Dmitry Andreikin, he does. 1 second left for Kuzubov, but he's losing material. A second pawn is gone. Bishop takes e7, followed by knight takes e5, and I think that should be that. Even knight d7, check and take this rook. Knight g6. How many extra pawns does white have? 4. 4 extra pawns. And knight takes h6 is mate. That's game over. That's the match. Dmitry Andreikin takes it 4-2. And Kuzubov, we say goodbye to him, not just because he's off camera, but because his tournament run has come to its conclusion. So Andreikin, I know Denis Lazavik is coming through the winner's bracket. So, on paper, Lazavik's the man to beat. But by the way he's played, you see a sigh of relief. Andreikin's like, oh, another day, another match. And that went my way. But it took him the bullet this time. Whereas in the earlier matches, he won all 4 of the games he played in 5 and 3 minutes. It was 1-1 against Kuzubov. But those 2 bullet games, Andreikin takes them. And now we have our losers' final showdown. Pranesh against Andreikin. We are down to our final 3 players. Will it be Denis Lazavik, who has the inside track, 2 lives remaining, or will it be Pranesh or Andreikin coming through the losers bracket? Time will tell, and it's time for the players to take a break because they need to get their rest. Pranesh, has he been resting too long? Will he still be in form? Andreikin, is he exhausted or is he revved up? We'll find out after this break.
Looking for some cool merch or a gift for that person who loves chess? We've got you covered in our all-new merch store, literally from head to toe. Whether it's a hot date or just hanging out, it's always chess time somewhere. Just ask Mittens. Okay, well, Mittens is just a stuffed toy, so maybe don't ask Mittens. But you can check it all out at chess.com/shop right now.
Interested in becoming a chess streamer like your favorite creators, such as Hikaru, Gotham Chess, and the Botez sisters?
Come on! Look at this! Woo!
The Chess.com community streamer program is growing every day. Whether you're just getting started with streaming or already established and looking to expand your audience, you can now connect your account to Chess.com and have your stream promoted on the game's largest platform. Simply link your account at chess.com/settings/connected accounts, set your category to chess on Twitch, and start streaming. You'll get an ad-free experience on chess.com. You will pop up on our list of live streamers. Your chess.com profile will feature your Twitch stream, and your stream will be linked to your games on our Play server. Type Command Community Streamer in chat and start growing your stream today.
I'm super happy now to announce the Create Your Own course for 2024, where we encourage everyone from the Chessable community to participate, to write their own course, and maybe become the next winner. And winner chicken dinner, that's what you wanna be. Of course, there is a lot of joy in creating a course, but even sweeter is when you are standing on the podium, because winner $5,000 and also second and third will get $3,000 and $2,000 respectively. So this is looking like an ultimate deal as far as I'm concerned, and you can tell I'm super excited to get through those courses to pick out the winner, which I am going to present very, very proudly. So what's there? What do you need to know in order to get started? First of all, you need to have a Chessable Pro membership. Kind of goes without saying that Chessable Pro membership has a lot of perks already. I am sure that many of you already are Chessable Pro members, but if you are not, here is now another reason for you to upgrade your membership to access all the many perks of Chessable. Be mindful of the fact that there is a deadline associated with this Create Your Own course contest, and that deadline is the 19th of October. So you definitely would like to get the ball rolling. Go to chessable.com/create, and I can't wait to collaborate with you.
return here at the Speed Chess Championship qualifier. 3 players remain, and these two, well, they're up next. They are in the losers bracket final. 1 life left remaining. Pranesh, he came down here from the winners bracket. He's on the left-hand side of your screen. And for Dmitry Andreikin on the right-hand side of our screen, well, he started in the bottom, and he's still here. He entered the day in the losers bracket, but he has been just a winner. I mean, he has been dominant in his first 2 matches, and then he came through in the bullet against Kuzubov. So as we see the bracket, we know that Pranesh, he lost to Denis Lazavik. Denis, he awaits the winner of this upcoming match in the losers final between Pranesh and Andreikin. Who will make it through, chat? Get involved. Let me know. Do you think it will be Pranesh? Do you think it will be Andreikin? Who will face Lazavik for the chance to get that final ticket to the Speed Chess Championship? And the players, they've had their breaks and they are off. We see a Sicilian here. This is Andreikin's pet line. You see the d5 score. That's going to be whites for the taking. But Andreikin, he prioritizes the rapid queenside development. You see his kingside is as of yet undeveloped. And for Pranesh, maybe he was studying this opening because he had time to use while Andreikin was playing that match against Kuzubov, and maybe he looked at this line in greater detail. C3 played a calm move, make sure the black knight doesn't enter the d4 here. Also setting up this move, a4, chiseling at black's extended pawn structure. No b4 for you. That was the point of c3. Andreikin shakes his head. He kind of laughs. I wonder what about. So queen takes a4, knight c5 is a fork of queen and bishop. There might be queen takes c6 there, knight takes d3. I can't calculate all of this. It's too much. So the players, they have a lot to work through here. And for Andreikin, he is facing an opponent who has more time than he started with. Look at Pranesh go. Queen a5. He's just trying to trade those queens off the board. And you know why? Who says pieces in the starting square are bad? That bishop is perfectly placed. It's protecting a pawn on b2. This a6 pawn, on the other hand, it's in the line of fire. It's directly attacked by numerous white pieces. So we did see bishop takes d5. That's Pranesh's first pause of the game. Does that mean that it was a mistake? Does it mean that his preparation just ended? Unclear, because after bishop takes d5, e takes d5, what we have is not a material imbalance. Well, we do have 2 bishops for white compared to the knights for black, so a bishop pair, but we also have pawns on opposite sides of the board. We have b and c pawns here for white, and then for black, we have e pawn. That's a good one. And then this not so good a6 pawn. But knight c5, it threatened the bishop and a fork. So bishop c2 takes care of both all at once. And now if I am Andreikin, I need to figure out, can I take this pawn on d5? That's the big question. He says, you know what? I'll play queen b. Let's keep the queens on the board. b4, I was going to draw that arrow. Thankfully, our Silicon friend did it for me. That was the only move to keep the advantage for white. Now the queen is under attack. Queen a2, it looks passive, but it defends this pawn on d5. Bishop takes knight before the knight could take the pawn d5. Now it cannot, thanks to this queen protecting this pawn on d5. So I like white's position. h6 played, defending this bishop, making sure there are no tactics against it. And what to do now from the white side, because it does look like you have a promising position. Bishop d2 comes to mind, but I guess black has some thoughts about the move f5, and h6 allows f5 to be played. While I have a second, I'm just going to show you what would have happened a move ago. f5, a very tempting move. There goes the evaluation. We're all the way up. Knight takes f5 would have been the response. The bishop is loose. If you take this bishop on c1, knight takes e7 with check, and then white wins material. If instead you took with the rook on f5, protecting the bishop, bishop takes, and no, not rook takes bishop. Look for checks, captures, threats in that order. Check. The king moves, and then you capture the bishop. White would have ended up in an exchange up and with a winning position. So h6 was a clever move just to go forward in the game. We saw the rook slide to c8, knight f5 question mark. Not sure if that's harsh, but either way, the knights were traded off the board. Now black has traded off the darks for bishops. And I want to point something out. For now, it says white has the advantage. Long term, white could be in trouble. And the reason why is if this knight gets free to a square, say like d4, a bishop cannot cover the dark squares. So a5 already, I know I mentioned d4, But sorry, I'm going to stop drawing the blue arrow because I know that can be confusing for people once it's the only move. But this c5 square is going to be available for the black knight. So a5 just carves out important real estate for this knight. And I love black's position all of a sudden. The bishop on g4 has no targets. The one thing that Andreikin will have to be careful about is that this g5 pawn sticks out like a sore thumb. It is a vulnerable pawn, and knight c5 was Andreikin's choice. Exploiting a pin on the b file, the knight comes to e4. Watch out for knight d2, hitting the rook and the pawn. If rook f to c1, that does protect the pawn. Goes bishop e2 instead. All right, same idea. If knight d2, there's rook c1, protecting this pawn. And now for Andreikin, I'm still tempted by the move a5, but I recognize it has no threat, and perhaps white can just take it and get an outside pass pawn. But that's sort of the idea, is that you give up a pawn to carve out all the dark squares. Queen b6 is a fantastic move, I will say. Going after this f2 pawn, freezing the rook here. Knight d2, rook c1 to keep this on e4. Okay, this is a truly messy position, and both sides will have their chances. I mean, c5 comes to mind in that position. I don't know what to tell you. This is messy, and it's good for Pranesh that he has so much time. Andreikin has plenty of time himself, but you could see this nearing in a tricky position where black is lacking in time just because of how they spent it thus far. So I see you, chat. I see that 39% of you thought that Dmitry Andreikin will win the 5+1, and 36% thought Pranesh, and the other 25% thought that they would split 1-1. So rook fc1, protecting the c pawn. Rook to c8, going after it. Exclamation point given, not even by me, but this pawn on c4 is in serious trouble. Queen takes a6, queen takes b4. Give me that. And Andreikin now has a monster knight that can go back to b3 at any moment to fork the rooks. They can win the c4 pawn here. And it also takes away the b1 square from the white rooks, which is really important because otherwise a move like rook a b1 would be annoying. So h3, slow play from Pranesh. He wants space for his king. I liked at first how prepared Pranesh seemed to be, how quickly he was playing. Now I'm not sold. Yes, Andreikin is down to a minute and 15, and tick, 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 that clock is getting lower, but white is very clearly worse. And so there are moments where I feel like for Pranesh, he's just playing it a little bit too quickly, and queen c5 was played, so knight b3 becomes a threat. It wasn't available before because the rooks could move and pin the knight, but now knight b3 is an idea with a fork of the rooks. e4 followed by e3 is definitely an idea. Queen d4 is an idea that I would like to go for. Queen a3 played by Pranesh. What if you just, you can't take here afterwards because the rook slides to c3 and then there's a pin going in the other direction. And all of a sudden, the script would be flipped and white would be the one winning material. So clever play from Pranesh. Now I'm going to continue waffling. I think that his time management, suddenly, it looks very wise. He is up 2.5 minutes almost, and the position is complicated. He takes on c4 first. Does Andreikin, and this is move order at its finest. If you take with the rook, no, you're not giving up your queen. You're taking the white queen first, and then taking back on c4. Mass liquidation. Black temporarily up a pawn. It might be lost on d6, but I still think black will be better in the ensuing endgame. A healthier pawn structure, no isolated pawns. So we see some trades. Chop on c4, rook a6 now. And here, I'm wondering if black can go up a pawn. If there's a way to quickly get the king to e7 and play rook to d4 and get this d5 pawn. I'm not sure you're in time, but that's the goal. Like rook d4, rook takes here, king f8. Maybe you are in time. You can't deal with this, and black is just going up a pawn. So Andreikin can play risk-free chess, and go up a pawn, 4-on-3 in the endgame. And it's not just any 4-on-3. There is potential to get an e-pawn as a passer, and that's a big deal. So first, black is going to lead with the king. Rook d4, making sure the king can go all the way up if it needs. The rook goes back, didn't want to see a check on the second rank. King f6, okay. I'm expecting king f5. You sort of want g4 in a way because it weakens the remaining pawns. Rook c6, going to a new file, gaining a little bit of time. But perhaps there is no way forward because the extra pawn, at any moment you can push f5. Not now, you're hanging a pawn here. But you can push that pawn to f5. Oh, wait a second. Andreikin, he sits up in his chair because he's giving up e5 to win g2 here. Be very, very careful if you are Pranesh. And he is careful. He plays h4. This is smart because that h pawn was weak and about to be won from black. Now you're going to do 2-on-1, but the one pawn sits in front of the two. So this is a theoretical draw. Careful play from Pranesh. He still has a little bit of work left, but for a player of his caliber, he should be able to handle this without too much difficulty. Don't play f4 too soon because you allow checks from the side, and then you may lose your pawn. Okay, this king is going to... Oh, f4! Oh, rook e2 to e3. Oh, Pranesh lost it. Oh, no. Rook a3 wins the pawn. And he blunders it right back. King d3, they're going the wrong way, both of them. And Andreikin, he can be excused because he has no time. But for Pranesh, he's trying to flag Andreikin. He's trying to use Andreikin's clock against him. But he just blundered the f3 pawn. And now he's going to be down 2 pawns. It's an easy win at this point for Andreikin. This is just, he could have thrown in the check first. That's one of those small little things that doesn't have a consequence here, but could in a different game. So for Andreikin, he's brought his king in. Now the pawns are rolling. As the game concludes, I will show where both players went wrong, but more importantly, where Pranesh went wrong, because, yeah, he had this game. Oh, and we go right into the second, but I'm going to quickly bring back the first game because I think it's instructive while it's a 5-minute time control to show that at this point, rook a3, I believe, would have done the damage. King e4 is always met by rook e3 check, and so the king is separated from the pawn. And after rook a4 check, king d3, the blue arrow appears because now the king slides back to e2 and defends, and the white rook will give tons of checks no matter where the black king goes. And a turn ago, the reason why the king went up is that here, rook f2, this is the problem. King e4, check. King move, rook e3. Know your rook and pawn in games, everybody. The king is separated from the pawn, and that's what would have won black the game. And in fact, did win black the game. So let's go to game 2. It's still early stages. I know we missed the opening. I won't go back for you. You can go on chess.com/events and look at these games on your own whenever you want. But this game here, it started with an approach where white gets the pair of bishops. You see that there's no light square bishop for black, but you've also overextended your king side here. Perhaps this is a risk that white feels ready to handle. But c takes d5, check. The king can go to f8. Smart play. And when your opponent has a pair of bishops, and in this case, white is the only one with a light square bishop, look at these pawns on light squares. Where is your bishop going exactly? You don't have a good diagonal. So he sacrifices a pawn. I wonder if you can take that thing. I know he wants g5, g6. He wants to go deliver a little cheeky checkmate on the f-file, but I don't think you're going to get there anywhere near in time. So g takes h4. That looks like a possibility at this stage. Not rook takes h4. I like that less because I feel like once the rooks are traded and g5 happens, the queen might get to the h-file. So I'd rather keep my rook as a protector of the black king. And now Pranesh is thinking here. He takes on h4. I knew he would. It was just a matter of which piece. And he gives this pawn to get this pawn on g5. So he's trying to steal this g pawn. I like the way that Andreikin is playing. I know that h4 was met with a question mark and it gave black a pawn. But the spirit of the position is one where black's pieces are going to be discombobulated, that even though you have extra material, it's hard to see them get on their optimal squares, and white is going to castle the king, queenside, and then bring the second rook into the game. So I think that Andreikin, he has the type of position that he can be happy about. Maybe rook h3, castle queenside, other rook to h1, just apply maximum pressure down the h-file. I think black will have to play bishop h6 at some point. Not the best looking move, but still a move that, maybe rook h2 is bad for that reason, because knight g5 ideas come to mind. So rook h2, go to a safer square. And Andreikin, we know him. He always plays with a calm, but also a precision that has earned him a trip to the candidates in the past, a finalist spot in the World Cup, so many accolades to his name, including many Title Tuesday victories. But he is doing well in this game. gave up a pawn. But as I said earlier, what do you gain when you give up a pawn? Open files. Here, G and H files are open to the white rooks. Black's open file for this rook. Excuse me. Why do we have a roadblock here? Pieces in the way. So it'd probably take this knight. We have the same pieces now, same minor pieces, no more light square bishop for white. And I'm thinking, is e4 available? Because if you take on d2, you will be left with this just really painful pin along the h file. So Andreikin has firm control of this game. He's doing better on the clock in this one than he did in the first game. Rook takes d4. Okay, so bishop h6, rook takes d1, queen d1, gh, rook h6. I still think that looks quite pleasant for white. But let's see what Andreikin is going to do here. What are these pieces doing? They're not playing. They're not really participating in the game. And you can see Andreikin calculating. So if not bishop takes h6, now that he's thinking, it's made me think, rook takes h6. If pawn takes, bishop takes h6 with check, a discovery against the rook on d4. So rook h6, we're going to see crazy pieces. Rook takes d2. Both sides are trying to give away their rook in the best way possible. And we see Andreikin go for it. Rook d2, only move. Rook takes back. G takes this brilliant rook on h6. And then e takes d5. I like white. White is temporarily, well, he took a bishop, but you're going to give that back in a moment. But white is going to be temporarily down 2 pawns at this very moment. Now it's 1 pawn, but I would definitely take white's position because black's extra pawn is over here. Black's king is not safe. Like this f-file does look a little bit dangerous. Do not trade queens. That much is clear. I was yelling at everybody in chat because when you have a safer king, you often want the queens on the board. When you're down material, you want queens on the board. So white was not in the business of trading queens. f4 suggested as the move in the position. I don't agree with that. I think that white can play a handful of moves and still have practically great chances and still have an objective evaluation. But f4 makes perfect sense. It wasn't that I disagree with the move because I like it a lot. It attacks the queen. It also makes sure that the queen doesn't need to stay tethered to the rook. a7 is loose. D-pawn is dangerous. Push the passer. d6 right now. Force black to get ultra passive with a knight on d7. And the a7 pawn is still hanging. So Andreikin's thinking, plays d6. There was no doubt in my mind that he would make that move. And king to g7. Okay, queen takes pawn. f4 is hanging here. But there's rook to g2 check. If the king goes to h7, queen takes b7. And there's a problem on the 7th rank. So throwing the check, he does. Rook f2, by the way, also was enticing, but how could you not just take this pawn? And we see at this stage, this queen is a problem. Material equality, and not only does white have even material by piece value, white also has the best pawn on the board and the safer king. Queen c4 check, b3, giving up a knight to go deliver a checkmate. That's how you play chess. So black is in huge trouble. I think black's just lost. Exclamation given to the queen e7, and yeah, you've infiltrated. The rook is under attack. The knight's under attack. You cannot defend them both. White is winning. Andreikin playing some stellar chess today. If he does, in fact, make his way all the way through to the the grand final, so he gets to play Denis Lazavik, who took down the winner's bracket, and then even beats him there, Andreikin has earned it. He would have won 6 matches today. He is playing such superb chess. What's a check? Queen f1 going after the rook. And now, because the queen is where it is, and this rook and this pawn are hanging, I think you can just move your rook to safety somewhere. Like rook to b2. The rook for black will have to move, and then you lose the f7 pawn. And d7 comes to mind. So white will likely go a piece up in the near future, and black will try to count on the fact that white's king isn't the safest king I've ever seen, but it should be one-way traffic. White should be able to convert this without too much difficulty, unless there's some blunder. Excuse me. So we see this position, rook b2, looking really nice for white. So What do you do? I think this just looks very clean from Andreikin's perspective. The rook moves, you lose f7. Also d7 available. The rook can't be defended. The king can come closer, but d7 and the queen for black can't cover the d file promotion and the g file. That's key. Wow, Andreikin just has everything under control. Rook g8 is played. Ooh, d7 met with a question mark here. So Pranesh suddenly given an opportunity because Andreikin rushed that move. All right, this is what Pranesh was relying on, but knight b1. It covers the first rank. Everything is defended. So this is covered, and then the pawns can start pushing. I'm not even sure which pawn at that point, but you can bring your queen back home to defend as well. So Andreikin's sitting here contemplating, is there another move besides, because rook b1 would have allowed a check on the second rank. Here, queen d2. Made sense, but he allows one check, and he says, that's not a big deal. Not at all. Here comes the b pawn. h2 can be captured with check, very importantly. The knight on b1 is loose, but check means the king has to deal with that first. And queen c4, king a1, there's not another check that doesn't include a sacrifice of a rook. So Pranesh, unfortunately for him, he's been getting outplayed at critical junctures by Andreikin. The opening, it was a risky choice from Dmitry, but he made it work. And if this game concludes the way it looks like it shall, with a win for Andreikin, then Pranesh will enter the 3-minute plus 1 second increment time control down 2 full games. He has a shot. He's super strong. 4 games will remain in the match, but Pranesh did not want this start to happen. That's not what you want against Andreikin, because when he is feeling it, he's really feeling it. What is happening here? b8 equals queen. h1 equals queen. We are about to have 4 queens on the board. Queen takes b1 is a deadly threat, everybody. The rook was pinned on the second rank. Have you ever seen a position, chat, with 4 queens and then also like a knight? I feel like I usually see 4 queens when they're the last pieces remaining. It was a queen and pawn in game. Both sides are rushing. And then suddenly there's other queens for both. But a knight as well feels weird. I like this move. And he played it. He's going for checkmating ideas. He's also stopping all of black's checks. And if e5 is your best move and you just take this pawn, then it seems like the next part of the game should be a bit steadier. So what black is going to try to do is use this f pawn. And white is going to just try to use this a pawn. But after move like queen c3, the knight is free, and that's the problem. If the knight gets involved, then that's that. So can you trade queens? Not yet. Not yet. I would have played a5 there because there was a check on c7 to get to f4, but instead the knight comes out to c4. So Andreikin handling this quite perfectly. Oh, queen d6. Queen d6, game over. And you can see it on Pranesh's face. He's just like, the queen trade. Take the queen. This way it's even nicer. Take the pawn. Can't stop the a pawn. Dmitry Andreikin, look at him. He's breathing what seems like the first time all match. He starts with a 2-0 lead against Pranesh. So Pranesh, he'll need to figure things out and do so ASAP because the next game is already started. We see that Pranesh there, Grandmaster Pranesh, taking on Dmitry Andreikin, former candidate, one of the best players in the world of chess, playing against one of the future stars. Pranesh is so young. He's a teenager, but he has his hands full because Andreikin takes nobody for granted. He doesn't take any moves or games off. He's always trying to hit you with his best chess. Rook b4. That's an active rook if I've ever seen one. And now apparently black is like winning because rook h4. I've seen this idea somewhere, and unfortunately for Pranesh, he didn't see it or remember it, but the bishop is trapped. So what white is going to have to do to save the bishop is give it up on f6 and lose a pawn. But the black pawn structure being like this is actually really helpful because opening the e-file, giving up a pawn, making sure that black can't castle, that sounds really good in theory, but you need to create pawn breaks. If you could play c4 here, for example, then I would be much more likely to appreciate white's position. But if your best is just to put your bishop on f6 and say, all right, you want a pawn, I'm going to try hard, but I'm down material, that's clearly not a good start. Take it. And after pawn takes, bishop d6 looks really strong to me. Queen h3 loses to rook h4. Queen f3 runs into rook f4. Nope, not e4. And is d4 here? Just so you found it. I mean, this is a really bad game for Pranesh. I don't even think I can excuse this for tilt. I think he just didn't know the opening very well. And so Andreikin is just running away with his game. D takes c3, queen c6 check, queen d7 blocks it, black's up a piece. If d c3, queen h7, just rook f8, and black is up a piece. Now rook f8 also carries the threat of rook h4 and queen takes f6. So for Pranesh, this is, you couldn't imagine a worse third game when you're in a must-win situation. And I feel for him because I purposely avoid mainline theory online because I get caught in it when I try. I'm like, oh, this line looks okay, it looks fine, and then suddenly you're just in trouble. So black got extreme. Oh, I thought he was going to bring that rook to h4. That looked like a possibility, but instead he wants the f6 pawn. The rook on h4 would allow the queen to escape to g7. Now the queen runs back. Bishop d7 does protect the pawn. King d7 also protects it. Queen takes c3. Third way, and probably the best way to save this pawn. You just steal another. Ooh. Oh, bishop d7, queen a8, king. Andreikin is just finding all of the perfect moves. Queen e5 doesn't get an exclamation point from Chess.com, but that was such a nice move. Really a ton of credit to Dmitry. And I think I would go for a checkmate back here. And look at this. He wants queen e5 and a checkmate on h1. And there's one check back here, and great, king e7. The queen protects the rook, so there's no problem on this back rank. The check does nothing. Here comes queen e5 and rook h1, and I think how this game could end is if queen e5, king g1, rook h1 check, giving up the rook in the corner to force the king all the way there, and the queen yo-yos back to h2. I'm going to show you that really quickly, just because I think it's a fun and instructive line. That if you do something like this, oh, sorry, that's mate in one. You need to stop that mate in one, king g1. And after check, king takes, queen h2 is mate. You force the king all the way into the corner so that you can get it checkmated. No escapes for that king. Is this happening? Oh, I went g3. Okay, I was like, wow. I was just sort of making a random line. Queen d5 trades the queens because otherwise rook h1 check is coming. That should be quite easily winning. Maybe there's something better where you don't have to navigate an endgame and potentially go wrong. But queen d5, yeah, played. Andreikin's just too clinical to miss an opportunity like that. If I'm Pranesh, I might seriously just let my time run out and try to figure out what to do with the black pieces against Andreikin. Because when he loses this game, I don't even say if. I just think that the position here for Andreikin, he is up a bishop for 2 pawns, but look at the pawn structure. It's really, really bad. King e3, bishop c5. Yeah, this is just, unfortunately for Pranesh, it's too easy for Andreikin. This is a threat, by the way, and can be played right now. Black can just take all the pawns. There's the pin on the second rank. But what I was going to say is, with these 30 seconds for Pranesh, you might want to consider just losing on time and then trying to come up with an idea of the black pieces, because Dmitry in this kind of form, he hardly loses to anybody and just playing amazing, amazing chess throughout the loser's bracket. Here comes the G-pawn, and Dmitry Andreikin wins the game. 3-0 is the score, and Pranesh, he has no choice but to score wins in these next 3 games. If he doesn't, Andreikin versus Lazavik will be the final match that we get to determine who makes the Speed Chess Championship. And Andreikin playing a Catalan. There are many lines in the Catalan where you can sort of liquidate, try to force a draw. That's what Andreikin's going for. But rook b8, a good idea from Pranesh. He wants b5 without running into pins on the diagonal, because that's a good way to lose the game, is if you play b5 too soon. Now b5 is a move. And we've had a bunch of games in this variation in the Pranesh match against Zubov. Pranesh was using this as his tried and true opening. And here Andreikin just wants to simplify, trade pieces, takes here. I think b3 is often played in these positions. White goes down a pawn, knight f to d2 first. I guess he wants b3 to take with the knight. Don't forget, your knight on c6 is hanging. That's why the f3 knight moved back and bishop b7. So from Pranesh's perspective, he does have quite decent chances to play for a win here. Knight b4 was his choice. The point is that after a swap of bishops, the b5 pawn becomes defended. Pranesh may stay up a pawn, and that would not be good news for Dmitry Andreikin, because these positions can get out of hand very quickly. c5 pawn break coming in next. So I think that Andreikin has to act quickly, otherwise he's significantly worse. He takes his knight on f6. He may want to put a knight on e4, so that's why I took the knight. Bishop takes f6 back. Pranesh still doing slightly better on the clock than his opponent. And I'm wondering if Dmitry will play the move b3, because it does open up the board, gain a little bit of time. Pawn takes, queen takes, rook f to b1. The b5 pawn is a target, rook a5 at some moment. Ideas like that. The knight coming to e4. So I like the look of b3. It helps you spring free your pieces. But then you are really down a pawn, because right now the pawn you're down is a doubled pawn. If you play b3, undoubling the pawns, you have done that for your opponent, but you've also been able to give yourself a few tempi to go after the black queen side. So if I'm Pranesh, I'm probably taking that. c5 is another tempting move, because there's a pin down the diagonal. But c5, maybe I can take here, and then when you take on d4, some kind of knight takes b5 and then takes here. I don't know. Suddenly I'm really not sure about what's happening here. c5 does look appealing. He takes on b3 instead. Can't blame him. Queen takes b3. Bishop e7, I think, is the move, protecting this knight. And played by Pranesh quite quickly. So good play from Pranesh in a must-win game. If he can win this and get to bullet, he of course will have a chance. But the big question is, can you convert this type of position? Can you turn it into a win? Against Dmitry Andreikin, I'm never sure. The rook on c1 eyes the c7 pawn. The rook on a1 on an open file. Black's rook behind a passed pawn. That's the good news, but it's a bit of an awkward square. So we see knight come to c5, offering an exchange. You could take out c5, the rook would take back. So Pranesh saying, I need to win. More pieces on the board is a good thing. Knight up to e4, the second knight. And now more space for black's pieces. I don't see a way out for white. Normally, in the Catalan, you look, can I just make a draw with some forced sequence of moves? I don't see that available to Andreikin. And if that's the case, he actually is in quite a deal of trouble. He looks calm, but it's probably because he's up by the score of 3-0 at the moment. So rook 8, another great move from Pranesh. Let's trade pieces. Also, the rook might slam down on a3 at the right time. Now is not the right time, because there will be knight c6 ideas to get rid of this bishop, and maybe you don't want to rush these decisions. Knight takes, pawn takes would be good, but knight c6 goes after this pawn here. So knight d6, queen c1 was the only move it says, but knight d6, there might even be a capture on a1, and then the queen taking this knight on c6. So you have to be careful if you're white and you see Andreikin. The eval says queen c4, only move, not found. But I kind of don't agree because look at this. Queen rook b1 is a mistake, but only if black plays the very risky and compromising f5. f5 is not really a move you want to make because you soften up the e6 square and you permanently give white this e5 square, whereas moving f6 at some point could keep a knight out of there. So f5, that's out of the question. Human players don't really go in those directions. Rook f to c8. I like the way that Pranesh is playing. Bishop f8. Get out of that knight's sight. Ooh, and now f5, you can tell, is on his radar. But f6, knight g6. So it's rook a3. Rook c3, if this knight were to move, becomes an interesting idea. Also just doubling rooks on the a file. This knight is doing so much heavy lifting. It's protecting c7 and protecting b4 and can go to c3 at some moment. So we saw a swap of queens. Pranesh in the driver's seat, 47 seconds to 20 seconds. Time will be critical here. And how in the world does white deal with these pawns? Knight d7 played, bishop e7. You are not getting my bishop, Dmitry. Pranesh told him this already. You're not getting the bishop. There's not even an exchange sack. Sometimes you sack an exchange to try to draw an endgame down some material. But here the knight and bishop team up together very nicely. Oh, rook takes e3 was there. I'm just noticing now, rook e3 with knight takes e3 a fork. So I don't blame the players for missing it. I think Pranesh, had he invested more time, he would have found it. If Andreikin weren't in time trouble, he wouldn't have blundered it. But black is still doing really, really well. So rook takes e3. Not worth it now. Knight d5, pawn takes, rook takes c7. So definitely not worth it. He trades it. Ooh, lovely. Rook c3, forcing the rooks off the board. And f6, forcing them and forcing a pass pawn. This is over. Bishop a3 now. And c1 equals queen. Black wins. Pranesh wins on demand. We are getting bullet after all. And Pranesh, he has dodged a bullet because had he lost or even drawn this game, he was eliminated. So Pranesh, he takes down Andreikin. We are getting into bullet time. And here the players go. Pranesh with the white pieces, a closed Sicilian setup, no longer. He was just testing all of you, chat, and you passed. That now we have the same position as earlier. That rook slid from b8 to b4 when the white queen ventured on out to the g4 square. So we see bishop f4, rook b8, b3. So Dmitry forced Pranesh to change his mind because of what happened in that other game. Okay, we are seeing pieces getting traded off right now. a3, I like that. Trade on your own terms, do you? And Pranesh says, I will trade you, but only when you allow my knight to develop. Watch out for sacrifices on h7. That's why h6 was played. Queen c1 to f4. Rook e3 to g3. Hello. I love c4, though. That's a great move. Here comes bishop takes f3 with knight takes e5 to follow. So the bishop trade that only favors black. In these types of openings, when you think about the structure, white's pawn is extended very far. Black's pawn on f7 is very healthy and at home. c2 is loose. a3 is loose. I understand a6 and c4 don't look all that much better, but black can just start mopping things up unless there is a tactical shot available to Pranesh. He needs that. Otherwise, Dmitry is way too comfortable in the position. And Dmitry on the clock, he's down quite a lot of time. Time has not been his friend against Pranesh, the youngster. He continues to press him on the clock. He goes queen a2, does Andreikin. What is the idea? Rook b1. Let's trade rooks, but rook e3? Can that be played? Then knight c5, and the rook on e4 is trapped. I don't think I want that rook. I'm going to be honest. Queen a1 looks better, keeping the rook away from g3. And rook f8, protecting the pawn. At some point, rook h1, king g1, queen g1. And the queen's trying to go to h2 with check. But first, Dmitry covers all of his bases. I still think rook h1 is good. Oh, rook e1 played. I was trying to put it all the way over an h1, but rook e1, all black needs is a draw. And knight c6, rook g1, only move to keep the advantage, according to our trusty eval. But it's not about having an advantage. It's really about not losing for Andreikin. A draw is sufficient. He moves on to the grand final with a draw. White is down a pawn, but has the better coordinated pieces. You see, the white rook and queen were staring at the black king side, but this idea here, queen back on over to c5, rook to c8. Where is your knight going? Back to d4 or b4, and then the c3 pawn is not as strong as the a pawn, which is going to go forward. Okay, so he went for an attack, but there is no attack. There's not even a rook g3 because the king's in the way. And here, I think, for Dmitry, you just have to watch out for the time. Knight c5, good move. You can always threaten to exchange pieces. That's usually a good way of winning a match when all you need is a draw. Rook 8 behind the passed pawn. Queen a3. There's queen takes h4 now. And this is what Dimitri's doing. He's trading off all the pieces, saying, I can't lose. I'm up a knight. Even if he blunders the knight, it's still a draw. Wait, what's he going to blunder? The answer is nothing. Dmitry Andreikin refuses to blunder. Knight f4, knight h3 check. That's the easiest way to win the match, is knight h3 check. All you need is a draw. You're not going to be worried about time trouble. Queen takes g2, missed opportunity with knight d5 there. But he's so winning, and he can't lose, that he can just do whatever he wants. Queen takes f2 coming next. And this is a win for Andreikin. He moves on. You have to feel for Pranesh. He gave it his all. He's such a fighter, such a talented player. But the fight, unfortunately for him, did not go his way this time. Dmitry Andreikin. He is unstoppable. That would make Danya proud. He advances to the grand final where he faces Denis Lazavik. So Dmitry Andreikin, yeah, take a stance, get that stretch in, take a bow even, Dmitry. What a performance from him. He won both games of the longest time patrol. They split these shorter blitz games, 3+1. Pranesh won the second of them. And then in bullet, it was all Dmitry. He was able to safeguard his king. And we're going to see the bracket filled in. You saw that live. It's an unveiling. Dmitry Andreikin. He gets to play Denis Lazavik in the grand final. So Denis Lazavik gets 2 lives. Andreikin gets 1. And Lazavik has been great, but he's also had a bit of a break. Will that hiatus hurt him? The fact that he's been sitting and watching the matches? Or will it help him because he's refreshed? I'm not sure, but I'm going to get a refreshment. I'm parched. You all, you can get yourself refreshed as well, but when we return, it's the grand final. You will not want to miss that. So stay tuned, everybody. This Speed Chess Championship qualifier brought to you by Chess.com will return in just a few.
Looking for new ways to enjoy chess? Check out our schedule of Chess.com community events today. Mondays, play Rapid Opening Roulette and expand your opening repertoire with a new opening each month. Tuesdays, compete against other Untitled players in Untitled Tuesday. Battle your way to the top in Arena Kings on Wednesdays. And finish the week off each Saturday with the blistering Community Bullet Brawl. All happening in the Community Club on Chess.com.
All right, now for this next problem, Stockfish cannot solve it no matter how long you leave it for. And I also should say it's not technically a forced mating line. There is a way that black can get out, but the resulting position is still winning. Let's look at the most forcing line to start. Knight f6 check. The king does not want to go up here because this would queen with check, so it goes towards the knight. King g7, we check it again. Again, black king is attacking this knight, but it's protected by the bishop. But we can sacrifice the knight here with bishop c2 check. King takes, and now the engine is starting to catch up with where we're at. Now we're free to promote to a queen. But wait, wouldn't promoting to a queen lead to this knight fork on f7 and we'd lose our queen? Yes, but that is all part of the plan. I should say that at this point, the engine can figure out that this knight fork is actually the only way to lose. There's only a way to lose right away. Black can play a number of other moves, but this position is technically winning for white. We're up a queen and a piece against 3 pieces. These pawns we can take care of. So let's look at the far more interesting knight fork. Knight f7, and we're not even going to try to protect this queen. We're going to go king e6, let them take it with check, and then the king goes to f5. And now you'll notice we're barricading in this king. This black king cannot go anywhere. All of the squares are cut off. So what we're trying to do at this point is threaten any check, and that would be mate. So we are threatening bishop d1 checkmate. What can black do? They can stop it with e2. Well, we've got ideas. We can go bishop e4, threaten checkmate over there. And the only way they can stop this is by promoting to a knight covering this square. Well, our game is not over yet. Bishop d5, and now we're threatening bishop c4 and checkmate here on d2. Well, black can temporarily stop this, promote to a knight again covering this square. Hang on, we've got still ideas. Bishop b5, threatening checkmate over here. Well, black can give up a knight for nothing, delay the inevitable. Knight c7, protecting this square. That's fine for us. We'll just find another way to do it. Bishop a4, threatening this square, checkmate once again. Now this time, there is nothing black can do to stop this unstoppable action. c4, bishop d1, and all you can do is get some knights in the way to block. But eventually, we find checkmate.
We return here to the Speed Chess Championship qualifier, and it is a return for Denis Lazavik. We haven't seen him for a while. I don't know what he's been doing, but hopefully, for his sake, he's remained sharp because he has advanced through the winner's bracket into the grand final. He's going to take on Dmitry Andreikin. They came to this final from different paths. Dmitry Andreikin, he has been battling all day. Denis Lazavik, he's been chilling. He's been probably hanging out with those awards behind him, enjoying himself, thinking, oh, it's so nice to come from the winner's bracket. But now we're down to two. Will it be Lazavik? Will it be Andreikin? Both of these two have their shot. And for Denis Lazavik, he can lose this match, and he'll get a rematch. But for Dmitry Andreikin, he's been on his last life from the beginning, so he needs to take down somebody who seems unbeatable at times. Denis Lazavik, he plays with such a calm, mature style. But Andreikin, he's been doing that same thing just for a while longer. That's the benefit of age and experience, is that Dmitry Andreikin, he has candidates tournament experience against the very best players in the world. He's won so many Title Tuesdays now. And now he needs to take down Denis Lazavik to return to the Speed Chess Championship. But one of these two will be a deserving winner and will get onto the main stage of the Speed Chess Championship, along with the likes of Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and others. So we see here a check on b4. We're getting into some classical territory. This is the Catalan, and so many illustrious players have chosen this as their main opening weapon. Here, knight h5 kicks that bishop from f4 back to f6. We will not see the draw, will we? So this bishop can go back and forth from c1 to f4, but not in this game. Instead, we see a pawn push and some knight development from white up in the center with e4. And in positions like this, I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not even sure. But sometimes black is supposed to play c5. Other times it's a terrible move. So Andreikin, he transitions this one into more of like a French-like position, but it looks bad from the black side. I mean, this bishop is not good. You can't play c5 because you drop a pawn. And if I'm not mistaken, in some of these positions, white actually plays c5 before black is able to. Even if it costs you a pawn, you want to shut down this bishop on b7. So here, knight e5 is very tempting to my eyes. But perhaps there's like a queen c7 there. Still some things to work out for both of these players. And Andreikin, he's a little bit behind on the clock. Now it's about to even up. But I'd like white's position, much more space, a free hand in the center. But Andreikin, he's solid. That's the thing about his position. All of his pawns, well, not the a-pawn, but his other pawns have defenders, and they're not that easy to get to and try and win. Whereas white's center here, this d4 pawn later in the game could potentially become a target. So we see bishop e5 played rather than knight to e5, queen e7. I think what I like from Andreikin's perspective is he's making moves quickly. And now c5 is the question. There is no tension between bishops, which is usually the downfall of these c5 moves. c5 takes. Okay, you keep taking. White does get this outside pawn majority, 3-on-2. But that's a long story. That's something that we talk about in the end game. But for the moment, we have queens on the board, rooks on the board, and so it doesn't look like a problem. So c5 has, in fact, been played. Liquidation, and here we go. Step one. If we get more liquidation here, I don't think that Dimitri's going to mind. And something to point out, that bishop takes f3 sometimes is a threat. So it didn't happen. The knight moved to e5. But there are times when you play against the light square bishop because there's nothing on this diagonal, as the knight can sometimes outclass a bishop in these structures, especially with these pawns. So instead, we see a rook trade being offered. Rook takes rook, and rook d1 is in fact possible. It looks like it blunders a piece. Isn't that knight on e5 hanging? There's a back rank checkmate at the end that black needs to keep an eye on. So as we approach this in endgame, white's chances actually do improve somewhat because you have these pawns here all the way on the queen side, 3 versus 2. That means that black's pieces often get distracted trying to stop a pass pawn. And here, Dimitri, he is played his move rook to d8, and it's Denis who is thinking, now down over 30, soon to be 40 seconds against Dimitri. And it looks like there's a glow on Denis here. He's got just like a little bit of brightness, on his face. I don't know if that's from the computer or from the sun outside. But right now we see rook d1 played, very practical. Going for this back rank checkmate. The knight on e5 cannot be touched. It is immune to capture unless you want to get back rank checkmated. So, yeah, we see here that white trying to go after the back rank, trying to force pieces off the board, trying to win certain endgames because of this outside pawn, extra pawn. Black's extra pawn is in the middle, and you can hear me saying extra pawn for one side, extra pawn for the other. It's even material, 6 pawns each, but you have to look at it like that because if the rooks and the queens leave the board, white will be trying to push the pass pawn here, and black will eventually be trying to push the pass pawn here. Whose do you think is faster? Come on, chat, you can do this. White's usually is faster because it just takes a few pawn pushes to get a pass pawn. Black's takes a bunch over here, and you need to make all this work. It's a very long story, and white's king is already close to that action. So Andreikin, he's not sure. Do I trade rooks? He does, in fact, trade rooks right now, and there is a threat of queen d8 check. It's not mate because the black queen can slide back, but that was checkmate if you, in fact, took on e5 because then you wouldn't have the queen to block with. So g6 played. I like that move. And for Denis, the question is, do you go in with your queen or do you play solidly? Queen to e2 protects your knight, keeps your a2 pawn defended over here. Queen d8 check. The king goes up to g7. You have to take care of your knight. I don't know. I don't think f4 is the type of move you want to play. It opens up your king. But it's not completely out of the question because the knight on e5 is so strong. Also, wait a second. Queen d8. I'm going to show you something quickly. Queen d8, king g7, queen f6, king f6, knight d7, you get your queen back. But this is bad for, I don't know which way, for white, because here, this these 2 pawns take care of these 3 pawns. No longer do you have a passed pawn. I can shut you down here. And black, on the other hand, has mobile pawns in the center. So this is a good way to lose the game rather than win. So in the game, we saw queen e2 and queen e3, played by Denis Lazavik. It's a deep concept, or maybe not that deep. Let's trade the queens. By the way, queen d6, queen h6 check is a cheeky move. It doesn't actually win material because the king goes to g8. But queen h6, I was just about to point it out. White's best move in the position would be queen to h8 check because the black king would take it, and then there would be a fork on f7. So queen h6, king g8, queen back to f4, or something like that. He starts with queen f4. I'm just trying to think if there was a tactic there. No, the tactics didn't quite work out in White's favor, but I had to look at the ceiling, look up to see if the position would come to me. So queen f4 played. In some positions, knight takes g6 is a threat because the queens would stare at each other and the knight could recapture, but the queen has this check. So checks, captures, threats. You want to think about all of those. h6. So queen takes h6. He walked into the same plan, but it's worse in this time. You take the pawn. Dmitry Andreikin, a rare blunder, and it's a mutual oversight. Oh, look, Andreikin sees it now. He sees it. You saw his face? He found it after the move. So this is not the first time today where Dmitry laughs afterwards because there was a mistake. And I don't know if Denis Lazavik has seen it. Just to show everybody, h6, blunder, blue arrow, take the pawn. It's even better now for White because you get this fork. I was trying to give away the queen without the pawn being there because the f7 pawn drops. White would be up 2 pawns here. And if you give away this pawn and go king g8, you've just allowed this plan that I mentioned earlier. Andreikin is laughing. He is still laughing. He can't believe the blunder that he made, but this would have been a classy finish to the game and an unfortunate one for Andreikin. But Denis Lazavik's going to be kicking himself because now we have a dynamic where White remains better. The queen has fully centralized. The black king in the line of sights. Knight g4, perhaps a threat, but the queen can slide to e7. So I'm never quite sure what's actually a threat here. And king h7, escaping the pin. I disagree with the question mark, but White's moves, c5, c6. This is what I've been telling you about, everyone, that the idea for White, the pushing of the passed pawn is much easier to make work, whereas black's passed pawn is actually blockaded by the knight in the center. So c5 can be played, but you do open up this b file here for the black queen. There also will be knight g4 ideas, knight g4 ideas thanks to this pawn being on h5. So you have to think about when that works out for black or not. a4 played. Not really sure the benefit of playing a4, but still, pawns go forward. King goes back. And is a5 the move? Is c5 the move? I'm not sure how White is going to proceed. I'd imagine c5, but that does give black this d5 square as well. So it's a trade-off. Queen f4 is listed as the move, and the reason why is knight takes g6 is available. The knight on f6 is hanging, and if the king goes to g7, knight g6 protects the queen. The queens are in a stare down over here, so the queen f4 arrow is not mine, but if it's played, the game will go in Denis Lazavik's favor. I think that queen f4 is findable for him, but he just needs to spot knight takes g6 as the follow-up, and the white king is on the perfect square. No longer is it on this diagonal where black could sidestep with a check. 53 seconds for White. Will he play queen f4? Will he play c5 or b5 or a5? White is spoiled for choice. That's the good news for Lazavik as he approaches 40 seconds and his time is ticking. Andreikin, he has to respond to b5. So he's lucky he didn't drop a pawn, but now he gives up a pawn. Knight takes, pawn takes, queen g4, White steals a pawn, but black is trying to get active, trying to make him like queen d6 or queen c5 and get into the heart of the white position. So White down to about 25 seconds, black at 22 seconds himself. Knight goes into c6. I don't want your pawn on the king side. I want your a7 pawn. Give it to me. a5 comes to mind as move, but then c5. You're going to power through, push through, create a passer. e5 played. And now queen d8. That's an all-star move from Denis Lazavik. The queens are gone, which means that a7 is just falling. He takes f7. He has this knight g5 idea. Don't play f3 because e2 and the king couldn't get through. But instead, knight comes back to d6. Think the white king can come to f2. 18 seconds for Lazavik, 5 seconds for Andreikin. This knight goes to b2. So you need to be sure. You need to step carefully. There are some squares that you don't want to be on, hitting both these pawns. But a5, if takes c5, then a4. These are things that you need to calculate. 7 seconds for Lazavik. He's not sure. a5 was not. He goes king e4, giving up the a4 pawn to run his king to b7. Or no, he goes after the knight. But now the black king steps in the other direction. But knight c8 takes, and knight takes b6. That is such good recognition. Great awareness from Lazavik. 1 second for Andreikin. He brings his knight back to d7. After knight b6, king c5. He's barely getting off the moves. Is Andreikin. Here comes c7, and he loses on time. Andreikin's lost over the board. He loses on the clock. Denis Lazavik missed maybe one of the more basic tactics for a player at his level, but in the end, he still converts his advantage. He doesn't need to be perfect. They say perfect is the enemy of the good, and Denis Lazavik is great. He finds his form. He wins game one, and Dmitry Andreikin, now with the white pieces, he needs to regroup. So Andreikin, he looks to the side, brings his bishop to the side of the board with bishop g5. His queen may join the side soon. Instead, e4, b5. Lazavik playing ambitious chess right now. He is defending his pawn a4. c6 is one option, and it is the option. There are some positions where you play bishop to b7, but not today, not here. And now queen to b6. So I've seen the likes of Lenier Dominguez have these positions. They can be really sharp, which is good if you're playing for a win, but it can be really bad because look at your lack of development. All your pieces on the 8th rank. White, on the other hand, has developed all the minors. All those minor pieces are out. And so the king is castled now. Black is not ready to meet potential attacks, but black is up a pawn. The c4 pawn is extra, and that's what is being relied on. b4, by the way, that undermines the defense of this e4 pawn, but you do give up c4 and you open up files. You lose pawns, you gain open files. That's one of the important trade-offs in a position of this nature. Because without an e-pawn, a rook comes to e1 and starts threatening the black king. a5 played by Andreikin. Seems like he knows this position. Queen c7, retreat from Lazavik, saving his queen. c4 will drop, but e4 drops as well. So we see this knight g5, and uh-oh. This is the only move. Sorry, the only move it said was knight takes g5 to keep the equality. Nobody's playing that. Nobody is welcoming an opponent knight into their camp to sacrifice himself and go after the black king. So bishop d6, h2 is the target. I guess you can play bishop h4 here to save your bishop. No, look at Andreikin go. I like when he plays like this because I find it very instructive. And Andreikin, plenty of time, he's working for those small advantages. Here he's saying, this doesn't deserve an X. I'm going to take that X off. Get out of here. Get out of here with that X. In fact, I think that in this position, it's the black king that could be in huge danger. So you have to watch out because the king is stuck in the center. Yeah, you could take this pawn on h2 and take this bishop on g5 and things like that. But your king, it's in the middle of the board. He goes knight f6. Very smart play. Doesn't care about the h2 pawn. Lazavik says, I'm not that greedy. I've already have one pawn. Why take a second? I'm going to prioritize my development, my king safety. But that's a sad-looking bishop. And if you take here on c5, then this pawn is a real thorn in black's side. So castle's king side. Taking on h2 available. Is there a sack on e6 at some moment? It probably doesn't work now. In fact, it definitely doesn't work now. And I'm not just saying that because of the evaluation of the position, but there, you know what I mean? It has the look of a position where you have to start sacrificing stuff on e6 and f7. And unfortunately for Andreikin, it's not going to be that easy. So I like the activity. These pieces are looking nice. The bishop on c8 looking terrible. A move like rook d8 will only help white get more into the initiative. Okay, h6 is knight e4 the move. He plays it. We see a swap of pieces. Or maybe rook takes e4. The knight is well placed. It keeps black stuck at bay. So rook takes e4, slide that rook over for some attack. I don't know if the attack will actually happen, but it looks scary, right? Queen h5, rook g4, and most of us just, say, I can't deal with this anymore. Queen h5, I think he wants queen g5. But then queen f3 and rook g4. So the thing about this position is even if black takes this knight at c5 and steals a pawn there, it's all about the king safety. And right now, black's king doesn't have so many defenders. So queen g5 played. Definitely queen f3. It's in the spirit of the position. And then rook g4. c6 will be loose. Queen f6 ideas. A queen trade. That surprised me. Okay, that I wasn't expecting because black is up a pawn. So Denis Lazavik now has the upper hand. Although, as soon as I say that, Dimitri says, I can try to checkmate my opponent even without queens on the board. If the rook takes on h4, if this rook could just get to h1 in one turn, I think white would have some good chances. But unfortunately, he spent a turn playing king g2 and then rook h1. And in the meantime, the black king can try to escape. Why is that a mistake? I won't pretend to understand, but that looked like the whole idea to bring the king around. Oh, I think I know why. I think black should have brought the bishop to f6 first. Now you can't play bishop e7 because that's checkmate. You just smothered in your own king. But with the king on g8, you had just enough time to bring the bishop to f6 and then play g6, hit the d4 pawn, and protect your king all at once. So we see a trade on c5. And Andreikin was thinking about whether to go rook h8 check first. How about f4, f5? Trying to break open the e file and deliver checkmate. The good news for white is these pawns are hard to get to. There's no 5th rank access for the black rooks, which makes those pawns safer. In the endgame, this b4 pawn is a huge target. Like, white can move the bishop and even attack it now, but black will bring a rook to b8, so I don't want to move the bishop just yet. So f4, f5, one idea. I don't really think you get that far, so it might not be worth going for it. But you do also prevent the future e5 pawn break to open the bishop up on d7. So Andreikin here, he's down about 40 seconds on the clock. He's down a pawn on the board. He's down a point in the match. Is there anything going his way? Does anyone have any ideas of what Dimitri can do right now? Because it looks like he is in some trouble. He needs to find an accurate continuation here. And if he moves his bishop, as I mentioned, this rook can end up on the square like b5. And if black gets activity, white's now in trouble. This bishop can go to e8, rook to d2. So there's rook e4. I like it. I like such moves. I would play bishop e8, but then this bishop probably just moves and b4 drops. So that's what he is asking of Lazavik is, do you want to lose this b4 pawn? You might have to lose the b4 pawn. I'm not sure if he can even defend it because there are 2 rooks going after it. And at best, black can bring 1 rook to its defense. But trading off rooks, opening the d-file, that could be something that black wants, right? You want the rook to land down on a square like d2. Is king e7 first? Does Denis? Rook h7, trying to keep black tied down. So I do like the way that Dimitri's handled most of these moves, but here rook h8. Rook g7. If rook to g8, there's rook takes g6. But rook g7, there was king f8 to trap the rook. So now white is down a pawn with only 1 rook on the board. So we see a position where it feels like black should have good chances. Rook to b8 played. Rook e4 as the only move does make sense because e5 is going to hurt. Opening this bishop up, giving the king some space. And now e5 looks like it. But e5 rook d6 might be the point. And I'm wondering how do you that was completely off my radar. If Denis Lazavik finds b3, he completely deserves this game. I was not looking that way, but to free the b4 square for the rook, that is extremely clever because the rook can't find activity. Even in the h file, you can't go to h4, h3, h2, or h1. Not happening. You can go to d8. That also looks like a pretty decent move. But white may say, without rooks on the board, black may struggle to break through, and this b4 pawn still would be a target. So b3, what a concept to free rook b4, and he finds it. Denis Lazavik, he was in the winner's bracket for a reason. He beat everybody he's faced for a reason. And Dmitry Andreikin, there's a reason he only has one life, is because he did worse in the Swiss tournament yesterday. But wow, what a game, what a moment. Lazavik just outplaying his opponent right now. And rook d3 now is possible, but then rook b4 can be played, giving up this b pawn to go back to b5 and hit these two fifth rank pawns that can, in fact, be captured. So rook d3 played, and now we're approaching time trouble. So that's the good news for Andreikin, because he's at the stage where he might already be objectively lost. And if that's the case, you want to get your opponent into time trouble so you can force them into an error. G5, F4, try to trade off as many pieces as possible. Everybody take note, take stock. A pawn here, A1 corner, light square bishop. Wrong corner for that pawn. So if these pawns come off the board and the rooks are traded, white can even give up his bishop to try and secure the draw. King F3, that's a hard move to play. B3 being a tempting way to just save your pawn. Andreikin thinking. Can he? Wow! Both players are finding really difficult moves in the endgame. I'm surprised by that one. So rook takes b2, king e4, and the black king can't go to e6 to bishop b3, and it can't go to f6. So this is a better move for it. King f6, smart play by Lazavik. The b2 pawn still under attack. I think it's a really smart play by him. And bishop f5 now. It was bishop e6. He wants his bishop on d5, but bishop f5 would offer to trade. So here we see some dominance from the black side. The pawn. Oh, I didn't love a5. I get why he did it. It didn't seem necessary. And rook. Can the rook just go over somewhere? King's up. c5 is falling. And that's the second extra pawn for black with the split pawns. Should be a good way to promote them. And there's a win for Denis Lazavik. 2-0 in the youngsters' favor. We're about to get, as both players take a drink, they're about to get game 3. And now we're in 3-minute plus 1 second increments. So we're in the shorter time control of the blitz portion. And we see Dmitry Andreikin resorting to a King's Indian defense. So he knows that he needs to score some wins. And it's 3-minute chess. Anything can happen between two, I would say, approximately evenly matched players. Though I'm looking at Denis Lazavik's blitz rating. It's like 3,200. Is he kidding me? Is this kid joking? No. The answer to that question is no. He's not telling a joke. He's just seriously good. And we see b5 played by Andreikin. c5, the response from Lazavik. He's trying to get after this e5 pawn over here. If dc5, e5 would fall. Knight takes e4. Ooh. C takes d6, apparently the move for white. Otherwise, the advantage is probably going to evaporate. That move does make perfect sense, though. Okay, so knight takes e5, knight takes, pawn takes, bishop takes. We're going to see all this. There's a bishop takes c6 at the end. There's a bishop c5. There's a bishop b6, a knight b6. All of these moves are going to be available. And this b4 pawn looks awfully weak. Knight c4. On the tempo. Hitting the queen on d8. Queen goes out to a5, keeping the white queen honest. And now, what kind of move comes to mind? Rook c1 just going after the knight on c4. Whoa. e6. I'm fascinated. Knight d4 looks like a good move, but it drops this bishop on g5 because knight d4, bishop takes, queen takes, the knight on a4 is also loose, but the knight c4 would drop and then white would be better because of the king safety. But no follow-up yet from Denis. That's a usually bad sign when you give material and you're thinking about how to follow it up. But white is objectively much better here. Rook c1 played. Black is up a pawn, but these pawns are not healthy. Knight takes b2, greed, stealing a pawn. So now it's still a one-pawn advantage. But e6 is really weak. The black king is also weak. Oh. I was like, what is that? Rook takes f3, but I think queen takes f3, queen g5, rook c2. This bishop's under attack, and the rook in the corner is under attack. Same idea here. Rook c2, hits a rook, hits a bishop. Dmitry Andreikin in huge trouble. He missed that move. And now he's going to be down in exchange with no compensation. Yeah, you can see on Dimitri's face. He's flustered. He got through everybody in the loser's bracket. And there's a reason why Denis Lazavik was up in the winner's bracket. He's just so good. So tough. Nearly 3,200 at Blitz. He's going to take the rook in the corner. All things considered, I think that was a good way for Andreikin to deal with this. He gives up his rook. He's saying, look, I have 2 minor pieces for 2 rooks. That's bad. Oh, and a pawn. I can't forget the pawn. I know the material that I'm down, but let me get my knight to d5. Let me develop my bishop out to d7. Let's try to get active here and just create some chaos in the position. h4 was a nice move. Bishop takes d5. Looks plenty good to me. The one downside of bishop takes c5 is the white king starts to feel less safe. a3. b3. Maybe just rook takes c3. Trying to liquidate. That's what Denis wants to do. If he can get more pieces off the board, he'll be feeling better about his winning chances. Rook a8. Why trade those pawns? Open files. Who needs open files? The rook. Who's the one with the rooks? Only white. Great decision making from Denis. And for Dmitry, I'm not even seeing moves. Queen somewhere. Well, he's repeating moves. Don't keep repeating. That would be a mistake. You can probably give up your rook for the bishop, and that's still good, but why would you do that? There's no reason to at all. Bishop d4 at some moment could be a bit annoying going after the white king, but there is a rook on f1 covering that. And as we see from the scorecards, Denis Lazavik has been the much more accurate of the two in this game. There's no surprise there. Dmitry had to give away a couple of rooks for a couple minor pieces, but the one thing Dmitry has going for him is that he is an amazing player. And sometimes, even when your back's against the wall, you come up with ideas that save games like this. But Dmitry is well on his way to going down 3-0. I would take on d5. Takes, queen takes d5. Bishop f7. Check back here. King check, queen d8, and the queens come off by force. So this is actually a forced variation. Rook a8 and queen. He's going to try to go for checkmate. He's trying to go for checkmate back here. And if your best move is something like queen to d8, well, we know what's going on in the position. You're down 2 exchanges. You're getting passive. Your king is wide open, and your opponent's king is in no jeopardy. So for Denis, just another really, really, really well-played game. I think you could trade if you want, and he does that. He goes for a win here. Rook takes b3 or rook takes b2 next. Give up your rook for one of the bishops and the pawn. And Denis Lazavik wins by resignation. That means we're heading to game 4. And this could be the final game of the play-in for Dmitry Andreikin. He needs to stop Denis. And guess what, everybody? This is Denis Lazavik's all-time peak rating. He has reached the peak, but has he reached the mountaintop? Has he qualified? Not yet. Dmitry Andreikin needs to win this game and the 2 bullet games, but right now, Denis Lazavik at 3192. He is approaching 3,200 territory. I mean, just absurd what he's capable of. This kid is so strong. Has he been perfect? No. Has he needed to be? Also, no. He has been really strong, very consistent, and even when he misses tactics, he still has the skeleton of a great position. So he's just such a great player. Now with the black pieces, he just needs a draw. As we look at the board, it's a position with only one open file. It's interesting that Dmitry is playing this opening for a win from the white side because he has no choice but to win. But this is what happens. You go for the only open file. You hope your opponent eventually makes a mistake, and that's how these games are won. But for now, I see nothing wrong with Denis's position. In fact, soon I might say I prefer black because if this rook were to ever move, bishop c2 comes in, and there's a knight and a pawn on that diagonal. Just fantastic play from Denis thus far. So he's thinking. Queen g3 was played. He's not sure where to go. He can bring his knight up. The knight's under attack, so bringing it up to e4 does make sense. Dmitry Andreikin here. He is playing his 5th match of the day. It's his 5th hour of chess. And, well, it might be the 11th hour. It is somewhere around the world at least, but his chances here, it looks like they are diminishing, as putting it lightly. It does feel like his chances at winning this qualifier are nearly out the window, but I'm not going to count it over until it's over. Dmitry Andreikin needs to win this game and 2 bullet games just to send it into Armageddon. We've had none of that today. And as Denis continues to play solid chess, it's time, I was going to say, for a regrouping. The knight goes back to d2, stopping the black knight from getting to e4. And what a response from Denis. He immediately seizes the opportunity because the bishop can't stay on the board. The knight is behind it. Where does this knight even belong? e5. That would be good. I drew the arrow, but I don't know how to get it there because that's my queen, then my knight, then again. And even when I get there, it's not the end of the world. So now the knight's taking this route to h5. Queen g5, another nice move from Denis. Offers the queen trade, keeps his king safe and sound, stops the white knight's journey before it even gets going, and also allows the rook to slide to e8. There's one open file. It's the e file, rook e8 right now. And I feel like for Denis, there's just no worry in this position. Plays f6. So now there's some holes, some light square holes. And Dmitry is the type of player who can successfully punish his opponent for sort of coasting towards a draw. Let me just trade, these pieces. Let me put my pawns in these squares. But it's not as easy as it may look. h4, h5 coming. Knight g2 to f4, Karpovian style. I do like white. The bishop on d3 is better than the bishop on e6. g5 was a good move. I'll give credit where it's deserved. I really like that move. So, rook h1, rook h8. Here, h takes. And the rook comes to e1. What is the actual purpose of this move? Rook e8, there might be some kind of bishop f5. A really sneaky idea if it works. There's also knight f5, I should mention. In fact, knight f5 was probably stronger there. The rook slides to h8, that's an open file. But where to? Nowhere, really. Rook h2 check will always be my knight g2, and the king will kick that rook out of there. I think Dmitry needs to start playing on the queen side. Like a rook b1, b4 maneuver. The problem, though, is when you play rook b1, it becomes super obvious what you're going for, and thus easy to stop. This black king could go to c7. Knight c2, also opening up the door for b4. King e7 loses, so don't bring your king to the e file. That would have walked in the pin, and bishop f5 would have been a nice trick. b4, opening up a second front. And now for Dmitry, he goes rook a1. He can also then bring his rook to h1. So this is the annoying thing for Denis, is rook b1, rook a1, and rook h1. And you have to be careful about all of them. King e7. I think Dmitry will try to improve his king. I was thinking he's move his knight, but then I think rook h1 makes sense. I'm not sure if it actually works because pawn takes on b4 seems to be available. But rook on h1 to h7 feels about right. King e7 played. Rook h1 now is going to be met by... I don't know if we can get away with pawn takes b4. So king goes to d8. Rook h1 still comes to mind. And this is what Dimitri's going for. Okay, so now we have a clash. Rook h6 is one of the many ideas here for Andreikin. The both players are now down to about 25 seconds. Denis Lazavik on the clock. 22 seconds remain on his time. Knight back to a passive defense. The knight can take on b4 now for white. The rook can and probably will take on a4. So down goes that pawn. And where to next? Bishop g6, king e7. 8 seconds for Andreikin. Is this the end of the line for him? Ooh, bishop f5. I like that move a lot because if black takes on f5, g takes f5, this pawn is inching closer if you win the f6 pawn. And knight takes c6. Knight c6, king takes. Oh, rook b7, going for this side of things. This looks very scary for Lazavik. Rook b6, king d7. What a calm move. Rook c6, there's rook takes b4. And if knight c6, there was king c7. That is an amazing find. It's a draw. That means that Denis Lazavik is in the Speed Chess Championship. The teenager from Belarus, he does it again. The whiz kid, Denis the Menace. Look at how dark it's getting in the background, but it is light in his eyes and in his room after he turns that on because he has lit up the world of chess once again. He deserves that drink of whatever it is because Denis Lazavik wins the play-in. He now has qualified for the Speed Chess Championship. You see it here on the bracket. Denis Lazavik, he took down Pranesh in the winner's final. He then took on Dmitry Andreikin, who was an absolute beast throughout the loser's bracket, but he faced a winner. And Denis Lazavik, he gave him all he could handle and then some. He takes him down 3.5 to half. Perfect defense when he needed it. He had some good offensive strikes, some good maneuvering in endgames, and hopefully he'll have some good things to say because after this break, we'll bring on Denis Lazavik for an interview. So chat, put your questions down. We may ask some of them. We want to hear what you want to ask Denis Lazavik, and we definitely want to hear his thoughts. So don't miss it. We'll be back in a few with an interview with Denis Lazavik.
Students, did you know that you can get a discount on any Chess.com premium membership? If you're enrolled in a college, university, or high school in a participating country, you can get 50% off any yearly or monthly premium plan, diamond, platinum, or gold. That's unlimited game review, unlimited puzzles, unlimited bots, unlimited lessons, and no ads. All at 50% off. Go to chess.com/students and get your discount today.
All right, guys, when you're ready.
All right.
Frozen versus Kostya. Just
It was a single game.
What exactly is your brand?
Wow,
Oh, no,
what a beast.
Oh no, my heart rate's, yeah.
Overly sized giant queen. Just playing high quality chess here.
Oh, this is close to the cut line.
Chess is so good. It's not Tokyo.
I haven't looked at the board once.
Eric is fast.
Go for a duty flag.
Pretty flat.
Oh, that knight's not pinned.
Knight is not good. Keep it shaking.
Thank you. Okay. It's fine.
Fine?
Yeah. Less stuff in the way. Oh! Wait, what?
Yeah.
Okay.
Big time.
It's a sacrifice.
Back in it. Oh my God.
Wow.
What's going on here? That's not a move.
Oh, shoot. Oh no, my rook. Check, 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 check. Ah,
Did you tell him or should I?
GG. GG. Oh, good game. Whew. That was a workout. That's tough. Nice. Man, you did 5 of these.
Hey, Denis, congrats. We have the pleasure to be joined by Denis Lazavik, who just took down the competition and earned his ticket to the Speed Chess Championship. Denis, congratulations. My first question for you is, how are you feeling right now?
There was some 2 spots in junior group in titled cup, and I was happy about it because I had decent chances to qualify with it, but then somehow it disappeared. So I should qualify for main group, and it's extremely hard. Probably I got last spot, which is not enough to qualify. So of course I'm happy to qualify here.
Yeah, Denis, no matter how you're going to do it, everyone is just so impressed by the way you played. And did you realize that you didn't lose a single game of chess today? That the worst you did was a few draws, but you were undefeated in today's action.
Yeah, but I had a lot of bad positions in first match even, but I just tried to play. I watch lots of Hikaru streams entitled Tuesday, and he also there is some Tuesdays when he just had like 5 lost positions and something like this, but then he just somehow play and defend it, and then I just try to play some moves and continue my game, and somehow my opponents blundered something.
So, Dennis, are you saying that you watch Hikaru streams and you think it helps you learn and kind of apply what he's doing to your own games?
I mean, I think in Blitz, I mean, every game sort of helps you to play better a little bit. In classical, probably it's not, but I mean, every game you improve your intuition, and when you watch some games, Magnus Blitz game from Speed Chess Championship also, it's very useful. You understand how you can better spend your time, sort of. You understand when, I mean, probably when you should continue the game and try to not resign somehow. So yeah, it helps me.
Well, we love your fighting spirit. You never give up, and heck, you didn't lose a single game today. So now that you're making your way to the Speed Chess Championship, we have a question from someone in chat. Tan Duan said, who do you want to meet most in the round of 16? Would you want to play Magnus, Hikaru, Ding Liren, or somebody else? Is there some player that you really want to play in one of these long matches?
For sure, it's not Hikaru and Magnus and Alireza. Yeah, but because I mean they so strong. I mean, probably I'm not ready to. I mean, to play with this player, but the other players I probably will have some decent chances. So, but for sure not Magnus and Hikaru. And yeah, Alireza, it will be really hard to play with these guys.
Do you think there is a time control of the three that you play, 5+1, 3+1, or 1+1, that suits you best, that you think you might have the best chances in, no matter who you play?
I don't know. My first championship, I had like big problems in bullet, but now I improved it, and so I don't see big difference between. I think I'm playing quite okay with any control.
I would certainly agree with that. You do well no matter how much time is on your clock. And well, one of the questions from the chat from Meffers is, how does your opening choice change with the time control? Do you feel like you want to play different things depending on how much time you start with?
I mean, it will change if I got some problems in some first game, and then I should change my openings a little bit. But if it's I mean, if I did well in these openings, I just repeat it um, and see what my opponent will do.
Makes perfect sense, and it's worked perfectly for you as you did qualify for the Speed Chess Championship. So we're all really excited to see you in the mix. And my last question for you, Dennis, I know it's getting late by you. Did you realize that you hit your all-time peak blitz rating today?
Yeah, I realized it, but I also had I also have my second account on Chess.com. I I don't play any tournaments on this account. I just play some casual games, but I have like I had like 3200 rating already. So it's I mean, of course I don't play on this rating, but sometimes when you sort of try to pick some opponents and you gain more ratings, but then title Tuesday, you lost some rating and you sort of stabilize on your level.
Well, that ruins my thought. I was wondering if you were going to play all night to reach 3,200 if it took you there, but sounds like you've already been there. You've accomplished that. So, Denis, thank you so much for joining, and seriously, huge congratulations. It was a very tough field of players. You should be very proud of yourself, and we look forward to seeing you in the Speed Chess Championship.
Thank you very much.
Of course. That is Denis Lazavik, who it feels like no matter what the tournament is, no matter what the time control is, he is making his mark on the competition. We started with 8 players in today's action. He is the lone qualifier. Denis Lazavik, you see his name there. He's got a trophy next to it. He also has trophies and medals behind him in his room. He's looking to add another one. Could it be the Speed Chess Championship? That remains to be seen, but what we do know is what we just saw is that he dominated the competition. He didn't lose a single game of chess today. It didn't matter the time control, it didn't matter the opponent, and as he said, he's watched Hikaru Nakamura, learn from his stream, see, he can be super resourceful. Denis adding that to his arsenal. He is someone that is already super sharp, someone super scary to face, and I can only imagine as time goes on, as he gets the benefit of experience, he is going to be a dangerous, dangerous man. So a reminder to everybody that Denis Lazavik is your 16th and final entrant into the Speed Chess Championship. The Speed Chess Championship, it'll culminate for the first time in history with the live finals, but it does start on July 25th. So circle that date in your calendars. The live finals, though, will be September 6th through 8th. You can buy your tickets right now to perhaps see some of these players that you have on the screen in front of you. Will Hikaru and Magnus continue their dominance? Will Maxime Vachier-Lagrave have home court advantage by making his way to the semis? Who knows? But what I do know is that tickets can be bought right now. Use the command TIX in chat right now and get your tickets. Whew, it's been a fun day, everybody. It's only going to get more fun. I'm going to be honest with you. I love the Speed Chess Championship. It is such a fun event. It can be grueling, especially for the players. For the fans, it's a treat. It feels endless sometimes. And today, it has come to an end. But going forward, July 25th, we will have the Speed Chess Championship main event. Don't forget, tomorrow, there's the Chess Kid Youth Championships starting. So we have so much more excitement ahead, so much more fun chess. Enjoy your weekends. Enjoy chess. See you soon, everybody. Thank you for watching.